Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna continue the story What If Deku Got the Deadpool Quirk Part 2. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Stadium for the tournament. The Pomeranian blonde, who was with Team Bakugo, was gazing fiercely at the team that had stolen their headbands, their commander wearing a smug expression. The boy's teammate told the extremely snarky teenager, "Hey Monoma, don't provoke him. That's something he'd do." "You're right, that wouldn't be very heroic of me. Besides, heroes are always having to deal with dumb villains who are always out for revenge." Monoma sighed. Bakugo became even furious as a result. Kirishima placed the irate, explosive youngster on Bakugo's shoulders and said, "Hey Bakugo, calm down." With a nasty smile, the boy answered, "Oh, don't worry, Kirishima. I've never been calmer, and I know just how we're gonna beat this loser." With caution, the redhead said, "Do I wanna know?" Before they started fleeing, Bakugo exclaimed, "Just get moving." However, when he attempted to swipe at the headbands, Monoma ducked and tapped his shoulder before exploding in the blonde's face as they turned around. "What the?" exclaimed the boy as Zero dragged him back to the group. Kirishima said, "He's got your quirk." With a start, Bakugo attempted a counterattack, but Monoma quickly used Kirishima's might to repel it. As Bakugo snarled, "Just as I figured. He can copy quirks." But before they could respond with this new knowledge, a Class B student began hurling glue at them. Monoma gave his classmate the thumbs up and said, "Thanks for the assist, Bondo." Mina began melting the adhesive and exclaimed, "Don't worry, I'll burn through this with my quirk." The other blonde jeered as they fled, saying, "Hey, no hard feelings, right? I mean, you provoked us first. By the way, what was it you said in your speech?" "Oh, right." As soon as Mina released his group, Bakugo snarled and abruptly threw himself off of them. Monoma exclaimed, "Soraba." Before the boy inhaled deeply, blew, and then formed a huge circular wall of air in Bakugo's path. The goat-eyed boy chuckled, "You look pretty dumb fighting with air like that." Just as the Pomeranian blonde rushed through the wall and snatched many of their headbands. "What the?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Bakugo was quickly pulled back by Zero before he hit the ground. "I thought we said to warn us before you jumped," he said. The squad captain shouted out, "Zip it, Zero, now come on, we got more points to grab, full speed ahead," before they charged. Somewhere else, in the meantime, the two-toned boy was preparing for a major plot with Izuku and Shoto's teams. As the girl began to make two items at once, he said, "Get ready to protect us, Yaoyorozu and Kaminari." The boy with the yellow hair smiled and said, "Oh, I know what I gotta do." Izuku squinted his eyes and stared at them, wondering what they were doing. The only real question he had was, what they were up to. He muttered to his team's lead horse, "Tokiyami, when I say so, get Dark Shadow to block our front." "I got a feeling that Kaminari is about to pull something," he said. The bird boy nodded, "Right." Suddenly, a number of additional squads could be seen approaching them. Kaminari took action at that precise moment. While Dark Shadow protected his crew from the volts, Shoto pulled a special cover over himself, Momo, and Tenya that the former had manufactured. Indiscriminate shock. He cried as his quirk triggered, startling everyone around him, literally. But as soon as the assault was over, Shoto abruptly stopped everyone and took some headbands. As they avoided the ice, the Fox Sin remarked, "Figured as much, good work Tokiyami, Dark Shadow. You really got us out of a jam there." According to the teenager, "Thank you, Midoriya." But the jetpack didn't work when Izuku tried to turn it on. As they attempted to retreat from Team Todoroki, the child yelled, "Son of A," before he had an epiphany. He yelled, "Snatch," and used his quirk to draw the headbands around Todoroki's neck toward his direction. "What?" the two-toned teenager cried in disbelief as his points literally sailed out of his grasp, leaving his squad with nothing more than the 675-point headband. "Blast it all. How could I forget he can do that?" he screamed. This went on for a few minutes until there were just 3 minutes remaining. Iida said to his team commander, Todoroki. The boy said, "What is it, Iida?" As the speedster explained to the child, "I have an idea for how we can get our points back, but it'll leave me useless for a while." "A strategy? Does he have a trump card of some kind?" As he heard what was said, Izuku pondered. The boy with the bespectacles added, "I have something that will increase my speed drastically. Unfortunately, it will leave my engines stalled afterwards. When I activate it, make sure you get our points back." If you can snag the 10 million headband, then do it, he went on. That's going to be a problem. I don't see the 10 million headband on him, Momo responded. I know he still has it, since he's in first place. He must have used some other headbands to cover it up. I can't tell if it's on his head or around his neck, she said. We'll have to chance it. Shoto stated as strongly as possible. He commanded, Iida, when you're ready, go for it. Izuku flexed his hand and smiled. Here they come, he said, licking his teeth together. The Speed Team's engines suddenly exploded in flames, and he quickly propelled his crew ahead of the camera. Shoto grabbed the headbands around the Immortal's neck as they rushed past Izuku's group. Momo and Denki had a look on their faces that suggested they were still absorbing what had just transpired when they came to a stop directly behind them. Present Mike remarked, Whoa, what a blur, and it looks like Team Midoriya has lost some points to Team Todoroki, after observing the events. But, Izuku grinned as he took off the headband that was covering the 10 million headband and wrapped it around his neck, saying, Nice try, Iida. Then he tapped his forehead with the headband. He chuckled and said, But you missed. Blast. Tenya muttered a swear. The electric boy cried in shock, he actually covered it? Is that even allowed? Judges say yes. Midnight grinned in response to Izuku's strategy. We underestimated him, Momo exclaimed as she emerged, her eyes wild. With a fox-like grin that his teammates mirrored, the green-haired youngster said, You guys were too hasty, there. This is one situation where it pays to be greedy. All Might smiled at his successor's exhibition up in the booths. He's very accurate, I must say. As he watched the performance, the man acknowledged in his mind, this is one of those rare cases where greed can actually do some good. Alright guys, now we can either go for our other points, or wait until time runs out. What do you think we should do? The kid questioned his fellow players. I say we wait until time runs out. We got plenty of points already, Ochako murmured. Tokiyami nodded and said, Agreed, but that doesn't mean we should let our guard down. Izuku glanced at Shoto and remarked, Good point. However, just to be safe, before he and his group launched an attack on Shoto and his group, he declared, Let's put them on the defensive this time. Somewhere else. Team Bakugo, however, continued to pursue Monoma and his group. Bakugo shouted to his crew, Alright guys, get ready, cuz we're going in for the attack. His command was, Zero, now. Monoma giggled and the tape roll lad nodded and threw some tape past her, Right, he said. You missed, he mockingly said. Mina, cried the blonde Pomeranian. As she prepared an acid slick for the group, the girl with the pink skin smiled and said, You got it. Get ready to brace yourself, Kirishima, the red-eyed teenager exclaimed to his companion. They tried to block Monoma and his crew with an air wall, but it wasn't enough since Bakugo broke through it like it was cheap glass in one stroke and took the last headband. Way ahead of Yaman, go for it, the macho teen smiled. The audience cheered as the blonde sound hero remarked, Look at that display. Team Monoma from Class 1B couldn't keep their points from Bakugo. He's an unstoppable force, and observed the show. They certainly had good planning, but they never accounted for one factor. That factor was Bakugo's nearly endless tenacity, said Aizawa. Kirishima grinned and said, Ready to go for the 10 million points, Bakugo? As they bounded forward, the blonde smiled and said, Like you even have to ask. Let's move, people. Somewhere else. He was back with Izuku, and he and his group were attempting to keep Shoto and his teammates defensive. With only a minute or so remaining, Izuku had a thought as they rushed ahead. One for all, 5%. As he prepared to cut the air with his hand, Shoto moved to block him with his left hand, which was on fire, the child thought. The two-toned lad gaped in surprise as Izuku swung to the side and smacked his arm away. My left side? What am I doing? As he forced the flames to go out, he yelled in his head. And now you're mine, exclaimed the fox Sin, causing his crew to leap backwards by snatching a random headband. Naturally, this happened right before Bakugo and his group arrived. He cried out, Where are those points? Just as he noticed his green-haired opponent wearing a $10 million headband. He screamed, Gimme those points, Deku, and hurled his bombs at him. However, just as he got halfway there, Bakugo fell hilariously to the ground as Present Mike cried, Time's up. Izuku laughed. Izuku smiled as he held onto the headband he had grabbed and said, We win, and with 50 points to spare. Somewhere else. When the woman at Inko Midoriya's residence saw her small newborn boy win not one, but 2 rounds of the sports festival, she became quite emotional. She let out a torrent of tears and shouted out gleefully, "Wah! That's my baby." Somewhere else. He was almost thrown down as Ochako threw herself around Izuku's neck and gave him a hug in celebration of their triumph. She said with joy, "We did it, Deku, we did it." Holding his boyhood sweetheart close, the immortal cried, "Yeah, we did. Never doubt someone of my ability." Iida, meantime, was berating himself for Shoto's third-place finish. He said, sadly, "I'm sorry, I was absolutely useless back there." Momo reassured Iida, saying, "It's not your fault, Iida. None of us expected Midoriya to pull a trick like that." Shoto was staring down at his left hand in the meantime. "I immediately betrayed my own promise when I became overwhelmed. Oh my, if I keep going this way, I'll end up like him, glaring at the stands," he thought. Kirishima was conversing with Mina in the meantime. The redhead remarked, "Man, that was one hell of a match." The girl who looked alien said, "It really was, but let's be real. Midoriya winning was gonna happen, no matter what." Bakugo readily said, "Yeah, I can't really deny that. His quirk was built for something like this." Zero shrugged and said, "Hey, but at least we're moving on." Later, after the contests were over, everyone was attempting to unwind by eating lunch. However, in an empty hallway, Shoto had dragged Izuku aside and was giving him a chilly, focused look. The immortal leaned against the wall and cocked an eyebrow, asking, "Ya wanted to have a word with me?" For a whole minute there was a jarring, strained quiet between the two. The immortal, growing increasingly irritated, stated, "Listen, I'm not gonna miss my chance to have lunch just so you can stare at me all day, so either you say something, or I'm leaving." At last, he replied, "You managed to beat me again." "He speaks." The immortal said with a phony sense of joy. "Yeah, I did. First in the obstacle race, and now the cavalry battle. What's your point?" he inquired. The two-toned lad looked at his left hand once again and said, "I was overwhelmed this time, and it made me break a promise I made to myself a long time ago." "Yeah, what's up with that? You act like your left side is some sort of evil virus or something." The Thieves of Power inquired. Shoto decided to disregard the assertion. "The others didn't notice it, but I was able to feel your true power," the kid said. The fox Sin became uncomfortable when Asui added, "It's just like Asui said, your power is similar to All Might's." Shoto looked at him and said, "Midoriya, tell me. Are you actually All Might's secret love child or something?" he inquired. As he gazed at the two-toned boy with wide eyes, Izuku's jaw dropped. "Am I? What?" Before approaching the fire ice user and giving him a head cuff, he yelled in his brain. "Ow," he said, holding the struck portion in his hand. The immortal said angrily, "Can you be any more crazy? Hell no. I am not his love child. What I happen to be is his protege, dumbass," he yelled. Despite appearing irritated by being swatted, Shoto accepted the response. "Well, if that's the case, then I have even more reason to beat you," he said. "Oh yeah? And what's that?" inquired All Might's successor. With a nod, the youngster said, "My father is the #2 hero Endeavor, you must have heard of him. He's ambitious, and aims for the top, but could never replace All Might, so the symbol of peace is living proof of his failure," he continued. "Midoriya, have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" Izuku began to respond, "Yeah. They were a thing when, wait a damn minute," before he realized what he was saying. His eyes were astonished as he trailed off, "Are you telling me that?" The user of fire and ice nodded. "My old man bought my mother's family off to get a hold of her ice quirk, and put her and my siblings through hell to try and get one of us to surpass All Might. In every memory of her, I only see my mother crying. I remember one day she called my left side unbearable, before she poured boiling water on my face," he said hesitantly. Izuku's eyes were wide as she gazed at him. He thought, damn, he's been through his own personal hell. But he questioned, "And why does this concern me?" "I'm going to beat you to show to my dad that I reject his power by winning without using it, simple as that. To prove that I'm not like him," Shoto says. "Well, news flash Todoroki, but I think it's a little late for that. You're already starting to turn out like him," the immortal said simply. The child was shocked by the direct comment and questioned, "What?" "Endeavor is projecting his problems onto All Might and you and your family by proxy, and what you're doing right now is projecting your problems onto me. Your dad's obsessed with beating All Might and you're obsessed with rejecting your dad. You're already becoming like him. If you really want to show that you're not like your evidently shitty father, then stop projecting your personal problems onto me," the immortal advised him. The two-toned boy said, "That's easy for you to say. You have no idea what kind of hell we've been through because of him." The thief shot back, of course not. I'm not you after all. No matter what we are or where we come from, we all have to suffer in one way or another. He went on. I suffered when I had to live a life without one of my best friends and the guilt I had because of it. Like I said, we all have to suffer somehow, it's how we know we're human. Izuku continued. As he left, he remarked, you want to reject your dad? Fine, just don't expect me to cater to your complex. Shoto watched Izuku go, then he looked down with his fists clenched. Is he correct? Am I unintentionally becoming like him? He pondered. The two teenagers were unaware that Bakugo had overheard the entire conversation and had discreetly sighed in response to what his boyhood friend had said. A second later, he moved on. Later, everyone gathered to hear the news as the final round got underway, but they were all taken aback when they saw all of the girls in Class 1A stepping out in cheerleading attire. Present Mike was shocked and said, "Whoa, looks like the girls of Class 1A have gone full on fanservice." Denki, on the other hand, was grinning proudly as he and Tada exchanged smirks as their small scheme came to pass. King laughed and said, "Man, this was the best idea ever." He enjoyed playing uncomfortable practical jokes on his sister. He also had the added benefit of seeing Sue dressed in cheerleading attire. Momo said fiercely, "Why you tricked us? You two are gonna pay for this?" In the meantime, Izuku was observing Ochako's present appearance and was pleased with what he saw. As everyone gathered around the stage, the kid smiled and snuck up on her, saying, "I'm liking this look on you, Ochako." He purred as he said. Deku, the blushing gravity girl murmured. The fact that their acquaintance was acting so agitated about her childhood pal made the girls all laugh. "All right, everybody, the third and last game is about to start," Midnight yelled out to them. "For the final round we will be having a battle royal tournament consisting of the 4 remaining teams from the cavalry battle." "Wait, so are the final rounds always a battle tournament?" inquired Mina. "They change it up every year. Last year it was a foam sword match," Zero clarified. Prior to Ojiro abruptly raising his hand, Midnight clarified, "We'll all be drawing lots to decide on who fights first." He startled everyone by saying, "I'd like to withdraw." The immortal questioned him, "Ojiro, what the hell are you doing?" Before glancing at Shinso, the tailed boy said, "Being in the final round doesn't feel right if I can't remember how I got here to begin with. I think it was because of that guy's quirk." "You're being stupid. Seriously, are you really gonna throw an opportunity like this away because of something stupid like that?" said King. He cried out, "This is my pride I'm talking about here." The Grizzly Sin rolled his eyes and said, "Stupidity is more like it." However, for the identical reasons, a boy from Class B also desired to withdraw at that precise moment. Midnight gave them a perceptive look. "This kind of talk is incredibly naive, my boys, and that turns me on. Ojiro, Shota, you're withdrawn." Did she just say she gets aroused by that? Everyone pondered incredulously. Naturally, this resulted in the brackets being announced and the promotion of 2 Team Tetsu members. Shinso was up against Izuku. Shoto was up against Zero. Kirishima was up against Tetsu. Shiozaki was up against Kaminari. Mina was up against Aoyama. Iida was up against Mei. Momo was up against Tokiyami. And Bakugo was up against Uraraka. The girl was assured by the Pomeranian blonde, "No hard feelings, Uraraka." Meanwhile, the girl with the pink cheeks appeared to be on the verge of a heart attack. Shinso spoke to the Sin of Greed, "Looks like I'm up against you. Izuku Midoriya, right? Feeling excited?" he inquired. Izuku simply returned his smile. He opened his lips to say, "Yee," but Ojiro covered it with his tail. He cautioned, "Midoriya, don't say anything to him," as the weary-looking teenager smiled and left. Later, the first game was about to start, and All Might was in the hallway with Izuku just before he entered the stadium. "So, you ready?" inquired the man. The boy sighed and nodded, saying, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can at least try to use one for all a little, but I'm just not sure right now. Honestly, a lot of stuff went wrong with a bunch of my plans so far. I'm not sure if it's just me not being careful enough or if I'm just lucky that things didn't go completely sideways, to tell you the truth." All Might abruptly slapped him on the head before he could finish speaking. He gave a little snarl, "Shut up about that, damn it," at that. "There's no such thing as luck. If there was, then you wouldn't be here right now," he continued. Izuku gave him a quick glance before giving him a forceful shake of his head. He said to his tutor, "Right, sorry." The man said, "Good. Now, if you ever feel nervous about a fight, before using a buff," he went on, "just smile and deal with it." The immortal laughed and said, "Right. He then went to the arena that Cementos had constructed. As present Mike mumbled to himself about Izuku's pretty menacing photo on the stadium monitor, he yelled, coming out first is, "Man, he looks intimidating in that picture. Izuku Midoriya, the undead from the hero course." As Shinso approached and unbuttoned his jacket before throwing it away, exposing his well-defined muscles, Izuku grinned as he emerged onto the stadium. "Alright boys, the rules are simple. You can go all out to try and force your opponent out, incapacitate them, or make them cry uncle. But no life-threatening crap, got it?" Mike clarified. Izuku stretched, his muscular body stretching with each movement, and he scoffed carelessly as he cracked his neck and knuckles. Because of his level of fitness, several unmarried female audience members blushed a little. Meanwhile, Uraraka took in the scene. She licked her lips a little and thought, "Oh, what'd I do to eat off those abs? She is a teenage girl with hormones, you know. Let her rest." Shinso said, "So you can just give up, huh? To attract the immortal's attention. In a way, this is a test to see how strong your spirit is," he said. "That monkey was going on about his pride earlier, but I think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that." The kid said, "If you know what you want your future to hold, you can't worry about what others think. So honestly, dumbasses like him don't deserve to be heroes," he said rudely. Izuku growled and started to stalk the idiot who had the audacity to disparage his companion. He began to say, "You have no re," when his body abruptly seized up. Shinso grinned and said, "And that's it, I win." Everyone stared at him in disbelief at this. Hey, what's this? It's the first round and for some reason, Midoriya has suddenly been frozen solid," Mike answered. "What on earth is going on? Why am I unable to move?" Izuku thought as he attempted, but was unable, to control his body. It didn't look good. Stadium for the tournament. Shinzo's brainwashing quirk suddenly seized hold of Izuku, and he stood there paralyzed. What the fuck? As he attempted to move his body, he thought angrily. Tada questioned with panic and bewilderment, "What's going on down there? Why did he stop?" "Whoa. Hey. What's this? It seems Shinzo has Midoriya completely stunned. Could this be a quirk at work?" Mike said. Shinzo gave Izuku a scowl. "If I win, I'll be able to make a name for myself, so I can't lose. As for you, Izuku Midoriya, the Fox Sin, you're lucky to have been so blessed with your quirk," he remarked insultingly. "Now walk out of bounds like a good little hero." To everyone's surprise, Izuku turned and started walking without his will to the edge of the arena, but all he could do was shake fiercely in his head. Mike exclaimed, "Huh? He's obeying Shinzo." Bakugo shouted, "Deku, what are you doing?" Tada and Iida shouted, "You'll lose if you walk out of bounds." Uraraka said, "Come on, snap out of it," loudly. Even though Izuku wanted to follow his friend's advice, his body continued to resist. "How in the world am I going to get out of this, damn it?" As he got closer to the arena's edge, the green-haired teenager thought angrily as he attempted to regain control of his body. "I didn't travel this far only to have my head fucked by a jerk," he gave a mental growl. Although All Might's vocal attempts to communicate with his student were not heard by the sin of greed, they did set off a chain of events. The green-haired immortal was suddenly confronted by the identical remnants that had freed him from Tada's fossilization, and he felt one for all slowly go through his body and into his middle finger before. Boom! He broke his finger and released himself from Shinzo's hold by firing a final blast at the ground. Izuku gasped as he spun around and confronted Shinzo, who was gritting his teeth in rage and had a deadly expression on his face. He flipped his opponent off with his regenerating middle finger. Then he hissed, "Nice try. You got a lot of nerve brainwashing me, punk." "What the? How did he manage to escape?" Shinzo was stunned as he stared at Izuku when all of a sudden the green-haired boy pulled his three-parts staff towards his hand with snatch. He then began to move in the direction of the other boy, but vanished a foot distant. Where did he go? His head whipped around, searching for him before he thought. Smack! Glaring at him, the immortal gave him the backhand. Everyone gasped in surprise at what the youngster had just done, and Shinzo stumbled aside as he spun around with his weapon ready. Mike remarked as he observed the scene, "Wow, Midoriya's not happy about what happened to him one bit, and it shows." Bakugo shrugged and said, "I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be, either." Izuku scowled more as he swung his staff at Shinzo once more. Then, using snatch, he grabbed the child by the throat and carried him over to Shinzo before slamming his knee into his face. "Gah!" he exclaimed, holding his face as he stumbled backward, but before he could gather his breath, Izuku began to scream at him with his staff, swatted the brainwashing child into the air, wrapped his weapon around Shinzo's neck, and kicked him in the back with both legs before he was back on his feet. The immortal questioned, "What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be strong? How the hell did you escape my quirk? You're not even allowed to defend yourself." The purple-haired teenager asked angrily. Having decided that responding to him would return him to his opponent's control, Izuku grinned but said nothing. The Fox Sin grabbed Shinzo by the collar as he attempted to stand up, pushed their foreheads together, and then punched him hard in the gut before launching him to the opposite side of the arena with an uppercut kick to the chin. As he observed the match, the sound hero smiled and exclaimed, "Wow! Midoriya's showing no mercy, look at him go." Aizawa pointed to the man and said, "This is why the entrance exams are irrational." He went on, examining the information of both boys. Shinzo's quirk is extremely powerful, but due to the practical exam consisting of battles against robots, his quirk was left untested and unfairly graded. Additionally, in situations where Midoriya didn't use his quirk, he was still leagues ahead of Shinzo. "So with or without powers, it's not much of a contest here," he said. Mike grinned, saying, "Nice commentary," he said. "Wait, hold on, what's Midoriya doing now?" As the immortal approached Shinzo, who was lying flat on his back with his arms folded and his foot tapping anxiously. "Come on, get up. If you think I'm gonna play dirty and kick you while you're down, you're mistaken. We're ending this fair and square," the kid said. "Or do you want to give up? Either's fine with me, man. I just don't want to put you in the hospital. I mean, I don't like being a jerk to new people. It really turns my stomach." Shinto could only give him a mild stare. Although he was grateful for the gesture, he was aware that he had no chance against someone as skilled as Izuku when he was at his best. So, really, there was only one thing he could do. The boy stood up and gripped his left ribcage after saying, "I really appreciate your sportsmanship, Midoriya, but I think we both know that this fight is pretty much over." Before turning to face Midnight, he groaned in agony and continued, "Besides, I'm pretty sure that last hit bruised my ribs." He said to her, "I yield." Pointing her flogging whip at Izuku, Midnight nodded. "Shinzo has yielded, that means Midoriya moves on to the next round," she says. Following the news, the audience roared and eagerly anticipated the following game. Izuku glanced at the purple-haired boy as he left. He yelled out, "Hey, Shinzo," as the boy with the limp turned around. He gave the boy the thumbs up and said, "If you do get into the hero course, just know I'll be looking forward to working with you." After blinking, Shinto returned his smile. He laughed and walked on to the infirmary, saying, "Hey, right back at you." Later, after the match, he was back with Izuku in the hall with All Might. "All Might, I saw them again, the vestiges. The past users were the ones who helped me back there," the blonde said. The now gaunt man asked, "Wait, again? It happened once before?" Izuku nodded and said, "Yeah, back when King fossilized me. They helped me break out of that too." I don't think you have anything to worry about. It happened to me, too. This is a sign that One for All is getting closer to becoming your own. The fact that it happened twice indicates that it's happening at a faster rate. The peace symbol thought. "Wow, okay." He gave a nod. After that, he put his jacket back on gradually before turning to go. As he fled, he called, "I'll need to see who I fight next. See you later." All Might grinned as he disappeared. "It appears that selecting him to be my successor was a wise decision on my part," he thought, laughing. Somewhere else, Shoto saw his father waiting for him as he made his way down the hall to his battle against Zero. He asked stoically, "What do you want, you bastard?" Endeavor gave him a fierce glance and then turned away. He admonished the boy, "You're acting disgracefully, Shoto. If you'd simply used the power of your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in the first 2 matches. It's time for you to end this childish rebellion. You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece, the masterpiece to beat All Might." Shoto's right hand was covered in ice, and he twitched before slamming it against Endeavor's wall, freezing his back to it. "Shut up. I'm not your masterpiece, I'm not your tool, and I won't do what you say. So keep your mouth shut, and stop projecting your problems onto me, coward," he yelled. Endeavor saw his son leave after using his quirk to break the ice that was holding him to the wall. With a furious expression on his face, he thought as Shoto made his way to the arena, "It won't matter. You'll find out the limitations of your right side soon enough." And here they are, folks. Our next 2 finalists. He's got some incredible skills at the expense of having really creepy looking elbows. From the hero course, it's Honta Zero, announced Mike. While waiting for the game to begin, the boy was stretching. Zero thought, that was uncalled for. As the two-toned child stood motionless, the blond man yelled, and his opponent. The kid who knows how to give people a mean cold shoulder, also from the hero course. It's Shiro Todoroki. Ready? Begin, he shouted out. Shiro quickly wrapped Shoto's torso with his tape before swinging his arms around him. I don't think I'll win, but I don't feel like losing either, man, he laughed. With an angry expression, Shoto murmured, apologies, before hurling a huge wave of ice at Shiro. Shiro stared at the wave in horror before being frozen, and then a huge glacier formed behind him. Aizawa's eyes were wide, while Mike, up in the commentator's booth, stared at the arena through misaligned spectacles. They all had to recline in disbelief at what had just transpired in Class 1A's booth. The same was true of the crowd. What had just taken place? Shiro was frozen in a glacier by Todoroki. In the meantime, Izuku was unfortunate enough to have his right eye pierced by one of the ice's sharp tips. Todoroki, that's not cool at all. He gave a mental growl. For heaven's sake, he wasn't even fighting at the moment. With half of her body locked in the attack, Midnight said, Shiro, can you move? Does it look like I can? The tape boy said, shivering from its place in the ice. She declared, Todoroki advances. Shiro is immobilized. Now get me out of this ice, and then demanded her release. As Shoto approached Shiro to thaw him out, the crowd in the stands abruptly began chanting, nice try, and, don't worry about it, in an attempt to lift his spirits. Sorry, I was just angry is all, he said, his apology sincere. Later, after the ice was removed from the arena, Kaminari faced up against Ibara Shiozaki from Class 1B. A pretty lady with thorny vines for hair. Because of her inherent beauty, she may have easily been mistaken for a dryad from Greek mythology. She looks stunning, man. The electric lad thought, perhaps I should ask her out, after I win, that is. However, those vines are likely to cut off my electricity, so perhaps I should try to approach close, he pondered. Kaminari said to the girl with the green hair, hey, Shiozaki, right? Yes. The girl asked in a courteous manner. How about after this is over, we go out for something? I'd be happy to treat you to a bite, and comfort you after your loss, he replied. As Mike started the bout, Kaminari ran towards Shiozaki just as she dropped some vines to try to stop him. "'Cause this is gonna be over in 5 seconds, honey." He smiled as he prepared to dash towards her, his electricity coating his body and crackling everywhere. However, they failed to notice him as he slipped past the vine wall and caught her off guard at her right flank. He smirked before slipping on his knees in her direction. "I saw you use a move like that when we were in the same group during the entrance exams. And I learned this slide move from watching Ida during training." As he struck Shiozaki in the stomach with an electrically charged punch, he yelled, "And I learned at the USJ attack that my quirk can do the most damage, at close range. Special move. 1.3 million volts. Electric slide punch." Shiozaki felt the volts go through her body and screamed in anguish as the hit struck. When it was done, she fell to her knees, gasping for air, her arms and legs trembling. Then, worn out from the shock, she collapsed out of bounds on her back. Midnight yelled, "Shiozaki is out of bounds." She went on to say, "Kaminari is the winner." Kaminari said foolishly as his special move caused his brain to short-circuit. Iida remarked, "I must say, that was an unexpected outcome." Jiro nodded and said, "Yeah, who knew the doofus was a learner?" She was impressed by the blonde's ability to plan, even though it was still incredibly foolish of him to use all of his power at once, but it was still typical Kaminari. Iida and Hatsume came next. Additionally, it appears that the engine boy received some assistance equipment, but Midnight seemed to have a problem with it. "No support gear allowed unless you specifically request it," she said. "But Aoyama and Midoriya had theirs, so I thought it was fine," Iida objected. The woman informed him, they filled out the correct forms. Iida let out a dismaying sigh. "I apologize. It's just that I was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. She had offered to give me this gear so it would be a fair fight, and I just wanted to honor her offer by wearing this gear," the kid clarified. At his words, the heroine, who was at least 18, blinked before smiling. "Oh, such youthful vigor," exclaimed the woman, obviously aroused. As she told him, "I'll allow it." The erased hero questioned, "Is this even allowed?" Present Mike sighed and said, "Well, we're all on the same page, so I guess so." Izuku believed that something was wrong, but Iida immediately began to run in Hatsume's direction. Thesis sportsmanship was quite different from Hatsume's. The only explanation he could think of for this was, He muttered to himself, oh geez, Iida's pride is going to take a hit after this. Then an unforeseen event occurred. Hatsume spoke into a headset. I bet your legs feel lighter than usual, don't they, Iida? Aizawa asked, does she have speakers? Iida ran to her and said, what on earth? She grinned as Iida approached her before a hydraulic rod lifted her off the ground and tripped him up. Those leg harnesses make your legs lighter and stronger to make your speed even better than ever. She smiled and added, and my hydrologic attachments can keep me out of his reach. What in the world is going on? Iida exclaimed, using the wings on his leash to help him spin around and stay inside the line. However, she was pulled away by another metal rod before he could attempt to tackle her. I have sensors in every direction. It's impossible for anyone to sneak up on me, Hatsume grinned. After a few minutes of this gear exchange demonstration, Hatsume purposefully went out of limits and declared Iida the winner. Basically, she was using her as a prop. Later, Aoyama and Mina came next, and it goes without saying that this looked like an intriguing contest. Bakugo said to the redhead, hey Kirishima, didn't you say you and Pinky went to the same preschool and middle school? Yeah. Why? Inquired Kirishima. The blonde said, just want to be sure. Aoyama continued to try to fire Mina with his laser as she skated around in the arena, her acid quirk destroying the floor. As he continued to fire his laser, the strangely glittering child claimed, it would be best to give up, Mon Chéri, you can't beat me. Mina grinned as she continued to gracefully dodge the lasers, saying, yeah, but we were on the same team back in battle training, so I know everything about your quirk, Aoyama. The blonde shot back, I could say the same about you. The pink girl said, yeah, but I know your weakness. Aoyama soon developed stomach pains from using his quirk excessively. So he moaned, oh, my tummy. Mina took advantage of the opportunity to hurl a drop of acid at his belt, causing part of it to strike his pants and cause them to fall. Izuku was unsure whether or not to laugh. She screamed, and now, an uppercut. As she gave him one, Mina was declared the winner. Later, Momo and Tokiyami headed to the ring for their bout after that round. Izuku glanced between the two and, thanks to the latter's peculiarity, had a clear notion of how it would conclude. The immortal pondered, Tokiyami's quirk is great for attacks and defense, so he's bound to have this in the bag. The two 1A student duos across from each other in the arena. Tokiyami called forth Dark Shadow to attack Momo at the beginning of the contest. Momo used a shield to repel the beast and had to do this thrice until she produced a little bow staff. But before she could strike, Dark Shadow launched a full-force blow directly at Momo's shield, sending her tumbling to the rear of the arena before she could go out of bounds. Midnight yelled, Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Tokiyami moves on to the next round. While the audience applauded, the creation girl cast a defeated glance at the floor. As she turned to go, she muttered, I didn't even get to attack. Later, Kirishima versus Tetsu came next. In this corner we have a passionate, manly fighter made of steel. It's Class 1B's Tetsu, Mike said. Bring it on. Tetsu screamed resolutely. As the redhead made his way to the arena, the sound hero exclaimed, and in the other corner, we have another passionate, manly fighter made of rock. It's Class 1A's Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima hissed in shock, seriously? Even our intros are the same? Izuku, meantime, was recording the battles. As he typed, Uraraka muttered notes to write down and questioned, what you writing, Deku? Before turning to face her, the fox Sin blinked. The lad showed her a section dedicated to her, with a sticker of a small fox curled up in a heart shape and another fox next to her name. Just writing down notes. I've got everyone in our class along with students from other classes. A detailed drawing of her wearing her costume is also included. As she saw what he had, the gravity girl thought the sticker was adorable and blushed at the amount of care he had placed into her. As she looked over the notes, she thought, wow, he really got a lot. However, his obvious drive in comparison to hers made her feel a little self-conscious. After a few minutes, Kirishima and Tetsu were still fighting, and when Iida, Izuku, and King entered the waiting room, Uraraka was sitting there with a very anxious expression on her face. Feeling terrified, the speedster exclaimed, what's with that scary face? And climbed out. At once, Tada drifted in her direction. The girl answered, my face? Oh, it's nothing, just my nerves. With whom you're fighting, I honestly don't blame you sis, King murmured, holding his twin in his arms. But I'm sure Bakugo won't use the full power of his explosions on a girl, would he? Iida responded. Izuku bitterly nodded, he would. Kachan doesn't believe in that gender stereotype crap. So he's gonna go all out, girl or no. But he probably won't go overboard since we're old friends, hopefully, Tada attempted to explain politely. The blunt statement from Uraraka was, "You're not helping." Then Izuku pulled out his notebook. Ochako interrupted him by putting one of her finger pads to his lips and shushing him. "Listen, I know it may not be much, but at least let me share a way for you to win with your quirk with you. Besides, it's the least I can." She proceeded to the door and gave him the thumbs up, saying, "Thank you, Deku, but I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm a big girl now, I can take care of myself. I'll see you in the finals if you win." She smiled nervously and tensely. "Show Kachan what you're made of, Ochako." The immortal smiled. As she walked away, the girl nodded. However, Izuku's smile vanished as soon as she left, and he tightened his teeth and fists, forming a sneer in its place. Within earshot of King and Iida, Izuku said, "I swear, if he gives her permanent damage, I'm gonna kill him." The boy with the spear remarked, "Whoa, chill. It won't go that far." However, he didn't seem to be sure of what he was saying. As they escorted him out of the room, Iida said, "Calm down, Midoriya. Come on, let's get you something to drink to calm your nerves." Bakugo, however, let out a frustrated groan as they headed for the vending machine. "I won't kill her, but I won't hold back either. It's that easy," he thought as he turned to leave. Even with his pals, Katsuki Bakugo wasn't willing to start caving in to other people's wishes just yet. Sitting with the others, Izuku tried to relax by drinking Best Jeanist Blue Raspberry Ale, a Ramune-flavored soda with a hero motif, which is one of his favorite sodas. However, it was sadly having little to no success. "Izuku, relax, it won't be that horrible," Kaminari attempted to reassure Izuku. The green-haired boy remarked, "Easy for you to say, you don't know Kachan like I do. He isn't just competent and competitive, he's also a closet sadist," he continued. King gave this a nod. The self-proclaimed Fairy King shuddered and added, "Yeah, I remember when he and the rest of his posse used to gang up on me and kick me around like a kickball when we were kids." Tsuyu inquired, "Should we be worried, out of fear for Ochako's security?" Tokiyami nodded and said, "Knowing Bakugo? I don't doubt it." Bakugo and Uraraka were waiting for Mike to begin the match down at the arena. Bakugo grinned at the girl in front of him and said, "So, you're still here, huh, pink cheeks?" With a resolute expression, Ochako shot back, "If you expect me to turn and run, then you're wrong." While Mike was calling the match, the blonde said to her, "Okay, just know that I'm not holding anything back." After that, Uraraka decided to wait until Bakugo fired his preferred right punch and began running in his direction, and after he did, boom! When she knee slid like Kaminari did with Shiozaki beneath his arm and toward his back as smoke encircled them, the explosion he had aimed directly at her missed its target. Whoa! Uraraka's getting up close and personal, or at least trying to. Can she pull it off? The present Mike was wondering. Bakugo searched the smoke for her, reacting when he caught a sight of her jacket. He smashed his hand down on it and exclaimed, "Got you," until he discovered it was only a jacket. He exclaimed, "Huh?" At that time, Uraraka emerged from the smoke behind him. If he can't touch me, he can't beat me. As she leapt at him from behind, she thought. Bakugo darted at her right with a backhand stroke, but before the force could knock her back, she imitated a move she had seen Tada employ, allowing the momentum to lift her into the air before shifting positions. She landed directly on Bakugo's shoulders a few seconds later and encircled his neck with her legs. What are you doing?" shocked the Pomeranian. He tried to get her off, but the girl responded, "You remember how I used to do this when we were kids? Well, surprise. Here it is again." Tada mimicked Izuku's smile as he remarked, "Oh man, I almost forgot about that trick." The grizzly bear laughed and said, "Man, Bakugo used to hate it when she did that." The remainder of the class looked at one another, perplexed. The remainder of the class nodded in agreement as Fumikage said, "I feel like I'm missing something here." The fox Sin said to them, "Just watch. You'll see what we mean." Uraraka took Bakugo by the hair and yanked him to the left, causing him to stumble and fall, before she leapt off of him and allowed him to fall face first on the ground. Ochako chuckled, "Huh, man, I missed doing that." Bakugo spat out a pebble and stared at her. "You are so dead," he cried, kicking himself in the direction of her like he had done during battle training. Then, like Izuku did to Tada during training, Uraraka Judo slammed him onto the ground after blocking it with her shoulder and putting her arm around his leg to make it weightless. The sound hero winced and said, "Oh, that's gotta hurt." Tada nodded and said, He's not wrong. Before he began whirling himself in midair with explosions and sending debris everywhere. Bakugo gave a pained howl. But as she let him go, Uraraka started gathering them and making them float without his knowledge. The explosive Pomeranian began to breathe heavily and landed in a superhero landing stance on the ground. "Where the fuck did you learn moves like that?" he yelled. The gravity girl shrugged as she prepared herself, saying, "I decided to take up martial arts training to help use my quirk effectively after me and Tada moved. I'd say it paid off." Growling, the blonde said, "So it would seem." He thought, damn, she's definitely not the same mochi girl from back there. Choosing to attack, he began exploding himself in a corkscrew in her direction, nailing her in the stomach with a blast before repeatedly striking her until she fell to the ground and more debris floated above. With a "I ain't going down" expression on her face, Uraraka stood up shakily and wiped the perspiration from her cheek before checking the location of her pebbles in the camera's reflected surface. Her focus was briefly disrupted, though, when several people began jeering Bakugo for injuring a girl who was clearly nearing her breaking point. "Those stupid fools." Izuku became enraged. He opened his mouth to shout, but Aizawa interrupted. "Where is the man who started this uproar?" he screamed. "Are you a pro? Because if you are and are saying such patronizing things with a straight face, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career," he said. Everyone's jeering of Bakugo stopped as a result. In contrast, Izuku appeared somewhat more composed than before. Bakugo's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He realizes that Uraraka seems to know hand-to-hand combat, so he's trying his best to keep her at bay. Aizawa continued. "But the thing is, she didn't start going until we both moved to live on our own when we graduated middle school." Tada made the point. "These classes aren't free, so she's only really familiar with the basics," he continued. "Which means she's nowhere near Bakugo's level." "Unfortunately," moaned Izuku. Ochako was on her final breath, back with the two warriors. "All right, Bakugo. I believe it's about time." The girl raised her hands and let out a deep sigh. "And thank you for keeping your eyes on me." Before she let go of the pebbles, the boy said, "What do you?" She pressed her fingertips together, causing it to begin showering meteors, and murmured, "Release." As the rocks began to fall, Izuku exclaimed, "What the hell?" One of them struck him in the head. He yelled, "Ow." Bakugo stood in the middle of it, and Ochako began to bobble and weave through it, trying to get near to him while using the falling rubble as shelter and a distraction. "This is my opportunity. I can't waste any more time." As she approached, she thought. However, the blonde lifted his arm and detonated a huge explosion that blew her backwards just as she was ready to touch Bakugo's chest. The debris was likewise destroyed as a result. The immortal facepalmed and moaned, "Oh crap." Bakugo grasped Ochako's now twitching arm as his muscles contracted to halt the process of an imminent stress fracture, causing him to fall to the ground in a heap. After exhaling with relief, he glared at her and said, "That was close. That was a gutsy move, Uraraka." "I gotta admit, I wasn't expecting it," he stated. As she stumbled to her feet, the girl moaned, "Glad I could surprise you, but I'm not done yet," she said as she worked to advance. "I have to win, for my mom and my dad, so I won't lose." Bakugo was taken aback by this. King and Izuku had spoken about the Uraraka's poor performance. In King's words, being poorer than poor. However, he was unaware that it was making her exert so much effort. He thought, didn't expect it to be this bad. Nevertheless, he accepted her will and made the decision to keep fighting in order to honor their friendship from childhood and her tenacity. As they sprinted at one another, the lad said, "Then let's finish this, Uraraka." But he stopped as her legs gave up and she began to collapse. Izuku mumbled, "Ochako," with concern. Midnight went to check on the brunette after she collapsed to the ground from tiredness. She declared, "Uraraka is co-ed. The winner is Katsuki Bakugo." Iida sighed, "At least she tried." Tada also sighed. The boy remarked, "She's gonna be devastated." Uraraka was transferred to Recuperation Girl, but Izuku remained silent as he stood up and began to move into the waiting area. However, he ran into Bakugo before he could get to it. The Pomeranian began to speak, but the green-haired teenager interrupted with a hand. He went on to walk, saying, "I'd rather not talk right now." Bakugo asked, "That plan Uraraka used? That was one of your plans, wasn't it?" "It looked like it. You were always pretty crafty," he continued. The immortal stopped and said, "No, that plan wasn't mine. She came up with that all on her own. I had nothing to do with it," he continued. Before continuing to walk, he said, "Now if you'll excuse me, I need to check up on her." Bakugo inquired, "Have you told her about how you feel yet?" Izuku looked down and paused. He groaned and said, "No, it's not the right time yet." Bakugo replied, "Well, you better find the right time soon, before leaving," he went on, "before someone else does." Izuku let out a sigh, realizing that Bakugo was correct. However, he was also aware that this was not the appropriate moment. He reached the waiting area a few seconds later and saw Uraraka seated there with some bandages wrapped around her right arm and neck and a bit of gauze taped to her cheek. The gravity girl said, "Oh, hey Deku." After giving her a quick glance, Izuku approached her and touched the gauze-covered area of her cheek. "Do your injuries still hurt?" he inquired worriedly. Recovery girl got the serious ones. "I still have a few cuts and bruises since she didn't want to drain all of my stamina, but I'll live," she responded with a sigh. After that, Izuku held her against his chest and allowed her to hear his heartbeat. As she relaxed in his hug with a contented sigh, Ochako was taken aback but chose not to protest and ignored her ringing phone. He said to her, "I do worry about you. You know that, right?" She groaned in pain as the still fresh second-degree burn and bruise on her stomach flared up again when he forced her to look at him, but she answered him, "I know." "Sorry." He said to her, "Open your mouth." The girl was a little perplexed, but she complied and loudly, "Awed." Then Izuku drew blood with his thumb by biting down on it, then allowed it to fall into her mouth. When Ochako felt her wounds heal and her strength return, she was genuinely shocked that he was forcing her to drink his blood. When she was recovered, she asked, What? My blood has healing properties. As long as the person's blood type is compatible with mine, I can heal pretty much any injuries they have by making them ingest my blood." She was told by the sin of greed. She informed him, "I guess I'm compatible, then. I'm blood type B+. He nodded and began carefully removing her clothes and bandages, saying, "Good. I'm type O," he said, "I better get going." "And Ochako?" "Yeah," she asked, and he gave her another hug while gently stroking her hair. The bell for the second round rang, and he told her, "I promise, I'll win this for you, even if it kills me." Then he began walking toward it. But he ran into Endeavor, the last person he wanted to see, on his way to the arena. The Fox Sin questioned the man in the most direct and abrupt manner imaginable, asking, "What the fuck are you doing here?" Endeavor only stared at him, seemingly unfazed by his abruptness. "I was looking for you. I saw how your quirk works, and I must say, I'm impressed, being able to steal anything from your enemies, including their own strength. Creating massive gusts of wind and feats of speed and strength just by moving, and immortality as well." Endeavor says, "I must point out though, that second one reminds me of All Might. It's intriguing to me in that regard, to say the least," he said. The boy sneered, "Fascinating." He started to go, but Endeavor stopped him, saying, "Now if that's all, I got a match to go to, so fuck off." According to the man, "I'm not done yet. It's my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might. So your fight will help me see how much training he needs. So go all out on him, don't disgrace him or yourself by holding back." Sighing, the immortal said, "Unbelievable." He squared up to the man and said, "If you think I'm All Might, then you're as sadly mistaken as Shoto is. That being said, Todoroki also isn't you, so stop treating him like he's some sort of tool. He's a person, not some power fantasy." Izuku finished speaking and left before he could say anything else. "And another thing, Endeavor. I know a lot about sins. In fact, one of the reasons I have my nickname is because I was too greedy. For what I won't say, but I will say this. Real sins never go away, no matter what you do. And what you've done, it's the worst kind of sin anyone can commit against their own blood." He continued as he left. Somewhere else, when Tata entered, Ochako was going to pick up her phone to call her father again. The youngster floated in on his pillow and said, "Hey Dad, I'm gonna put you on speaker so you guys can talk to Ochako and me at the same time, okay?" King was able to put them on speaker since he possessed a smartphone, unlike his sister. Their father said, "All right Tata, Ochako, can you hear me?" Ochako nodded and said, "Yeah, loud and clear." Then she informed him bravely, "I'm sorry, Dad. I failed. You lost Ochako, but that doesn't mean you can't try again. And besides, me and your mom are still in shock about how you were able to go up against Katsuki like that. Used to be that you two were scared to death of him." The man laughed. He heard his wife say, "Dear, don't tease them. The pink-cheeked girl gulped as tears ran from her eyes, saying, I know. It's just, I want to give you guys an easy life as soon as I can, that's all. You deserve it. King hugged his sister, placing his hand on her shoulder. He nodded and said, same. There's no need to rush you two. I know just by all of this you're well on your ways to becoming great heroes. Their dad responded, so enjoy your time at UA, you've got time. He said. Yes, also, how have you two been doing with catching up with Katsuki and Izuku? Their mother responded. The Grizzly Sin answered, I think we're doing pretty well, but with quirks like theirs, we have a long way to go. Ochako nodded and then blushed as she recalled what Izuku had done for her just minutes before. It would be challenging to explain this to Tata without him becoming irate. Somewhere else, when he returned to the ring with Izuku, he discovered Shoto waiting for him. Here they are folks, in this corner is the immortal thief from Class 1A. It's the sin of greed himself, Izuku Midoriya, Mike said, and in the second corner his opponent, the hot and cold adversary from the same class. It's Shoto Todoroki. Trying to think of a way to attack each other, the two powerful combatants stared into each other's eyes. Before a conflict started, it was a warning approach. After a time, Izuku made the decision to speak. I ran into your old man on the way here. He's a real moron, he said. Then you know that in order for me to split myself from him I must not use my left side. Shoto replied. The Sin informed him, no, I still think that's asinine. But I'll let you realize that on your own, or maybe I'll push you, whichever. The two-toned child responded, I won't let that happen. He took a stance. Before he prepared his staff, the immortal began removing and discarding his jacket, saying, don't make promises you can't keep. Begin, shouted Mike. Shoto yelled, now, as he bombarded Izuku with ice. With a sly smile, the scarred teenager began whirling his staff around and charged his arms with one for all. He shouted, Fox Hunt, as he began to slice the ice with condensed blades of air, sending parts flying back towards the two-tone boy in the stands above, with one piece of ice striking Bakugo in the process. He squawked, ow, and the others gave a little laugh. He screamed angrily, damn it, Deku. Watch where you're swinging that thing. Shoto saw Izuku's arms tense and tremble as he shielded his face from the ice. That probably meant that they had just completed their stress fracture regeneration. The Pyro-Cryomancer remarked, so I was right, you're willing to hurt yourself in order to beat me. You must either be really crazy, or really stupid. Izuku shrugged and said, maybe I'm both. Who's to say? Shoto simply launched another attack without replying. He shouted, here we go again. Fox Hunt, and swung his staff in a circle, blowing Shoto back until he stopped himself just short of the boundary of the arena. However, Izuku was not visible once the fog lifted. He began to question, what? Where did? Before he was struck in the stomach. With 10% of one for all, Izuku struck Todoroki in the midsection with a sweeping sidekick. It was so strong that Shoto collided into the ice wall behind him, causing the wall to break. The sound hero grinned broadly and cried, wow. Midoriya's not showing any mercy. Look at him go. Izuku skidded to a stop as the lad leapt back to escape being frozen to the ground by a punch, and then began to flex his arms and hands like he typically did when he was sapping someone's strength. He quickly began to bulk up as green mist began to stream into him from everyone in his vicinity. Izuku, who was still absorbing power, said, you know what your problem is, Todoroki. Even if you have that powerful quirk of yours, you're still woefully behind all of us because you refuse to use your full power. He went on, and on top of that, your reliance on your quirk makes you a terrible fighter at close range. His muscles grew considerably stronger as he completed using up all the energy his body could muster, and he now stood at Shoji's height. Hunter Fest, he exclaimed, leaning nearly back and letting his tongue hang out of his mouth while his eyes went glassy. Ah yeah, now that's more like it. He exclaimed with joyful exultation. Bakugo sighed, oh boy. I see Hot's in a real pickle now. The two-toned boy wanted that, so he made a huge spike of ice that skewered Izuku in his arms, froze them, and locked him in place. Izuku smiled maniacally as he flung himself towards Shoto with Crazy Hunt. As he pointed his fingers at Shoto, the Fox Sin growled and launched a Delaware smash at him, sending him flying backwards enough for Izuku to dislocate both of his shoulders and tear off both of his arms in order to escape. Before sharing his personal opinions, Present Mike blasted, what the? Midoriya just ripped his own arms off to get free. How much punishment can he take? No, seriously. How much can the kid take? Izuku's regeneration speed was halted in that finger as he delivered another Delaware smash to Todoroki just as his arms were growing back quickly. This went on for a few minutes, with Izuku's smashes repelling ice showers and close-quarters attacks until he was able to retrieve his staff. He could hardly hold it once he grabbed it, though, because his fingers were purple and cracked up, and their regeneration was slower than usual because of the ongoing injuries. Shoto's condition remained unchanged. He was beginning to get hypothermia as a result of using his right side excessively, and the frost covering that side was impeding his ability to move and attack quickly. Izuku whirled his staff around to get Shoto to stand again while air blades were aimed at him, saying, "Well, nothing like a few broken bones to help charge the senses." He became aware of the frost at that point. He remarked, "You're trembling, Todoroki." The two-tone teen shakily responded, "What does that have to do with anything? It's easy to forget that quirks are physical abilities. I mean, look at me, my hands are totally busted and aren't regenerating as fast because I keep interrupting it." The immortal said, "As for you, there's a limit to how much cold you can handle. Normally you'd compensate with your fire, but you're refusing. So you're suffering for it." After allowing his left hand to fully heal, Izuku gripped it into a fist. "Quit screwing around, and come at me with everything you got. I'm doing the same, and so should you," he screamed. Shoto clenched his teeth and launched an attack, but it wasn't as swift as it had been. As he continued to fight the sin of greed, he screamed, "You want my fire? Did my monster of a dad tell you to say that? Now I'm mad." Everyone in the stands was amazed at how much harm and suffering Izuku was causing to himself. As the two youngsters kept fighting, Cementos in particular made the decision to call this into Midnight. The cement hero asked, "Midnight, should we step in? I know Midoriya accepts the pain, but this is getting out of hand. Even with his regeneration abilities, those injuries are bad. He may end up having lasting damage that even it can't fix." All of this occurred as Shoto abruptly stabbed the broccoli-haired boy in the chest with an ice spike he had made on his palm. Shoto snarled, "I refuse to use my left side." Then, as Izuku began frantically clawing himself along the length of the ice spike toward him, he gasped in surprise. The immortal, taller than the youngster because of Hunterfest, snarled as he approached him, "You don't get it, you just don't get it, do you, Todoroki? It's your quirk, not his," he screamed, striking Shoto's left shoulder and collarbone with a hammer fist. "Gah!" The other teenager stumbled back, grunting. Izuku's right hand was at last healing itself, but it was taking a long time because of the severity of his wounds and the strain that Hunterfest was putting on his body. As he glared at the fire ice user, he thought, "This fight needs to end soon." Izuku's comments caused a lengthy forgotten memory of Shoto's mother to resurface, and he fell on the ground and fought to get back up. As he recalled All Might's statement that only you could decide what to make of your own quirk, the woman's words resonated, "Shoto, you are not tied down to your lineage. Stay true to yourself and I promise you'll make us all proud." Something stirred in him at the memory, and his left side began to steam before exploding into a huge cyclone of fire. Izuku gave the screen a startled glance before breaking into a broad smile. He smiled and said, "Now that's more like it." Shoto inquired, "Why are you smiling?" Izuku's right hand finally fixed itself sufficiently that he could move it without difficulty, and he said, "In this hopeless situation, why would you smile? You must be crazy." Like nunchucks, Izuku whirled his staff in a circle. "Who says it's hopeless? I mean, look at me, Todoroki, you haven't managed to put a single scratch on me yet." He chided, "So come at me with all you've got." The child shot back, ignoring Endeavor's ranting about his mission, "Then don't blame me for what happens next." "Get him, Izuku," shouted Tada. Iida went on, "You can win, Midoriya, you can do it." Bakugo screamed, "Deku, you idiot. You better not lose, will you? I believe in you, Deku. I know you can do it." Ochako called. The sin of greed felt his resolve and motivation increase as he heard his friend's words of encouragement. This had to be him. He needed to make his life worthwhile. As the two got ready to launch their final attacks, Shoto began to release all of his fire and ice powers at once, while Izuku began to channel all of the power he had stolen plus 100% of One for All straight into his staff. This shot energy and wind pressure everywhere. The Fox Sin yelled, "Let's go," as he launched his assault. In addition to sending a huge chunk of ice at Todoroki, he began to charge his fire to an unthinkable temperature and propelled himself in his direction. As Izuku approached and his supercharged staff was ready to strike, Shoto thought, I see now. As the two attacks combined and created a huge explosion that sent Izuku flying backwards and the arena shattering into little cubes, he exclaimed, Midoriya, thank you. However, because his staff was broken in the explosion, Izuku used Snatch to draw himself back towards Todoroki before he could fly out of bounds. Izuku stood up as the two collided, but he began to lose the height and muscle bulk he had gained from Hunterfest. Additionally, he began to feel his body becoming heavier. Damn it, not right now. As his vision began to blur, he tried to attack Shoto but was easily sidestepped before losing his balance. However, Todoroki caught him and led him to rest on his chest before he could reach the ground. He assured the immortal, I've got you, Midoriya. It's okay. As he held the youngster to prevent him from falling, he continued, just rest, you've done enough. Thank you, for everything, my friend. You've helped me more than you know. Izuku wanted to speak or take action, but eventually his exhaustion overcame him and he passed out. As the infirmary bots arrived to retrieve him, Shoto kept lowering him gradually. Midnight called, Midoriya is co-ed. Todoroki wins, while everyone struggled to comprehend the huge explosion that had occurred before. When Todoroki arrived at the hall's door, his father was already there. The heterochromic boy says, what do you want? I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm kind of busy right now. The fire hero answered, I just wanted to let you know that you're prepared for the next phase of your training. I'm glad you're seeing things my way now. According to Shoto, you're a fool. I'm not seeing things your way, I'm just trying to see if it's really my power that's the problem, are you? I don't know, maybe I don't need you to become a hero. He said. He went on, mumbling as he left, I'll have to think about it. But first, I need to see if Midoriya is alright. The number 2 hero's son hurried straight by him to the infirmary before he could say anything. He needed to be careful not to let Izuku's generosity go unappreciated. Somewhere else, poor Inko was struggling mightily to keep her cool over what she had just witnessed her son do in the Midoriya home, and it wasn't going well. As she wiped her nose with another tissue, she said, Honey, why do you always give your mother heart attacks? The tissue was tossed into one of the numerous mounds surrounding her. Being the mother of an immortal was not easy, poor Inko. With his arms in casts and his leg fortunately fully recovered, Izuku lay in a hospital bed in the infirmary, twitching in anguish. The bones in your right arm are shattered. Your regeneration should heal them back to normal, but the bone fragments will have to be removed so that they won't obstruct your healing any further, said the recovery girl. It'll most likely leave scars on your right hand, but nothing too serious. Painfully and exhaustedly, the Fox Sin replied, or you could just amputate them. They'll grow back even stronger and undamaged if you just cut them off. It'll save time and energy. The medical hero stopped and turned to face him. Are you sure you can handle that? You've already been through a lot in that fight of yours. She asked. Trust me, I've been through much worse than this. He said to her, expecting this from him. All Might sighed. Just before Sue, Tada, Ochako, and Iida all rushed into the room. Ochako cried out in alarm, Izuku. Before realizing Toshinori was standing there, she said to him, oh, nice to meet you, sir. All Might said uneasily, hey. As Todoroki walked into the room, King said, oh hey Mr. Yagi, when do you get here? Trying not to come across as impolite, he inquired, is Midoriya awake yet? And the immortal said, yeah, I am. After approaching the immortal's bedside, the two-tone boy set something down on the nightstand beside him. Dango, takoyaki, taiyaki, and a packet of mochi were all wrapped in fabric. A can of sour melon soda, which is Izuku's favorite, is also included. Following a few AWWS from Ochako and Sue, Shoto stated clumsily, you like this stuff, right? I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got whatever I could. Izuku laughed and said, yeah, I do like this stuff, especially the soda. But that's not the only reason you're here, is it? He inquired. I wanted to tell you thank you. You opened my eyes to something I had forgotten about myself. The kid said. In an appreciative tone, he added, I have a lot to think about, I just wanted you to know how grateful I am. Shoto departed after the sin of greed informed him, you're welcome. Tada informed him, Izuku, that match was horrifying. What pro's gonna want a sidekick who not only hurts himself all the time but gets off on pain? He asked. Suyu slapped him with her tongue and remarked, you're just rubbing salt on his wounds, King-kun. The Grizzly Sin objected, saying, "Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. I doubt you'd want to be around for that." The UA medical expert informed them, "All of you get out. I'll be amputating his arms so he can grow some new ones." Each one of them said, "What? But he's really tired. Aren't you afraid his regeneration won't work right?" asked Tada. Ochako went on, "Yeah, plus amputation is a big deal." As Recovery Girl pushed them out, Iida asked worriedly, "Are you sure his wounds will be healed?" The Fox Sin called after them, saying, "I've taken worse than amputation. I'll live, instead." The Frog Girl croaked anxiously, "Ribbit." Before the door shut. With a sigh, Izuku glanced at the goodies Todoroki had left him before turning to face All Might. He said to the man, "I'm sorry, I couldn't do what you asked." He then sighed, "It's just, seeing Todoroki act so closed off, it really made me frustrated. I was so focused on trying to help him, and trying to win the festival for Ochako, that I lost sight of the big picture." The peace symbol questioned, "You also saw a bit of yourself in young Todoroki in a way, didn't you?" After a minute, the green-haired lad answered, "Yeah, our circumstances were different, but both of us were in a dark place. I couldn't just sit on the side and watch him suffer like that." Izuku felt a little better after the blonde informed him, "Well, realizing where you went wrong won't change anything. But I just want you to realize, meddling where you don't really have to. That's the essence of being a hero." As Recovery Girl prepared her equipment, she said to the lanky guy, "Okay, time for the amputation. You might want to leave, Toshinori." The man nodded and walked away, allowing the woman to go to work. Right. Somewhere else, the next match was set to pit Kaminari versus Iida again in the stadium. "Sorry in advance, Iida, but you're toast," the boy with the black streaks exclaimed as he began to charge his machine. The speedster shouted, "Resipru burst," as he rushed past Kaminari and began shoving him in the direction of the opposite side of the stadium. Kaminari took hold of Iida's arm and remarked, "Big mistake, Iida." His words were, "Indiscriminate shock, 1.5 million volts." As he began to tase the child with the bespectacles. Present Mike winced as Iida yelled in agony, saying, "Oh. That's gotta hurt. See, this is why you don't try to push people with electric quirks, this happens. I have to keep moving since my engine is about to stall in 10 seconds. As his brain shorted out, the child thought and pushed Kaminari out of bounds with all his strength. As the crowd applauded, Midnight declared, "Kaminari is out of bounds. Iida is the winner." Later, the match between Tokiyami and Mina came next, and it was just as one-sided as the first round. Momo, the bird boy's familiar shadow, ran Mina so fast and forcefully that he managed to send her crashing out of bounds with a single, well-placed slam on her midsection. "Ashido is out of bounds. Fumikage advances," declared the heroine, who was at least 18 years old. "He had done well," Tokiyami said with a courteous bow. Somewhere else, Recovery Girl made the most of her quirk at the infirmary to aid Izuku's regeneration. She said, "There, that should do it. I still can't understand why your regeneration was so slow this time. Usually it's instantaneous." Izuku shrugged and pointed to the scar on his neck, saying, "It's probably because I overused Snatch, plus usually when something is obstructing the healing process it tends to take longer." He looked at his right hand, which now bore scars but was fortunately unharmed, and said, "When Kachan gave me this, there had been some wolfsbane juice on the knife he used at the time, so it kinda slowed my healing. And I'm going to assume that the bone fragments obstructing your healing caused those scars on your hand." The physician speculated. Izuku nodded and said, "That's a safe assumption. Then I think it's even more imperative that you figure out a way to use one for all that isn't so destructive." The woman replied, "Or else it could mean disaster for you." Izuku groaned before standing up, saying, "Yeah, you're right." With a smile on her face, he said, "Thanks again for the help, regardless." She made a shoe gesture and said, "My pleasure. Now get out. You've got friends waiting for you, Izzy." In frustration, the immortal yelled, "Don't call me that." As he walked away, the boy sighed as he and Toshinori walked out of the infirmary. He said, "Hey, All Might," to his mentor. "Yes," the male said. After a moment of silence, he said, "Be honest with me. If you'd never met me, you probably would have made your successor someone here, right?" Izuku sighed deeply and said, "I'll take that as a yes. I put every fucking ounce of power I had into this festival and I still didn't make it through. With that being the case, wouldn't that mean that? He began to speak as he continued. You think someone else should have been my successor, yes? Inquired the top hero. The boy nodded. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see Ochako, Kachan or even King being a better choice than me. He continued. You speak the truth. Ua is full of talent, One for All is capable of boosting quirks. So, if I gave it to young Todoroki for example, he'd be an unbeatable hero. The skeletal individual clarified. Izuku began to say, then, but was interrupted. Toshinori remarked, but I think you're forgetting why I chose you. I saw a bit of myself in you, young Midoriya. In fact, if you didn't originally have a quirk I would have mistaken you for a younger me. The man laughed. His student became puzzled as a result. What do you mean by that? Izuku asked. I was quirkless as a kid. He elaborated. This revelation caused the Sin of Greed's jaw to drop. No way, you, quirkless, the immortal asked. Then your master, Mrs. Shimura, she chose you despite that. He asked further. That she did, she believed in me, and nurtured me into the hero I'm known as today. All Might nodded. She sounds like an amazing woman. Izuku smiled before he suddenly gripped All Might hard. Thank you for believing in me, sensei. He whispered softly, a small pair of tears sliding down his face. All Might couldn't stop himself from returning the gesture. Not a problem, kid, he said with a smile. Later, as Izuku stepped out of the hall he reached the balcony and saw that Kirishima had Bakugo on the ropes. The child smirked at this as he untied the package of snacks Todoroki brought him and started eating the takoyaki. So Kachan's on the defensive, huh? Hey, karma's a bitch, ain't it? He grinned, slipping an octopus-stuffed pastry into his mouth. Though this situation was quick to turn sound when the Pomeranian bomber showered the red-headed child with a torrent of blasts. Spoke too soon. Izuku groaned, facepalming. Here we go, the finishing move. Bakugo screamed. Now D-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-E. He added as he blasted Kirishima to Kingdom Come with a tremendous explosion. And with that, Kirishima is knocked out. The sound hero said with a grin. Iida approached the boy and remarked, Midoriya, good to see you're feeling better. With his mouth still full of takoyaki, Izuku turned around. His mouth was full when he said, Oi Iida. He then swallowed. Hey Iida, so, you're moving on too, huh? The speedster nodded and said, yes. I think my brother would be proud. The immortal opened his Coke and drank it, then inquired, have you heard anything from him? Iida informed him, no, he seemed to be busy. After a brief period of silence during which Izuku occasionally took a piece out of one of his taiyaki cakes or sipped his drink, Iida resumed his conversation. He said to his pal, Midoriya, may I ask you something personal? The other adolescent asked, what's up? I know the general idea of your history with the Urarakas, but there's something I've been wondering. The speedster said, why is it that you cherish Ochako so dearly? At first I thought you were both extremely close and have a deep connection, but, it just seems like there's more to it. Izuku fell silent for a moment at that. He considered his answer to Iida's inquiry while remaining silent. He responded to it when he had it. Well, you know how I said in combat training that I made a promise to her when we were kids? The kid inquired. To which Iida answered, I do. Why? The Fox Sin declared, I fully intend to go through with it. He went on to say, I simply cherish her because I love her. Iida gave that a nod. Before it came time for him to leave, he replied, I see. See you later. Izuku nodded before tying up the remaining snacks and joining the others for a seat. As he took a seat beside her, Ochako said, Deku. Hey, are you okay? Izuku held up his new arms and nodded, yep. The procedure was a success. Before he offered a ball of matcha-flavored mochi, the girl let out a sigh of relief. Oh good. He said, here. As the matches went on, the brunette, who had reddened, accepted the situation and ate the treat. Somewhere else, a man in a crimson scarf stood over a severely wounded Ingenium that lay on the ground in an alley in Hosu City, outside of Tokyo. Fame, money, glory, you fake heroes seek these out. All, but him, All Might, he is the only one worthy to kill me. He yelled. This was the hero killer, Stain. Before the police could reach them, the villain leapt out of the alley and saw Izuku's matches being replayed on the big gigantic screen across the street. As he removed his jacket, the announcer declared, and here folks is our first pair of fighters. He's the immortal thief from Class 1A of the hero course, the Fox Sin of Greed. Izuku Midoriya, The lad was standing with his staff around his neck, wearing his typical casual expression. Stain narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Izuku's face, already forming a judgment about him. The sin of greed. What an unsightly name. And he expects to become a hero. The assailant spit. He then watched the playbacks, which demonstrated the boy's sportsmanship and, more significantly, the potential of his quirk. Humming, Stain said, interesting. I'll need to keep an eye on this one. Somewhere else. It was almost time for the last round back at Ua. Todoroki felt bad about throwing away his mother in such a way as he reflected on how he had forgotten about her while battling Izuku in the waiting area. He gazed at his left hand and thought, and I think I forgot about my father for a moment there as well. His mind flashed back to his mother's breakdown. The way she repeatedly apologized and tried to heal him by freezing the wound, the way she poured boiling water on his face, and her regretful expression. What am I doing, Mom? He pondered. Bakugo kicked down the door just then. The blonde yelled abruptly, Hey, what are you doing here? This is my oh crap, this is waiting room number 2. The two-toned boy asked, Why are you here? I came here to wait for the match, and speaking of, Bakugo uttered those words prior to causing an explosion by slamming his hand against the table in front of Todoroki. You better bring everything you've got to this fight icy hot, or else. He screamed. The scarred teenager remarked, Midoriya said the same thing. You were childhood friends with him, right? Was he always like that? So helpful, he went on. The fool was too focused on breaking down my walls instead of the match. It's honestly strange. Bakugo's countenance darkened at what he said. He asked, what's he got to do with any of this? Yeah, he's always been that way, and he probably saw a shit ton of similarities between you two because of the stuff you went through. He continued. When Bakugo told the immoral about his past, Todoroki knew that Bakugo had overheard him and Izuku, but he decided to ignore it because there was nothing else to do at the moment. Shoto glanced at Katsuki, who leaned down to meet his gaze. But none of that matters. Forget everything you're feeling now and focus on using your full strength against me. Because if you make a fool out of me by holding back. His expression became deathly serious. Before leaving, he growled, I'll kill you. Later, when the duel between Bakugo and Todoroki finally came, the two-toned lad got off to a terrific start by building a massive ice wall, which Bakugo then used his quirk to burrow through. Zero cried out in awe. Whoa, he tunneled through the ice like some sort of mole man. Kaminari said, that's insane. He blasted at Todoroki and ducked in midair with an explosion, and the blonde exclaimed, you've got some pretty powerful attacks, but you're a bad aim. He said, try harder. Before grabbing Shoto's left side of the face and flipping him nearly out of bounds. Looks like Kachan learned a thing or two, but what's holding Todoroki back now? Izuku pondered. To avoid going out of bounds, Todoroki swiftly made an ice slide, but Bakugo pursued him right away. He screamed, damn it. I said use your full power. As Shoto sidestepped his blow and seized him with his left hand. Shoto had the opportunity to light his fire then, but chose not to. Endeavor shouted, use your left side Shoto. Just before Shoto tossed Bakugo aside. Bakugo chose to warn his opponent of the repercussions of embarrassing him after noticing that he was still fixated on something. I told you, that if you made a fool of me, I'd kill you. What do you think I was joking? The kid screamed, if you're not going to go all out then why are you even here you bastard? Shoto was able to recall the moments when his mother smiled as a result of his comments. His fire was stoked by these memories. Bakugo smiled and said, that's it, right there. Then he launched himself into the air, began to form a wind tunnel, and literally turned into a missile. From the stands, Izuku yelled, come on, Todoroki. You can do it, while holding a dango stick. Su, King, Ochako, and the rest of the class soon began supporting him as a result. He gazed at Bakugo with a determined expression, as if their encouragement had stoked his flames. Prove to me that you deserve the top spot, he said angrily. He screamed, howitzer, impact, as he smashed into Todoroki. Just before the Pomeranian produced a huge explosion that destroyed half the stadium, Shoto was ready to shoot Bakugo when he flinched due to a flashback of his mother, sending the stream of flames past Bakugo's left ear. What's going on down there? Present Mike questioned, surveying the area. How am I supposed to comment when I can't see anything? Todoroki had used his fire but he had missed Bakugo by a few centimeters. Aizawa observed, had he managed to hit Bakugo I'd say his attack would have missed. Bakugo heard Aizawa's words and looked up to see that he had knocked Todoroki out of bounds. What prevented the ice and fire user from hitting his target? There was no sense about it. He thought, I guess I'll have to ask when I can, but he was enraged by this lackluster conclusion. The blonde stomped over to Todoroki, snatched him by the collar, and began to shake him. He began shrieking and shaking the unconscious child, saying, "Damn it, icy hot. Wake up. What the hell was that weak attack, huh? Why'd you miss? Answer me, goddamn it." A pink mist swept over him and knocked him unconscious before he could say anything more. It was midnight, and she managed to knock him out with her quirk. At that point, everyone else started to perspire. Was he ever able to relax? Later, unfortunately, Iida was unable to attend the awards ceremony because he had learned of his brother's injury. They all hoped that everything was all right. As he gave the youngster a bronze medal, All Might exclaimed, "Young Tokiyami, congratulations. You fought well. Just remember to learn from this, you can't use your quirk in every battle you fight." The bird-headed teenager bowed and said, "Of course." Midnight winked and said, "Iida left for family reasons, but Tokiyami and Iida share the third-place spot. Gotta appreciate those familial bonds." "Must you really?" Fumikage asked, blushing slightly. Shoto came next. As he handed Shoto his silver medal, the hero said, "Young Todoroki. Congratulations, I assume there must have been a reason that you were so unwilling to use your left side." He answered, "There is, but I'd rather not say. But Midoriya did give me a lot to think about. I can see why you like him so much." After giving a nod, the blonde man went to face Bakugo, who was shackled to the podium to prevent him from trying to slap people around like bean bags. With a drop of perspiration, All Might remarked, "Okay, this is a bit much." Bakugo had a genuinely frightening stare as he muttered, "All Might, I am so pissed right now. What kind of anticlimactic shit was that last round? Seriously, it was barely a match. I know you must feel upset. But look at the bright side, you managed to make good on your pledge. That means you're a man of your word." The peace sign said to him. Bakugo calmed down a little as a result, but he was still quite upset when All Might awarded him the medal. Watching his pal Death gaze at the camera, Izuku let out a sigh. What was the reason behind his constant need to appear like a villain? Later, following the event, all of the students went home and were given 2 days off to rest. Shoto was entering the mental institution where his mother was being treated at that very moment. He inhaled deeply before opening the door and entering. With trepidation, he murmured, "Hello, Mom." A stunning woman with white hair turned to look at him. Rei Todoroki was his mother. "Shoto," the woman exclaimed, startled. As he approached her, Shoto thought, "This is it, my first step, to getting back on track." Izuku and his mother were eating in silence at the Midoriya residence. As Izuku ate across from her, Inko remarked, "7. Can you believe it? That's how many times I passed out after the cavalry battle. Though I'm pretty sure the last 2 were due to dehydration." Izuku poked at his food with a fork and remarked, "Sounds like you were more heroic than I was." The woman flatly remarked, "Don't make fun of your mother. And honestly, I know your body can take it, but do you have to do things so recklessly? Honestly, I thought I was going to have a heart attack when I saw you rip off your own arms. Twice," she yelled. Izuku shrugged, then stood up, moved to his mother's side of the table, and embraced her. "If I can exploit it, you can expect me to," he whispered to her, "but I'm sorry for making you worry." She grinned and gave him a hug in return, saying, "Thanks, sweetie." The boy snatched up his wallet and phone and added, "I better get going. I planned on dropping by Kachan's house before I go surprise Ochako and King at their apartment." The green-haired mom told her son, "Make sure you say hi to Mitsuki for me." As he hurried out the door, he exclaimed, "Will do. Later, Mom." Later, Izuku arrived at the Bakugo household just as Katsuki was brushing his teeth in preparation for Kingdom Come. "Yo. Kachan. Ya here, man." The boy called from the boy's front door as Mitsuki Bakugo, a stunning blonde Pomeranian woman well into her 40s, used her special, glycerin, to make her skin appear smooth and young. Bakugo also inherited his personality from her. The woman said, "Hey there, Izu, how are ya?" as Izuku noticed a tiny but evident baby bump growing on her body. The boy said, "Hey Auntie Mitsuki, what's up with your stomach?" The mother smiled and said, "Let's just say that Katsuki is gonna be an older sibling after a while." The fox Sin's eyes widened at this. He said, "You have got to be kidding, really?" As Bakugo down the steps. Hey Kachan, why didn't you tell me you were gonna be having a baby sibling soon? The bomber boy shrugged and explained, because I wanted to let mom have the privilege of letting people know. He inquired, so you staying? The boy said to his friend, no, I have to get going, but I just wanted to say hello before I went to see Ochako and King. He said, oh, Auntie Mitsuki. My mom says hi. The woman smiled back at him. Mitsuki smiled and added, tell her I said thanks. Somewhere else, while her brother was lugging several bags of vegetable plant seeds, Ochako was carrying some groceries and making her way home to her and Tada's apartment. As he lay on his floating pillow, the child said her, I'm telling you Ochako, if we keep up my gardens we'll be able to cut our grocery needs in half. Especially since I can make them grow better with my quirk. The gravity girl said her brother, and I'm telling you that we can't rely on that alone. We need to put in variety. As Ochako attempted to open the door and saw that it was unlocked, the Fairy King asked with a knowing look, this coming from the girl who survives on packs of mochi, endures the heat, or just doesn't eat or just sleeps when she's hungry. Before Izuku showed there, Ochako questioned cautiously, we locked the door when we left, right? Hey guys, what's up? He asked happily behind them, making the two jump in alarm. Where did you come from? Tada let out a loud yelp, trying to stop his heart from pounding. The green-haired youngster held up a bag and stated, I was just stopping by to see if you guys would wanna have something to eat with me. He smiled and said, I got your favorites, mochi donuts and fresh melon bread. His two friends drooled with pleasure at this. In a daze, Ochako murmured, marry me. Izuku gave her a loving head rub while he chuckled. As Tada opened the door, he said to her, maybe later. The two twins shouted out, hello, as two figures began racing toward them from the shadows, frightening the two bejesus. Ochako, Tada, the figures cried out as they began to crawl toward them. Tada simply passed out as Ochako shrieked in terror, her eyes popping out of her head. As the twins' parents were revealed to be the two figures, Izuku was giggling uncontrollably. With a smile, Ochako's mother began gently repositioning her daughter's eyes. As King gradually regained consciousness, the girl said, Mom, Dad, what are you guys doing here? The woman grinned and said, we came to throw you two a party. As King returned to his pillow, her father said, we decided we should celebrate because we were so proud of how you did. Concerned, the girl with the pink cheeks said, see, can we even afford that right now? Before turning to their parents, Izuku stated, it'll be fine, Ochako. Stop worrying about it. Hey Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka, it's been a while hasn't it? As she embraced Izuku, Mrs. Uraraka said, oh, look at you, Izuku. You look so handsome. The man in the room said, you really have grown haven't you, sport? As they all entered the flat to begin the celebration, Izuku nodded and said, yeah. You could say that. The majority of the day was spent catching up, with Tada caring for his thriving balcony garden and Ochako savoring the mochi donuts that Izuku had brought her. As his daughters tended to the plants on the balcony, the twins' father inquired, so you've been carrying that guilt all these years? Yep, and I hadn't known that Ochako was brought back in all that time either, so I thought she was still dead. The kid said. The matriarch of Uraraka remarked, oh you poor dear, with concern. With a nod from her husband, she said, well, I just want you to know that we never blamed you for what happened. After all, at least you tried to save Ochako. With a breath of relief, the lad gazed longingly through the window at his childhood buddy and her brother before noticing a picture next to the table. Thank you guys. He noticed that it featured all of the children who attended summer camp as children, including a close friend of King that he had not anticipated. Sue was the one. No way, he thought, but then he noticed a different face on a newspaper article next to the photo. He believed he would never see the boy again. Angular eyes, blonde hair, and really expensive clothing. Is that Hellbrom? However, he vanished years ago when King and Ochako left. Why? He shook his head after giving it some thought. All that he could worry about later. But for now. The Fox Sin told the two parents, so. He laughed at the two and said, did you guys know that Principal Nezu is looking for construction workers to repair the USJ and UA barrier? Days after the sports festival, the Dagaba City train system. Izuku was trying to travel to school on his regular train route when he found himself sandwiched between a number of other passengers. The immortal felt like a sardine in a can because of this. Someone recognized him and said, wait a sec, are you the Fox Sin? Before everyone in the train car turned to stare at him, someone else said, "No way, you mean that kid with the immortality quirk from UA?" A woman said, "The same kid from the top 8. As everyone began chatting inanely about him, the boy thought, "Oh Jesus, not this again." They all gave him a hearty, "Keep trying for it, hero" encouragement. Even though Izuku might not appreciate the attention, at least he was receiving some positive feedback despite his, rather depressing performance. The sin of greed later started walking the remainder of the way to school, but he still occasionally received strange looks from other students and the equally uncommon, lustful gaze of women who saw him without a shirt, whether they were on TV or not. "I apologize, ladies, I'm only interested in one girl," he thought smirkingly. From behind him, he heard someone call, "Good morning, Midoriya." When the green-haired boy saw his friend completely covered in rain gear while he was only wearing a rain jacket, he exclaimed, "Oh hey, whoa. Iida went a little overboard with the rain gear, don't ya think?" Not even bothering with an umbrella or a hat. He soon arrived at his homeroom, where everyone was chatting about their newfound celebrity. Kirishima told them, "Dude, this is crazy. People wanted to sign my autograph on the way here." Recalling the incident, Shiro moaned, "You would not believe what a bunch of kids told me today." The tape boy groaned again as Suyu guessed, "Nice try." Hagakure remarked shyly, "It was really kind of embarrassing. People were staring at me the whole way here." As Ojiro put it, "Isn't that kinda normal for you though?" Kaminari smiled and said, "It only took one sports festival and now we're like celebrities." Then Izuku put his head down and sighed, "Honestly, I found it kinda annoying." "How can you find it annoying?" Kirishima asked incredulously. The immortal shot back, "Not all of us enjoy the limelight, thank you very much. Trust me, I like praise as much as the next guy, but 24/7. Fuck, I don't think so," he continued. The boy in front of Tata gave him a stink eye when he said, "I guess I can't blame you, I mean half the stuff you're known for involves either something kinky or something gross." With a reprimanding tone, Ochako said, "Tata, don't be rude." Approximately at that moment, an unbandaged Aizawa entered. "Ribbit, Mr. Aizawa, you're not covered in bandages anymore," Sue observed. Yes, the medic went a little overboard in her healing this time around. The man gave a nod. The students were filled with fear when he announced, "Now, today we're having a big class on hero informatics." Does this show resemble a pop quiz? With alarm, Kaminari thought. "I'm hoping it has nothing to do with hero laws. I'm terrible at those." Kirishima let out a mental groan. They erupted in cheers when Aizawa said, "You need codenames, time to pick your hero identities. This is going to be enjoyable." Mina exclaimed with delight. However, Aizawa's cold gaze quickly put out their enthusiasm. "This is in response to the hero draft that we talked about earlier. Agencies would normally only worry about second or third years, but by offering internships to first years like you, they're essentially investing in your potential." He clarified. However, offers can be rescinded if their interest dies down as years go on. Toru questioned, "So we still have to prove ourselves?" Aizawa nodded as a bar graph displaying the number of people who received offers appeared. "Right, but these internships will only be lasting for about a week. People who got offers will choose from those, and the rest will have a different list. In past years it's been spread out. But there's a sizable gap this time around. Bakugo and Todoroki had the most, while Iida, who was under Tokiyami, Kirishima, and Kaminari, had Uraraka. But Izuku." The immortal's eye twitched in frustration, and a tick mark formed on his forehead. King shook him from behind and he asked, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Pointing out, "You didn't get any." Grunting, the sin of greed said, "I can see that. I'm not blind." The grisly sin continued, recalling Izuku's outburst on Todoroki, "I bet they were all creeped out by the crazy way you were fighting." Izuku snarled, "Don't even start with me on that. Now keep this in mind as you go forward. As for your hero names, they should be representative of what kind of hero you'll want to become. Take All Might for example. The hero who erased them." Before the door to the classroom opened, he added, "So make sure to take this seriously or—" An unfamiliar voice yelled, "You'll have hell to pay later." And everyone turned around. As she strode into the room, Midnight remarked, "You really should choose your codenames carefully, or you might end up with something utterly scandalous." As he reached for his sleeping bag, the man informed them, "Yeah, she has a point. Midnight will have final approval of your names, since it's not my forte. Somewhere else." That same morning, All Might saw Smintos reviewing a fresh round of offers as he was heading into work. The man was informed by the cement hero, "Looky here All Might, it's a new offer." According to the no, one hero, really, for who? To catch the man's attention, Smintos answered, "It's for Midoriya." The blonde asked, "Who's after him?" Before his eyes widened in shock and horror as he turned to face the screen. He exclaimed, "What the? Are you kidding me?" Somewhere else, they were all still trying to think of hero names when they returned to the children. Except for King and Izuku, who already had theirs chosen. Midnight said, "All right, who wants to say their name first?" "We're presenting these." OSHT. Kirishima pondered. "Who has the courage to go first?" "Aw man." Zero also pondered. Aoyama moved to the front of the class as though to respond to the unasked question of the tape roll-armed boy. He held up his sign and said, "Hold your breath." He proudly exclaimed, "My hero name is I Cannot Stop Twinkling." After that, Izuku and Tada burst out laughing, and Bakugo soon followed. Izuku held his sides and guffawed, "TT, that's your hero name." "Oh man, I can't breathe." King screamed with laughter, "I think I might bust my stomach open." Bakugo merely laughed. Midnight turned to Aoyama and simply sighed. "How about we shorten it a bit? Remove the I and change cannot to can't," she suggested. The laser shooting boy posed and exclaimed, "So much better. I still sparkle like the sun." "Thank you, Mademoiselle." Everyone gave a facepalm at this. And Mina was next. "Okay, I'm next. My hero name. The Ridley hero. Alien Queen." She laughed. "Wait, like that Western alien with the acidic blood?" "Absolutely not," asserted the heroine, shuddering in disgust as she saw the alien's face in her imagination. And Mina sighed, "Dang it," leaving everyone wondering why that wasn't acceptable. Fortunately, Sue was the next to ascend. "I've had this in mind since grade school," she replied. She grinned and said, "Rainy season hero, Froppy." Tada blushed in response. He actually proposed the name, Froggy, for her when they were at summer camp together, but she changed it to Froppy. So it stayed with him. Midnight chirped, "That's an adorable name." He agreed. Everyone began to cheer and exhale in relief as a result. King came next. He floated on his pillow and held up his board, saying, "I actually got my idea from a character from Arthurian legend. The Fairy King hero, Harlequin. Now that's a real hero name," exclaimed the smiling sin of greed. Midnight informed him, "Then it looks like you have much to live up to." This went on for several minutes. Jiro chose the moniker Earphone Jack. Kaminari is accompanying Chargebolt. Tentacle is Shoji's choice. Cellophane is Ciro's choice. Tailman and Sugar Man are chosen by Ojiro and Sato. Hokage selects the girl who is invisible. Kriti is Momo's choice. Anima is chosen by Kota. Tsukuyomi is accompanying Tokiyami. For unknown reasons, Shoto and Ayad chose their own real names. In honor of his hero Crimson Riot, Kirishima selected Red Riot. Bakugo, too. He snarled, "King Explosion Murder." Midnight gave this a sardonic look. She informed him, "That's a bit too violent, Bakugo." Uraraka went up after being told to reconsider his. She said tremblingly, "Here's one I had in mind. The zero-gravity hero, Uravity." She received some applause from Izuku for her hero name. With a smile, Midnight said, "I just love that." Izuku came last. Everyone appeared perplexed as he revealed his name. Kirishima said, What's that supposed to be, man?" "Like King, I decided a long time ago that I'd pull my hero name from Arthurian legend. So I looked it up and, turns out, there's a character who used to be immortal, just like me." The child responded. When his identity was revealed, he went on, "He was a king who was granted immortality but gave it up to resurrect the woman he loved. I'm naming myself after the legendary king and father of Sir Lancelot. Call me, the immortal hero, Ban," he said. Tada and Bakugo nodded and smiled at his decision. The other students in the class also expressed their approval in different ways. Later, as lunchtime arrived, Mina said, "Hey guys, have you figured out who you're gonna intern with yet?" Tada added, "I'm thinking of doing it with MT. Lady myself." "King, are you thinking something perverted about it?" Sue responded. "Hell no," yelled the grisly Sin. Ochako smiled and said, "I'm thinking about interning with Gunhead." "Gunhead?" Bakugo inquired bewilderedly. Izuku went on, "But he's a brawler though. You sure that's the route you wanna take?" She smiled and punched in front of her, saying, "Yep." He sent me an offer. Her brother remarked, but I thought you wanted to be more like 13. More of a rescuer than a fighter. The Gravity Girl clarified, yeah, but I thought that if I trained under a different hero, I can see things from a new perspective. Huh, the boys nodded, as they finally grasped her point. Izuku smiled and drew Bakugo to him, saying, well, if you ever need help getting better at martial arts, we'll help you. He smiled, right, Kachan. As the Pomeranian remarked thoughtfully, I may know a thing or two. Iida was writing down his choice of internship in the meantime. Later, when everyone was ready to depart, All Might rushed by just as Izuku was ready to do so. His body hunched over and his face tense, he exclaimed, ha ha ha. I am here in a bizarre position. The immortal said, oh, hey All Might. Need something? He led the boy into the hall and said, hey, come with me for a moment. I'll get straight to the point. You've received an offer from a hero who would like to take you on. The man continued. Really? Who? Izuku exclaimed, startled. The hero's name is Gran Torino. He taught at UA back in my day, but only for 1 year. In fact the man was my homeroom teacher. Replied All Might. All Might's homeroom teacher was this guy. Izuku grinned as he thought, this should be interesting. The peace symbol went on to say, he knows about one for all as well, in fact I suspect that's why he asked for you. He added nervously, clearly beginning to get increasingly anxious, he retired a long time ago so, I forget to count him among the people who know. The Sin of Greed said, you okay. But the currently muscular man began to shake violently, so his question was ignored. The man babbled as he slapped his legs to try to stop them from shaking. Is this because I wrote about you in the letter I sent him? Or did he watch the festival and think my teaching was inadequate? Even going as far as using his old hero name when making the offer, oh scary too scary. Damn it, legs stop shaking, he asked. All right, I'm beginning to worry. How on earth did this guy frighten All Might so much? As Izuku watched his mentor tremble in terror, he thought, looking worried. He handed him a piece of paper, and his mentor stammered, anyway it is my duty to train you, but you should do your internship with him if that's what your heart says. Anyway here's the address. As he accepted the paper, the green-haired boy nodded cautiously, thanks. Gran Torino was the sworn friend of my predecessor, Nana Shimura, the two were very close as well. He was told by All Might. The immortal questioned, really? Do you think he'd be willing to tell me more about Miss Shimura? The blonde man said, if you decide to go to him, you'll have to ask him. Izuku grinned and said, right. Thanks All Might. Later, Aizawa was present to bid them farewell as everyone prepared to board trains for their internships a few days later. Now be sure that you all remain respectful during your internships. I know you're excited about costumes, but you aren't allowed to wear them outside without licenses, and don't lose them either, got it? The man stated to them. The class nodded and said, yes, sensei. Izuku, Uraraka, and King made the decision to try to speak to Iida as they all began to make their way to their trains. The immortal said to his speedster friend, hey, Iida, if you ever need to talk to someone, we're right here for you. Don't forget that, okay? Iida smiled as he turned to face his friends. The runner nodded and turned to leave, saying, of course. Thank you. Later, Izuku soon came upon a dilapidated apartment complex while strolling down the street to Gran Torino's address. As he opened the door, he asked himself, this can't be the place, can it? He exclaimed, yo, anyone home? I'm from UA, Izuku Midoriya, All Might's student, what the fuck? As he noticed an elderly man sprawled on the ground, a red substance leaking beneath him that looked suspicious. I'm alive, the elderly man exclaimed, lifting his head. Izuku sighed with relief, okay, good. Gradually, the elderly man stood up and cleaned himself up. Whoopsie, I was carrying a plate of some sausages covered in ketchup when I accidentally tripped and fell down. Clumsy me, the elderly gentleman laughed. As the Sin of Greed put it, well, that's a bit random. The older person asked, who'd you say you were? The boy said to him, ya know, the Fox Sin. Izuku Midoriya. With a hand to his ear, Gran Torino repeated, you're who now? Izuku Midoriya, or as I'm also called, Izuku the Undead, the Sin of Greed. Any of this ringin' a bell, old man? Izuku responded. Toshinori? Inquired the man. Now the immortal was making every effort to maintain his composure. Is this man actually All Might's former instructor? Izuku pondered doubtfully. With a sigh, he made the decision to lose. Look pal, not to be rude or anything, but I'm not exactly here to play nanny to some old coot who's been in retirement for who knows how long. He said with a sigh. Damn it, I should probably tell All Might about this. I'm wasting my time. Gran Torino asked abruptly, how much progress have you made with One for All? Which made the teenager pause. When Izuku turned around, he saw that the man was examining his costume, which was on the floor. Ya know it's rude to go looking through other people's stuff. The man replied, and I've got the gist down but I'm having a hard time using it fluidly. If that makes any sense. Hit me with a smash, then. Practical experience will give me a good idea of what to teach you. The fallen hero replied. The Fox Sin did a double take at this. He said, wait, what? Are you sure? With concern. That doesn't seem like a good idea. After taking a deep breath, the elderly hero got to his feet and began flying around the room like a jet before colliding with the wall above Izuku. He told the boy, you heard me, now put on your costume. It's time for you to show me what you can do, ya newbie. Before putting on his costume, the immortal smirked at the challenge. But he discovered an instruction booklet while searching through it. He raised an eyebrow at this. He opened it and mumbled, instructions. In bewilderment. Dear Izuku Midoriya, when we were doing repairs to your costume, we decided to make some changes in regards to design and materials. Thank you for understanding, but trust us, it's going to look a whole lot cooler. The note continued as he examined his recently altered outfit. As a result, they altered my costume. Izuku put on his costume and remarked, well, I probably should have seen that coming after seeing Hatsume at work. There were a few obvious changes to his new costume. His long coat was now dark red. The long coat featured a brown belt with a silver buckle and a wide, open collar that showed off a lot of his chest. The long coat had pockets and flared out at the bottom. He was still dressed in his old red leather pants, shoes of the same color but darker, and a jacket with metal studs sewn into the forearm. Additionally, it featured an open silver right at the back and silver open rings on either side of the coat's collar. As he examined himself, Izuku grinned and said, damn, I look good. The old man told the boy, I watched how you used One for All on TV. It was unimaginable and reckless. He sped around the room, crashing into the immortal at some points before landing on and smashing his microwave. He may be the symbol of peace and the know. One hero, but All Might's a total novice when it comes to teaching. He isn't training you well at all. He added. The Sin of Greed wondered, is that so? Before being ambushed from behind, Gran Torino continued to knock him around until the old man began to slow down as his strength and speed were depleted with each blow. Okay, that's it, he growled, channeling his snatching into his entire body. What's happening? The man thought as he became aware of his slowness. Izuku grinned and slammed One for All into his right fist, asking, feeling slow, old man? As the man grew slower, he added, you should, that was my special move, physical hunt. As he prepared his arm and spun around to surprise Gran Torino, he said, and with it sapping your strength every time you hit me, before throwing it. He shouted, now I've got you. Gran Torino barely avoided the blow before he pinned the Sin of Greed to the ground thanks to his years of experience. The man told him, clever thinking, but you're a little stiff. And there's discord within your mind. He continued. He also added, that's why I bested you. Izuku asked bewilderedly, stiff? Discord? Alright, the discord I know about, but what do you mean by stiffness? You'll figure that out easy enough. You understand the fundamentals of One for All but you think it's more special than it actually is. The hero stated to him. As he allowed Izuku to stand up, he said, as for the discord, why don't you tell me what you think it is, if you already know it? As he picked himself up, the immortal said, it's the survivor's guilt I've had since I was a kid. The old man pointed at him and said, that's certainly a part of it, but there's another reason. Your admiration for All Might and sense of loyalty to him are shackles on you. You need to learn how to rid yourself of both these things. Izuku looked down thoughtfully at what he had said. Were his admiration and devotion to All Might shackles? Somehow, that didn't seem right. The Sin of Greed thought to himself, that doesn't sound right. He left the building after Gran Torino told him, figure that out on your own time. Meantime I'll try to get us some grub. Clean this place up while I'm gone. Izuku complained a little before he began tidying up. He began to reflect as he gazed at the broken microwave. Hang on, All Might said that One for All is basically like any other quirk. And quirks are parts of our bodies, so, he then glanced at his hand. He suddenly realized, maybe I should think of it like a part of me. But, what else am I missing here, I wonder? Taking out his notebook, he exclaimed, that's it. The boy began to ramble about how he could try channeling one for all through his entire body all the time, like he did with Physical Hunt and Hunter Fest, but he quickly ran into trouble when he tried to explain how he would visualize and focus on it. He had no idea that Gran Torino was outside, listening to his digressions. He shook his head and grinned to himself. He thought, well, he's definitely got the mind to get a handle of one for all. Somewhere else, at the Fourth Kind Agency in another region of Japan. Whoa, exclaimed two boys when it was discovered that they were both Tetsutsu and Kirishima. The boys exchanged glances, then shook hands and grinned before asking, Tetsu Kirishima. They both said, hey man. What are you doing here, simultaneously? From his desk, a four-armed man wearing a business suit remarked, well, you two obviously get along. The two nodded, yep. Fortunately we were able to send in 2 offers this year. I like you too, you both show promise. The fourth kind stated. The two told him, I look forward to working with you. Now, we heroes are given wages by the government, so we're civil servants. So you'll be learning from my experience. The hero explained to them. According to Tetsu, that's the chivalrous hero for you. Smiled. Then Kirishima said, he's so manly. When fourth kind yelled, wait for me to finish speaking. The teenagers tensed up, seems I'll have to teach you manners too. They bowed to him and said, apologies. Somewhere else. As they patrolled the neighborhood where Gunhead's agency was situated, the battle hero and Ochako were strolling down the street, discussing some general hero objectives and work procedures. Basic hero goals. Control crime. We usually get requests called in, that are filed and filtered by district, then after we deal with them we file reports explaining the services we provided, such as helping with arrests, rescuing people, etc., and then a special agency decides how much we should be paid. The individual clarified, so don't worry about it too much, just keep that in mind and you'll catch on fine, kiddo. Huh. As she walked, Ochako thought, I didn't expect him to be so friendly. Somewhere else, Itsuka Kendo from Class 1B, who was working as Momo's intern under the snake hero, Uwabami, was in the same dressing room as her. Who was a very attractive, sexy, and voluptuous heroine who had snakes on her head because of a peculiarity. Before turning to a mirror and beginning to apply makeup, the woman told the two girls, heroes are allowed to have side jobs in addition to our usual jobs. There was some debate about this when the world of pros was first introduced, but we soon became so popular that public demanded it. For example, I'm about to do a commercial. Kendo said clumsily, oh, well, I was actually hoping to see something more actiony. The snake heroine informed her, it's not all about action, sweetheart. Momo firmly added, yes, if you're a pro, you can't avoid this. And besides, Ms. Uwabami was willing to take on an unworthy student. So I'll take any lessons she has to give. Kendo gave her a strange look as she spoke. In response, she said, okay. In the interim, both King and MT Lady were relaxing on the couch in their agency while he had Guardian tidying up. As she read a magazine and ate some chips, the blonde said, you know what's a useful skill? Knowing how to pass the time while you're waiting to be called out on a job. In the meantime, King slept soundly on the same couch, with his head conspicuously resting on the heroine's lap. Strangely enough, though, MT Lady seemed unconcerned. Best take a nap, place. As Guardian finished cleaning and reverted to its pillow shape, the grisly sin thought, ever. This allowed him to cuddle it while he slept. The shorty's sleep antics were adorable to the woman whose lap he was currently napping in. Somewhere else, Shoto stood neutrally in front of his father in his agency. It was too late now, but he had no idea why he had chosen this agency. Endeavor grinned rather smugly and said, so Shoto, you're finally ready to walk the path of the mighty. With a constant expression, the boy answered, I didn't do this for you. Only I can decide my path. The man said to him, is that so? Well, you better get ready, we're going out. In the interim, Bakugo was now standing in front of the hero at the Best Jeanist agency, and he was already beginning to irritate the boy. It's never a good idea to deal with a child who is practically a walking stick of lit dynamite. Jeanist said, to be perfectly honest, I don't like you very much. In fact, I don't particularly like you or your comrade with the immortality quirk. Bakugo became enraged over this. He would not allow his friend to be made fun of, and he was not going to be made fun of himself. The Pomeranian blonde snarled, "What are you talking about? You sent me the offer, not the other way around." He added, "And don't you dare diss my rival like that," and then gestured to himself. "That's my job, ya got it." With the help of the hero in front of him, the feisty teenager was suddenly held back by threads. His fingers hardly moved at all. Best Jeanist firmly said, "I'm not a fool. I know why you choose me, because I'm a top-level hero." Bakugo snarled, "What the hell do you think you're doing? You have outstanding talent with a powerful quirk and a good grasp on its applications. So much so that I'd say you're good enough to take on as a sidekick. The same can be said for your so-called rival," Jeanist stated. "However, you both have a fatal flaw." "Oh really?" Bakugo said with a drawl. "You believe you're the best without regard to how it affects your image. Additionally, your ferocious nature and deep-rooted sense of pride are also issues," he was told by the blonde. "And as for your friend, well, that's rather simple. He has absolutely no regard for his personal safety or even his own life. It makes him a danger to himself and potentially others. He embraces death, and doesn't fear it, even welcomes it. That is a ruinous combination," he continued. The Pomeranian shrugged and said, "It's not my fault he exploits his quirk. Regardless, I intend to correct people like you. It's part of my duty to society. Heroes and villains are cut from the same cloth, so your job is to watch me. I'll show you what it means to be a pro, and sew it into the very fabric of your being," Jeanist said to the child as he growled with rage. Somewhere else, Iida, meanwhile, was on patrol with the normal hero, Manuel, in the center of Hosu City. Manuel and Iida were walking down the street when he said, "Normally we don't have much to do around here, but lately things have been a bit hectic, so it helps to do a patrol every now and then." Iida nodded, "I can tell." However, he soon found himself thinking about the hero killer. "Hero killer Stain, I promise I'll track you down and kill you," he told himself. Somewhere else, Izuku and Gran Torino are back. I'm snoring," the elderly man muttered as he slept soundly. For a brief moment, Izuku silently observed him sleeping from the doorway before shutting the door and leaving with a weary expression. The boy sighed as he put on his costume and went outside, saying, "For fuck's sake, he passed out after getting food and we haven't even done a damn thing." He walked into an alleyway and thought to himself, "This dude is a big mystery. Okay, so let me think. How can I channel one for all through my entire body like physical hunt and still be able to use my powers at the same time? And on that note, how do I go about that?" He was thinking to himself. He chose to start small by directing 5% of his energy into his arms and legs so he could leap off walls and reach the roof of the building next door. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Well, it would be if he weren't constantly falling to the ground and smashing into the walls. "Oh," the boy moaned as he successfully reattached his broken nose on the third attempt. "Okay, that's it," he exclaimed, repeating this repeatedly for the remainder of the night. The following morning, Izuku was lying face down on the floor, obviously exhausted, and Gran Torino remarked, "Morning kid, what are you? Whoa, you look beat." Gradually, Izuku lifted his head to gaze at him. He said wearily, "I decided to do some training last night, it didn't go well." His body, which was now as heavy as lead, then pushed him back to the ground. "Well, it is your first time trying, so there's no need to worry, that is how training works," the man replied, though I guess All Might can't wrap his head around that. He was pretty much able to use one for all right off the bat, so I taught him in a very different manner. Though he did have the body going for him, so there's that. He thought about it. "How do you teach him?" murmured the immortal, with flashbacks of him punching a young Toshinori in the stomach so forcefully that he puked and then uppercutting him. The elderly hero remarked, "It was all combat training for him." The fox Sin winced as he thought, "Ouch. The training was difficult, but I couldn't hold back on him. He was entrusted to me by a sworn friend who had just passed away." Gran Torino exhaled deeply. Izuku looked at him, feeling a little more energized. The fox Sin inquired, "You mean Miss Shimura, right?" The old hero said, "Yes. How much did Toshinori tell you about her?" The boy, struggling to sit up against a wall, said, "Just that she believed in him when he approached her and raised him to be a great hero." He spat in disgust and continued, "And that she was murdered by the same bastard who gave him his injury." The immortal hissed, "Then I'll be sure to give the bastard what for if I get the chance." "I highly doubt you'll be able to. All Might ended his lifespan in the same fight that crippled him." Gran Torino replied. Just then, a package showed up at the door, and the man opened it to discover a brand new microwave. He grinned and said, "Ah, good. It's here." As he assisted the man in setting up the microwave, the boy inquired, "A microwave?" "Yeah, mine broke yesterday, so I got a new one." He smiled. "Now, why don't you cook some of those taiyaki pastries I bought yesterday for us to eat for breakfast?" The teenager shrugs as he prepares the microwave and places the pastries on a plate to cook. Sure. He began to think while they were cooking. He thought to himself, well, I need to think of something to visualize one for all with if I want to come up with an effective way to keep it coursing through me at all times. What is the question? As the pastries finished cooking, he pondered. Gran Torino was clearly excited to eat them when he brought them over. He smiled, then bit into one and discovered it was frozen. "Oh hoo, get a look at these delicious babies. Get 'em while they're steamin'," he said. "A pained, gack, still frozen," he exclaimed. As he took the pastries to reheat, Izuku exclaimed, "What the?" "I followed the directions, what gives?" With mild annoyance, the elderly man cried, "What the you put all of them on a plate that's too big. That gives the plate no room to turn." As he replaced the pastries on a smaller plate, the immortal began to say, "Well, excuse me, but my microwave doesn't turn like that." Then he had a realization and he scowled. He mumbled to himself, "How did I not figure it out sooner?" The retired hero put a hand to his ear and questioned, "What was that?" Izuku pointed at them after setting the taiyaki to cook. "The visual metaphor I've been looking for to help me keep one for all going through my body so I don't keep turning it on and off like a switch." He continued. As he began doing just that, the power made him glow before green lightning began to crack all around him. "It's like those pastries. I have to distribute the power out evenly throughout my entire body at the same time in order for it to work," he added. Gran Torino smirked as he observed him. "He's already figured it out, isn't that right?" As he assumed a stance, he thought, "This is going to be interesting." He beckoned, "All right, let's test that, shall we?" "Hell yeah, let's go," replied the fox Sin with a smile. It was on now. Gran Torino said, "So, wanna give it a try?" While Izuku poured 15% one for all over his body. Izuku grinned and exclaimed, "You bet I do." The man stretched and said, "Okay, then we'll start with 3 minutes." "What for?" the bewildered boy inquired. The old hero told him, "That's the amount of time you have to hit me with a smash," before he began using his quirk to blast around the room. "Let's do this." As he attempted to follow the old hero's movements, the immortal thought. Izuku channeled one for all into a physical hunt as he approached him, and he took the hits for a few seconds before he felt like he could move. Now, as he launched himself into the air and began swinging at the man, he thought. With a single swing of his arm, one attack struck the wall and created a crater the size of a bowling ball. Gran Torino chuffed, "Nice try," as he hopped around. After running to where his staff was, Izuku grabbed it and began swinging it around, encircling himself with an atom sphere of air. This time, he will be hit regardless of the direction he comes from. I simply must continue. Man, is it hard to stay in this new mode? The boy pondered. He could not, however, make room for a blind spot in the center of his back. Gran Torino said to him, "Clever tactics, newbie. But you've left yourself open at your back," before he slipped right between his defense and kicked Izuku hard in the back, causing him to lose his balance. Shit. He mentally swore as he steadied himself. The one for all flow was stopped by that attack. As he attempted to activate one for all once more, he thought, "I need to get it flowing again." Gran Torino delivered another blow to the fox Sin, breaking his focus once more. "If you can't keep one for all going, then you've got no shot at this," he cried. Izuku rolled beneath the couch and exclaimed, "Need time to concentrate," the boy roared. "There, all right. Now you're screwed," as he resumed his power and blasted the couch away from him and in the direction of Gran Torino. "Whoa!" the elderly man cried as he stepped away from the couch, leaving him exposed. The immortal shouted, "Smash!" and hurled a fist at him. But as he did, the elderly man barely avoided it, allowing the impact to strike the ceiling instead and pinning him. When he was given permission to stand again, the boy snarled, "God damn it." The retired hero remarked, "Using your surroundings to your advantage. Clever. Now, you've done well for your first time, but before we continue, let's try getting some breakfast first." Nodding, Izuku said, "Right, sorry, somewhere else." Uraraka was currently doing some warm-up exercises at the Gunhead Agency. "Left. Right," she cried out, echoing the voices of several of her fellow participants. Remember, don't just go through the motions. Be sure to put your focus in each individual punch, Gunhead advised them to do. With his arms raised to his chest, he continued, and also remember, the key is your base physical strength. Ochako thought, this feels so different compared to what I already know. She froze when she noticed the pose that Gunhead was in. Look at that adorable pose, she pondered. In the interim, the four-armed man was sitting at his desk at Fourth Kind's agency, and he had just slammed a cup of green tea onto it. He was obviously unhappy with the state of affairs. He screamed, "This is lukewarm," at Tetsu and Kirishima, who were terrified. "Are you two stupid fools incapable of preparing a good cup of tea?" The man continued. He slammed his fists on their heads and yelled, "We want to impress clients who come to our agency. Is this the kind of crap you'd serve them too?" Fortunately, the boys stopped the impact by using their peculiarities. The two said, "We're sorry, sir," together. Fourth Kind held his throbbing upper hands and remarked, "Man, those quirks of yours make it satisfying to hit you." The two boys each repeated, "Thank you, sir," together. Somewhere else, as he styled someone's hair, Best Jeanist remarked, "To be a pro, it takes more than just power." As Bakugo emerged as the person he was styling, he remarked, "You must be capable, yes. But your appearance, speech, and mannerisms must all be elegant. You must give off the aura of a hero." In unison, a number of sidekicks exclaimed, "Another excellent style, Best Jeanist." I arrived at the incorrect agency. Bakugo thought as his hair immediately went back to how it had been. Somewhere else. As this was going on, Momo and Kendo were observing the snake hero as he participated in a photo shoot at Uwabami's agency. As the photo shoot continued, the gingerette remarked, "I thought we were supposed to be her interns, not her entourage." As she watched the photo shoot, Momo told her, "This is something we can't avoid to be a hero in the world we live in. Plus I'm sure there's something we're missing here. All right? Perhaps?" she pondered. Kendo thought with a drop of perspiration, poor girl's deep in denial. Somewhere else. Manuel and Iida had just returned from a patrol at the Manual agency. "Sorry things haven't been more actiony lately. Things have been kinda tense," the man replied. Iida removed his helmet and placed it in a desk, saying reassuringly, No, this is fine." Then he started thinking about Stain, specifically how he would injure 4 or 5 heroes wherever he went. So he's probably going to hit again, he thought. Somewhere else. Stain stood in the bar where Shigaraki and Kurogiri called their hiding place, staring expectantly at Tamura. "So, you're Tamura Shigaraki of the League of Villains. Why have you brought me here? I assume it isn't just a chat," the individual replied. Kurogiri informed him, "We would like to extend the hand of friendship to you, Hero Killer Stain. Yeah. With your skills, experience and influence combined with our resources, we'd be able to do some real damage," Shigaraki responded. With his arms crossed, Stain asked, "What sort of damage?" Tamura shrugged and held up a photo of Izuku, saying, "Honestly, a lot, particularly the kind that'll plunge the world into anarchy, like taking out All Might, for example." He went on, "Or this little punk here. Especially him." Before Urieli emerged from the shadows, a well-known female voice said, "That little bastard's the reason I had to really work my ass off to break out of jail," she screamed. Stain sneered, "So all you wish for is wanton destruction. So. I haven't worked out the minutiae of what our end goal will be yet," Shigaraki sighed. "Hence why a more experienced person like you would be a good asset. You can help us better direct our efforts to bring the Hero Society to its knees," Kurogiri concluded. The hero killer drew his blades and hissed, "You expect me to simply help in your goal of mindless chaos? I think not." Shigaraki said uneasily, "Oh, Kurogiri, get rid of this guy, quick." The man behind the screen was asked by the living warp gate, "Master, should I?" He said, "No, let it happen. In order for Tamura to fully come into his own as a villain, he must learn how to mature." He went on. "This could be a good case to do so." Reluctantly, Kurogiri said, "As you wish." As Stain attacked, Tamura moaned, "Oh, shit." Somewhere else. The two were still training hard back with Gran Torino and Izuku. Additionally, Izuku had just named the defense tactic he had previously employed. One for all. Fox's Den, 15%. He was still attempting to block his teacher with this move at the moment, with varying degrees of success. Izuku exclaimed, "Gak," as he was struck again through a gap in his defense, landing face first against the wall. "Damn it, no matter how hard I try, There's always a blind spot in the middle of my shoulders at the back, he was grumbling. Gran Torino said, nothing's perfect right away, newbie. You'll get it eventually. Now come on, we're going out. If you stick to fighting just me you'll end up developing some weird habits, he continued. Izuku yelled angrily, what the hell do you mean, weird habits? As he was getting dressed, the man told him, you'll be in trouble fighting someone who's the exact opposite if you stick just fighting me. As he put on his costume, the teenager gave a mental shrug and said, well, I guess that makes sense. He said, so where are we gonna go? As they exited the building, the man clarified, Shibuya, there we'll find plenty of villains to fight. A taxi stopped for them to board, and the Fox Sin exclaimed, Shibuya? I figured we'd be in some place more populated. Gran Torino informed him, oh it's plenty populated. The boy shrugged, okay, later. Izuku attempted to text Iida to inform him that they would be passing Hosu when they were on a train to Shibuya later on, but when he checked it again, he discovered that Iida had only read the message. Strange. Feeling uneasy, the teenager wrote, Iida usually doesn't wait more than 3 minutes to respond to a message. But a building in the distance exploded as they went over Hosu. Before a hero was flung through the train's wall and a pale green, lanky hand moved some of the metal inside, the green-haired boy exclaimed, what the? The creature had 4 wild eyes and brains that poured out. Anomu? Exclaimed the fox. Gran Torino commanded the naive creature to, stay here, kid, as he threw it from the train and into a structure. Son of a. The teenager swore as the train's captain attempted to reassure the fellow travelers. Before jumping out of the train and running, he exclaimed, this has got to be something to do with the League of Villains. Which means, oh shit, 10% for 1 for all full cowling. This is how much speed 5 to 10% can give me, great, he thought as he began to run at nearly Mach speeds. Then he skidded to a stop, causing the ground beneath him to pile up. 2 more Nomu, one with wings and the other with only a brain and lower jaw, were standing in front of him. Holy she. Wait, where's Iida? The Sin of Greed swore as he scanned the area, failing to find his friend. Damn it, where is he? Before he remembered anything, he growled and mentally cursed. Wait, wasn't the hero killer sighted in, motherfucker? Izuku was running through Hosu's alleys like a crazy person, searching everywhere for his speedster friend, when he suddenly spotted something. He bounded along the walls, increased the percentage to 20, and then threw a Detroit smash directly into the hero killer's face. The ground turned up from behind and slid down the alley with tremendous force, causing the man's face to contort as he was thrown flying from the impact and skidded to a halt on his back. And remain on the ground, he landed in front of Iida and yelled. Midoriya. Why are you here? Izuku glanced over his shoulder at the boy and shot him a casual glance as the bespectacled boy asked feebly from the ground. He remarked, oh hey Iida, didn't see you there. What's going on? Did he ask? Gee, leave this place. You're not worried about this, he got out through grit teeth. Izuku simply looked at him for a few seconds, turned around to face Stain as he got up. The villain, now having a nasty black eye, let out a cavernous yawn, and then started rolling his neck and shoulders. Did you not hear me? Get out of here, I said, Iida shouted. Oh, okay, I heard you. Before turning to face Stain, the Fox Sin said to him, I'm just not listening. So, you're Stain, huh? I must admit that I kind of expected you to be taller, he remarked casually. The man hissed, I saw you at the sports festival, Sin of Greed. With a nod, the Sin of Greed said, ah, so my reputation precedes me. Well, hero killer, so has yours. It's said that you murder heroes you believe to be false. But let me ask you a question. He went on, gesturing to the man, suppose, just for the sake of argument, that a girl aspires to be a hero. Her parents are extremely impoverished. And she aspires to be a hero in order to earn a lot of money and provide an easy life for her parents, who are as amazing as you can imagine. Tell me, Stain, would you kill a girl who just wants to support her family? He continued. Would you dare to call her phony as well? In fact, Stain was momentarily taken aback by the question before he composed himself. Why do you ask me this question? He asked. The Fox Sin cracked his knuckles and said, well, depending on how you answer, may determine if I just break a few of your bones, or just snap your neck. Stain then gave him a stern look. Iida swallowed in alarm as he said, I'd kill her because it's only a matter of time before she gets consumed by her greed. He knew who Izuku was referring to and how deeply those words affected him. Izuku said icily, so, you have chosen death. He pulled out his 3-section staff and whirled it around before launching an attack using the air pulses that 20% of 1 for all permitted him to use. Fox Hunt. He screamed and hurled air blades at the man. Izuku slackly sidestepped the slashes as 15% of 1 for all allowed him to outspeed him long enough to grab Iida and jump back, placing him with native. Stain bounded into the air to avoid the air blades before charging at the immortal, blade ready. Returning to 10%, he approached Stain directly and they gazed at one another while the boy sent his location to all of his Twitter friends. Stain looked into his eyes and noticed something that he hadn't noticed when Izuku asked him that question. The man drew his knives and jumped back, saying, "Righteous fury, the fury of love. Now I understand," he said. "What are you discussing?" the boy inquired. When faced with death, people always reveal their true selves. However, you openly display your true nature. You embrace death instead of fearing it, the man exclaimed. And all of this, for a sense of love? Why? He wondered. Did he ask? Because I vowed to dedicate myself to the girl of my dreams. People like you must be taken out of the picture in order to keep her safe, the boy told him firmly. Izuku had a resolutely icy look on his face, which Stain noticed. And that goes for all my friends. He growled, then grabbed the sword and pulled it away, punching Stain hard in the gut. I will never again, he said, blocking Stain's sword by allowing it to be thrust through his palm. Lose anyone I care about. Oh, he grunted as he stumbled backward and then fell to one knee, but as the boy's hand healed, he noticed a drop of blood dripping from it. He slid his tongue out and allowed the drop to strike it, and then Izuku locked up. What the devil? The immortal gave a startled squawk. And your convictions are definitely something to admire, Stain moaned as he stood back up, a little unsteadily. You're a powerful kid, I'll give you that. However, I have a responsibility to kill false heroes in order to correct this society. However, I might leave that girl you mentioned alone, who knows, the man said, turning back to him as he raised his sword. As he approached Iida and prepared to stab him, he added, perhaps there is hope for her. Avoid it. You dare, Izuku shouted, but Stain was thrown backward by a burst of flames before he could murder Iida. What? Iida got out in surprise before glancing at the direction it came from. Then Todoroki came into view, and he had on a new costume. Todoroki? Did he ask? Shoto's new outfit included a dark blue jacket with sleeves that reached his elbows, a high collar that was joined in the middle by a gray neckpiece, baggy pants of the same color, a combat vest that was plated in metal, and white boots with a thin line down the middle of each boot and its soles that were a darker pale gray. He also wore a brown utility belt around his waist, and small metal capsules filled with medical supplies hung off the front. Shoto. Thank God. My message reached you. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. The boy held up his phone and said, I wish you'd have given more details about your location. It's not like you to leave out details like that. Unless you were in trouble, you wouldn't do that, he continued. Standing there, comically frozen, the fox Sin sarcastically said, Wow, ya don't say. Now, can you get this guy off me so I can figure out how to get moving again? My legs hurt so much, he shouted. Right. Izuku began sliding back and slid beside Shoto after the scarred teenager nodded and threw a wave of ice at the hero killer. Izuku moaned as he lay on his back, still frozen. Okay, so I think I may know how this guy's quirk works. How? The boy inquired. I saw him taste a drop of my blood, and he explained, he needs to ingest the blood of his victims in order to immobilize them, though whether the duration differs with blood type is unknown to me. So that's how I know, he said, mumbling, and since I can gradually regain feeling in my limbs, it must be a time limit at that point. Stain grinned and said, so you figured it out. Bravo. All right, so we understand how his quirk operates, but how can we defeat him? Izuku felt his body snap back to him, so he swiftly went full cowl and swung his staff around to get him back up. Shoto asked as he formed an ice wall that Stain sliced apart. Holding his staff tightly, he said, Get behind me, Todoroki, I'm about to use a special move. As he moved behind the teen with the green hair, the boy nodded and said, Right. Excellent maneuver. Fox's den. Sorry Stain, but as long as this move is up. Izuku screamed, launching his staff in a circle of atoms at breakneck speed. You'll never be able to even touch us, let alone kill us, the boy informed him. Fun fact. You lose the game the moment you follow an enraged and terrified fox into its den. Izuku's protection method was up as he swung his staff around and shouted, like I said, Stain. As long as I'm in the fox's den, you're never going to be able to touch me, or my friends, let alone kill us. As he searched for a weakness in the defensive, the hero killer said, Not a bad technique, Kid. Not everyone invests time in those. The fox Sin remarked, let's just say that I've had a lot of time on my hands. He muttered to his two-toned friend, hey, Todoroki. What is it? Inquired the boy. I need you to do me a favor and keep an eye on my back. Make sure he can't get behind me, he said. The dual element user nodded and said, got it. Stain narrowed his eyes at the children, sensing that they were plotting. Shoto threw a flurry of ice at him, which he avoided, proving that this was correct. However, his knives shattered on impact as they struck the air barrier Izuku was constructing as he moved in to take the guys down. With a curse, he sprung back rapidly and pulled out 2 more knives. That child wasn't playing a bluff. Stain thought, I can't get close enough to cut them. Before turning to face Todoroki, he remarked, but every defense has a weakness. Maybe there is a weak spot at that angle. He wanted that kid to stay back. He pondered. He decided to put that hypothesis to the test and ran at them while avoiding some ice that was thrown at him. Then he thrust his knives forward, leaning behind the sphere. Izuku was waiting on Gran Torino's apartment steps with a costume briefcase in hand as the week-long internships for Class 1A came to a conclusion. Sorry we weren't able to do much this week, kid. Not much of an internship I know, the dad replied. Don't worry too much about it. You taught me how to use one for all without damaging my body, so I'd count that as progress. Izuku advised him. Then Gran Torino struck him with his cane on the leg. You did, yes, but remember that you only survived because the hero killer let you. You need to stay calm and alert when you use one for all, or else you'll risk going over your limit like you did with that stress fracture of yours that just healed, he begged. The immortal nodded, a little taken aback. Right. Hey, I've been wondering this, but how is it that you're not well known? I mean, you trained All Might and taught his class at UA. You should be famous, but you're not. It makes no sense. He was interested. Gran Torino thought, I can see why you'd wonder about that. To the surprise of the fox Sin, he admitted, to be honest, I never really cared about being a pro hero. Although it wasn't unusual for him, the boy's genuine amazement was something that doesn't happen very often these days. I know what you're thinking, and the reason why I got my license is because I needed to be able to use my quirk without limits in order to help Shimura. The man replied. Though it'd be better if you heard it from Toshi. All Might, I mean. He can explain it better than I can. The man went on. Izuku said, shrugging, fair enough. As he left, he said, well, thanks anyway. Hey boy. The old guy called, causing the immortal to cast his customary casual glare over his shoulder. Who are you? He inquired in a naive tone. The sin of greed recognized what he was doing instantly and smirked, jabbing a thumb at himself and showing his fox-like teeth. His tongue rolled out the side of his mouth as he said, who am I? Well, that's simple. With an arrogant sneer, he added, I'm the immortal hero, call me Ban. Before they left, the elderly hero gave him a sly smile and nodded. He's just like Toshinori, even though he doesn't look or act like him. Thus, one for all will pass to this person. You made a wise choice, Gran Torino reflected. When you pass away and the hero Ban becomes the new symbol of peace, let's hope that we can both be there. Later, ha 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 ha, holy crap. What the heck, Bakugo, Kachan? Exclaimed Kirishima, Siro, and Izuku, giggling at the blonde's utterly crazy hairstyle. The Pomeranian blonde growled, shut up, you idiots. My hair's gotten so used to it I can't get it back to normal, you hear me? I'll kill all 3 of you, he continued. I'd like to see you try, pretty boy. Izuku staggered to the rear, still laughing, as Siro chuckled. Holy crap, that's hilarious. Tada laughed, trying not to laugh too much. Bakugo screamed, what did you say, as his hair grew back to its usual size. Mina whimpered to Jiro and Sue, whoa, so you actually got to fight real villains. That's so cool, oh I'm so jealous. As she twirled one of her jacks around her finger, Jiro shrugged and said, I just helped evacuate people and provide logistical support. No fighting on my part. All I did was clean the ship deck. Though there was this time where we stopped some drug smugglers, Sue sighed. Mina and Jiro both said, okay, now that's cool, simultaneously. Sue remarked, what about you, Ochako? How was your week? As they turned to face the girl who loved mochi, who appeared to be a totally different person. Shadow boxing out of instinct and muscle memory, the girl remarked, I'd say it was very enlightening. The frog girl commented, looks like that battle hero helped her uncover her fighting spirit. Izuku grinned and remarked, I think it suits her. Kaminari observed, 1 week and it's like she's a totally different person. Tada nodded and said, I'll say. Pointing to Iida, Shoto, and Izuku, the Electro user remarked, but if you wanna about some people who really changed, it was those three. Oh yeah. Heard about you guys rubbing into the hero killer before Endeavor arrived, Zero said. Izuku folded his arms and sighed, Faye. He opened his mouth to exclaim, I would have been Phi, MMPH. When Ochako seized him with a strong embrace. Holding him tight, she said, I was so worried about you. As Izuku attempted to escape her hold, the girls in the class gasped, primarily because he was inadvertently being suffocated by the girl's chest, which his skull was smashed in at the moment. Despite his status, the immortal said, I'll be happy if I die like this. Momo coughed, ahem. As Izuku continued to struggle until he slowly died of asphyxia, she said to her buddy, not to be rude, Uraraka, but you may want to let go of Midoriya. She went on, you're suffocating the poor boy. The gravity girl said, huh? Before observing his present condition. In a panic, she screamed, no, don't die, while attempting to revive him. As Ochako continued to worry about Izuku, Kaminari remarked, yeah no, I know the hero killer was evil, but according to a video I saw he was super tenacious. He's kinda cool in a murdery, stabby kinda way, he continued. Tada growled, Kaminari, at him. He apologetically exclaimed, oh, dude, as he glanced at Iida, whose hand was still hurt. According to the boy with the bespectacles, no, it's okay. You're fine. I will admit that he was a tenacious villain. And why people thought he was cool, but even so, killing cannot be condoned, he went on. Shoto nodded in agreement, saying, that he was. Iida said to them, now, everyone take your seats, class is about to start. Then Tokiyami moaned, he's back. Jiro growled, nice going, Kaminari. He groaned and said, sorry, I'll try to keep my mouth shut. Later, All Might was outside one of the training sites with the children during hero basic training. Except for Iida, everyone was dressed in costume. The man grinned at them and said, I am here. I hope you all are ready to return to our lessons. Feels like I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Today is hero basic training. Now then, listen for what's in store. Today we're going to be conducting a little race. Be sure to take everything you learned at your internships to heart and apply it to this rescue training, he stated. If it's rescue training, then shouldn't we be at the USJ? Iida responded. No, that facility specializes in training for rescue after natural disasters. As I said, this is a race, so prepare. The lean blonde said. You'll be entering Field Gamma. This training ground is made up of a series of factories, creating an elaborate labyrinth. He went on. You'll be starting in groups of 5 at the outskirts. I'll be sending a distress signal and you do what you have to rescue me. The first to reach me wins. He went on. Slowly pointing toward Bakugo, he concluded, but try to keep the property damage to a bare minimum please. He whispered, why the hell is he pointing at me? Izuku received an elbow to the ribs in response to his whispered rejoinder, you know why. While the others were discussing the group, Izuku cracked his knuckles and allowed the camera to capture his new threads as the first group prepared. This included, of course, the Fox Sin, Mina, Ojiro, Iida, and Zero. Iida's still recovering, right? Maybe he should sit this one out, says Kaminari. Kirishima nodded and said, yeah, plus everyone in the group has super good mobility. Tada shrugged and said, that doesn't seem to be stopping him. I'd say that Midoriya is at a slight disadvantage here, since his quirk usually isn't mobility centered and so far is only good in short bursts, Momo said. Jiro agreed and said, yeah, that's my assumption, too. Kirishima remarked, who's your pick? I'm betting on Zero. Kaminari answered, oh yeah? I got odds on Ojiro. I'm gonna bet on Ishido. Her acid seems like it'd be a good fit here, King said. Ochako remarked, I still think Iida's got this one. Shoto said, in my opinion, Midoriya has this down. Especially after what I saw him do in Hosu, he continued. Bakugo asked, huh? What are you yapping on about, icy hot? The user of the dual element responded, you'll find out in a few moments. Zero took an early advantage when the match started. As he swung above everyone else, he smiled and said, it's like this course was built with me in mind. Just before a green blur raced by him. What the? He cried in surprise as Izuku swiftly ran by him. As he rushed across a massive pipe, his arms trailing after him as his coat flapped in the wind, the immortal called back, later, Zero. He had to jump off and begin hopping around from ledge to ledge and building to building, much like a ninja would do in front of tree branches. What in the world? was Kirishima's shocked exclamation, and everyone else's. Ochako exclaimed, "Whoa, those moves, he looks just like." Bakugo said, "Those are my moves," in surprise. While I was being developed in that pointless internship, he grew stronger. "Oh no, I am slipping behind," he mentally swore. As he walked, the Fox Sin smiled and saw lightning crack all around him. "Okay, time to crank this up to 8%. He smiled as he shot forward at breakneck speed, rocketed across the field, and crashed headlong into a water tower, denting his body in the process. But nothing was broken since his body was now so resilient because it was continually renewing itself. Ooh! The people watching blushed. As the youngster slowly dropped from the tower and onto the pavement just below, Jiro remarked, "That looked painful." As he lay there, confused, birds were circling over his head. In jest, Kaminari remarked, "At least he didn't die that time." Bakugo and Tada deadpanned. "Really, dude? What?" "It's true," defended the electric boy. "Shouldn't Midoriya's body be damaged and regenerating right now?" asked Momo. "I haven't known him as long as Bakugo, Uraraka or King, but from what Midoriya's told me, his skin and body get stronger every time he regenerates or comes back from the dead," Shoto clarified. "So theoretically, if he regenerates enough times, it could take nothing short of a nuke to take him out," he said. Bakugo added, "And he'd be strong enough to pack that kind of wallop." All might turn to face him as he slowly stood back up with Izuku. He said, "You surprised me." To the youngster. "Meet me after class, we need to talk. It's time I told you the whole truth, about me and one for all," he continued. The boy appeared a little taken aback. Reality. He reflected to himself. Later, the boys were changing and dressing in the locker room. Tada sighed, "That sure was a workout." "It's the first class that really had me glistening," Aoyama stated. Izuku deadpanned, "You flew on your pillow the entire time, King." Kirishima said, "I really gotta work on my mobility." Tokiyami proposed, "You can also compensate by improving other skills." As Izuku considered what All Might had said, Kaminari remarked, "I wish I could use my quirk for speed. I'm jealous of guys like you and Zero." King then gave him a shoulder tap. "What's up?" he put it. The Grizzly Sin muttered, "Someone Shawshanked a hole in this wall. You know what's on the other end, right? The girls' locker room," he added, getting the rest of the boys' attention, even Bakugo and Shoto. "Shush!" Kaminari hissed as he covered the boy's mouth. "Are you crazy? They'll kill us," he hissed. "No, spying on them in such a way is disrespectful," Iida exclaimed. Tada seemed to be really torn apart about this. "Oh, I know it's wrong, but curiosity is killing me. I don't know if I want to look or what," he said, scratching his head wildly. Images of Sue popping into his head. Shoto, meanwhile, had a red blush plastered across his face as an image of a naked Momo enters his mind, posing shyly and also blushing. Kaminari, Kirishima and Ojiro meanwhile had similar visions of Jiro, Mina and Hagakure respectively. Needless to say, curiosity was killing them. They then turned to Izuku and Bakugo, who could immediately recognize their unspoken words. For them to do the peeking for them since the two had the most "I don't give a fuck" out of them all at present. "How is it that we're always the fall guys for this shit?" Bakugo sighed. "Because we literally give zero shits," the immortal said as he shook his head. Sighing, the two strolled over to the peephole and glanced inside, both scouring the room for signs of life. "See anything?" Kaminari whispered. The two were silent for a second or two, right until the zombie Fox Sin suddenly lurched backwards as he got a nosebleed. "Holy Christ, Ochako looks fucking sexy," he thought with a dopey grin. Bakugo meanwhile was welcomed with something considerably less pleasant. "Gah! My eye!" the exploding youngster shouted as Jiro's headphone jack pierced itself into his eye. "Oh!" The other boys flinched as he gripped his eye in anguish. Somewhere else. Meanwhile with the girls, they were still getting dressed. Ochako was blushing like mad given the fact Izuku had just seen her in only her black bra and underwear. She wasn't really mad. They had seen each other with little clothing on as kids, but she was still terribly ashamed. "Thanks, Jiro," Toru remarked. "Despicable, we'll patch this hole up right away." Momo nodded, her own flush apparent when she heard Jiro add that Todoroki appeared tempted to look. Same with the rest of the gals. Jiro, on the other hand, appeared to be ambivalent after overhearing Kaminari muttering that he wanted to look at them, and her specifically. "But why me?" she pondered. Later, Izuku noticed Ochako going to her locker as he was making his way to the teacher's lounge to speak with All Might. He said, "Hey Ochako." The girl jumped in surprise as her gunhead training kicked in, and she reflexively judo flipped him. After a beat, he said, "Nice form." "Sorry Deku," she said, assisting him in standing up. "No, I should apologize. Sorry about peeking on you back there, the guys weren't giving me much of a choice," he said. Her blushing face revealed, "I'm not mad, but I am embarrassed." He said, "Sorry." He then leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Hey listen, about what I said on the phone. I wanted to tell you that." He drew away and informed her, "I'm going to make good on my promise. That one day I'm going to take what's mine, and make you mine." Leaning on his toned chest and listening to his heartbeat was something the gravity girl couldn't resist. She let out a wistful sigh and then grinned, "I hope you do. I still can't believe you remembered that promise we made when we were kids." The undead child took her hand in his and said, "Of course I did, Ochako. I remembered it because you're the only woman for me. I love you." Ochako turned aside, flushed. Before her cheeks flushed and she fled in embarrassment, she added, "I'm glad you think that." Izuku let out a sigh, understanding that he had gone too far. When he walked into the lounge and found All Might waiting for him, he sighed, "Dang it." He instructed his student to take a seat. As the teen with the green hair said, "What did you want to talk to me about?" The top hero wrote, "I heard that the hero killer got a taste of your blood." He nodded and said, "Yeah, twice." All Might said, "Young Midoriya, do you remember how I gave you one for all?" He went on, "Do you remember what I said to you that day?" With his best All Might impression, Izuku exclaimed, "Eat this," and even looked like him. To which the blonde replied, "No, not that part. I said the key was in my DNA, that's why I had you swallow the hair." He continued. When the immortal realized, his eyes widened. He growled, "I swear, if that psycho has on for all." All Might sighed after saying, "No, he doesn't. I just thought you'd be worried is all." "But," he groaned, "I see it didn't even cross your mind." "Let me guess. I have to willingly give my DNA to someone, right?" the child speculated. "Right. It can't be taken by force, but it can be given by force." The individual gave a nod. "The quirk you have is unique and you should know its origin." He went on. "One for all was derived from another quirk, one that is very old known as All for One," he said to his student. "All for One? Why didn't I know about that peculiarity earlier?" Izuku raised an eyebrow in consideration. Wanting to know more, he asked, "Go on." This quirk allowed its user to steal quirks from others. He could either keep them for himself or pass them along to other people. The peace sign was explained. The immortal glanced down at his hand at this, and an idea occurred to him. The sin of greed questioned, "If that's the case then, would that user be able to take away my immortality?" He clarified, "Hypothetically, I mean." As the symbol of peace pondered, "Why do you ask?" Izuku exhaled deeply. "Because even if I get together with Ochako, my quirk would force me to watch her, my mom, and all my friends wither away and die in front of me. That can destroy a person," he clarified. All Might appeared to think about this. He nodded before his face softened. "Yes, I can see how that could be a tempting prospect for you with that in mind. But you shouldn't give in to that despair, not yet. After all, you may learn how to do that very thing yourself, given time." "What?" he inquired, perplexed. His tutor answered, "Let me finish the story and I'll explain to you what I mean." Now, this occurred when quirks were just starting to appear. Before society knew what to do with the newly powered among them. When quirks first appeared, suddenly it was impossible to say what it meant to be a normal person. Laws and human rights were hotly debated, civilians' progression stopped, society decayed. If superpowers had never appeared, humans would be taking interstellar holidays by this point, according to Izuku. He went on to say, "I remember hearing that somewhere." His instructor nodded as he said, "And it sounds like civil rights America, to an extent." All for One took advantage of this turmoil and asserted himself as the overlord of Japan by having people join his cause. Stealing quirks from others and committing evil acts with little resistance. He was told by All Might. The Fox Sin asked, "How come we never heard of this guy?" "Because that's a part of history people prefer to ignore. Like you said, it sounds like civil rights America, and it makes people feel guilty that they acted in such a way." The man exhaled. The sin of greed questioned, "How does this all tie together?" All for One can pass on quirks, remember. He would make people trust him by altering their abilities or giving them more quirks. Though some poor souls would break under the strain of this and become like living dolls, incapable of speaking. All Might clarified. Izuku whispered, just like Nomu. His teacher nodded, then went on. This man had a quirkless younger brother. He was small and sickly, but he had a strong sense of justice. They couldn't have been more different. The hero went on. It pained the younger brother to see his older brother's deeds, so he tried to resist him. He continued. Then All for One forcibly gave a stockpiling quirk onto his sibling. We're not sure if it was a gift he was trying to give his brother, or if he was trying to force him to submit, he said. The teen asked, what happened next? The stockpiling quirk merged with a quirk that the younger brother had all along. A quirk that allowed him to pass on quirks. His instructor clarified. And that is how One for All came to be. Izuku remarked, well, that's unexpected. He didn't anticipate One for All's origin to be what it was. And you mentioned something about me learning to give? He inquired. Yes. I believe that if you take this as inspiration, you could learn how to use your snatch ability to learn how to give pieces of your immortality to someone else, instead of using it to only take. Just like the two brothers. He was told by All Might. Your quirks are very similar, it could be very possible, he continued. Izuku groaned and shook his head, saying, learning to do so is going to be a struggle. With a determined expression, he said, but if I can pull it off, it'll be more than worth it. I'm glad you think so. All for One was the same villain who killed my master and wounded me. I thought I had destroyed him, but now it seems I was wrong. He's back and he's working as the mind behind the League of Villains. The hero stated as he got up. I wanted to tell you this because you may have to face him yourself. As it is the purpose of One for All to stop All for One, he said. Fox Sin snarled. Then I'll do my damnedest to make the fucker pay. Then. I'll do it for you All Might, and Miss Shimura, and all the past users who came before me. I'll avenge them all, no matter what it takes, he said, clenching his fist. All Might appeared to be about to speak, but he held back. You fool, hurry up. Inform him. He reflected to himself. Then, with the same resolute expression in his eyes, he turned to face his student as he approached. Before Izuku gave him a swift hug, he thought, I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but by the time you face him, I won't be able to be by your side anymore. I've lost too much already, All Might. So don't you go dying on me, alright? He replied. I didn't heal your stomach just so you could keel over. He continued. Before giving his student a hug in return, All Might glanced at his hand, which, like the rest of him, had been gradually rebuilding its muscle mass every day. I'll try to stay alive as long as I can, my boy, he said. The following day, Aizawa informed them, well, summer vacation is almost here. But don't get too excited, you can't just relax for an entire month, he said. Does that mean? Kaminari began, tight throughout his body. The erasure hero stated, you'll be training, while you're camping in the woods. When they heard the news, everyone exclaimed, I knew it. This is awesome. Instead, Mina said, it's like a giant sleepover, with joy. Baths. With blushes all over their faces, the boys thought about the hot bath houses where the girls would be. With curiosity, Sue murmured, fireworks. The thought of joining her in witnessing the aerial explosions made King flush. And hot springs too, meow. Izuku smiled, glancing at Ochako as the idea occurred to him. And Iida added, and s'mores. Gulp and possibly, skinny. My goodness. Gazing at Jiro with a tomato-red face, Kaminari swallowed. However, Aizawa interrupted, muting everyone as he used his quirk. If you don't pass the final exam, then you'll have summer school, he said. Kirishima urged his classmates to try their hardest so they could pass. Bakugo snarled, this is so stupid. Izuku reassured him, calm down, Kachan. It will be worthwhile in the end. The following day, everyone was seated in homeroom the following day in class, and as Aizawa exited the room. When Mina and Kaminari stated, I've barely studied any this semester, they were together. The blonde exclaimed in a panic, with the sports festival and internships I didn't have time to read the textbook. Mina giggled nervously. In the midterms, the two had scored 20th and 19th, respectively. After finishing 14th in the midterms, Tokiyami said, it's true that we haven't had very much free time. With a nod from Koda, Sato said, they weren't too difficult because we hadn't learned much this semester, but I'm a little concerned about these. They probably won't pull any punches either. Their respective midterm scores were 12 and 10. After somehow finishing 9th on the midterms, Tada grinned and stated, well, as someone in the top 10, I've got nothing to worry about. Mina and Kaminari yelled, what, you placed 9th in the midterms? The pink girl whimpered, aw man, and I thought you were one of us. Don't you know that lazy dudes like you are only likable if they're kinda stupid? Who's gonna love you now? Said Kaminari. The grizzly Sin smiled and shrugged. I can name a few. Izuku reassured his companion. Calm down, Kaminari. We still have time to study, so we can still succeed. That way we can all go camping. It's no fun if there are people missing, he said. Despite his casual and careless demeanor, the Sin of Greed had managed to place fourth in the midterms. Yes. I have high hopes that we'll make Ua proud. Iida gave a wink, finishing the midterms in second place. The electric lad asked, and just how are we supposed to do that? Shoto shrugged and said, if you just pay attention in class, it's kind of hard to fail. He was in sixth position. Kaminari said, why you gotta cut me down like that? Before Momo spoke up. Hey, you two, if you want I can catch you up on the important topics, she said to them. In the class, she came in top. The two said, you're the best y'all Momo. Shoto observed her sigh and said, I'm not sure if I'll be any help with the practical though. I've been studying, but do you think you can help me? I'm having trouble understanding quadratic functions, Jiro replied. Siro went on, and classical Japanese is killing me. Is there room for one more? I'm afraid I'm falling behind a little, Ojiro responded. They said, pretty please. To the girl. All of them require my assistance. I can turn this into a study group. This is incredible, giddy, Momo thought. Okay. Let's get started, she exclaimed, her face brightening. As he sat with Bakugo, Kirishima remarked, it sounds like I should be studying with her. You think I don't know enough? Maybe I should beat the lessons into your skull, the blonde yelled. According to the redhead, I'm counting on it. Izuku was sitting on Ochako's desk in the meantime. I'm not gonna be doing much this week, so do you want to come study at my place? He inquired. As she considered her childhood friend, Crush's mother, the girl nodded and said, sure. It'll be nice to see your mom again. She blushed as he smirked down at her and said, okay then, see ya there, pink cheeks. Later, Shoto remained silent for the majority of the conversation as they discussed the practical test while everyone was eating lunch, his thoughts straying to Yaoyorozu's distressed appearance. But as Monoma from Class 1B passed by and slammed his elbow into the back of the Fox Sin's head, their talk was cut short. He snarled, the hell crawled up your ass and died? Sorry, your head's just so big it's hard to miss, said Monoma. Got something you want to say, punk? Asked the teen with the green hair. I heard you guys stumbled across the hero killer. Peeved, just like in the sports festival, Class 1A isn't happy unless it's at the center of attention. The brunette grumbled. With everyone staring at him, he went on, you do realize that people aren't watching you because they think you're good heroes, it's just because you get into so much trouble. Izuku began to break his utensils as he gripped them tightly. Here's food for thought. Someday we'll all be caught up in your mess. Then we'll all be unwitting victims. What horrible villains will you bring down upon us? What demons? He added prior to being interrupted. Izuku seized Monoma by the throat and said, shut your motherfucking mouth, you little brat. What the hell would you know about fighting villains? Have you experienced a situation where it was do or die? Have you ever seen a villain up close? Have you seen how they have the ability to end your life? He was almost yelling as he throttled the putative attacker. He threw him to the ground while yelling, no? Then keep your mouth shut. As far as I'm concerned, you're just a bratty child with an inferiority complex, after finishing. The copying youngster collapsed to the ground and coughed. Kendo was fortunate to catch his plate. She told the Sin of Greed, you didn't have to do that, I would have handled it. As she moaned and grabbed Monoma by the collar, he said, too late. As the kid she was holding attempted to silence her, the ginger replied, so I was listening. I know you guys are worried about the practical final and decided to fill you in. Apparently we're gonna be facing robots like in the entrance exam, she informed them. Monoma moaned, Kendo, you just gave away our strategic advantage. Together, the ginger and green-haired teenagers exclaimed, shut up, Monoma, brat. Which made them exchange glances before shrugging. To Kendo's perplexity, Izuku stated, anyway, I would say thanks, but I don't think it would be a good idea to stick to that. She questioned, what do you mean? His comrades murmured in agreement as the immortal said, if it's robots now, then the faculty might change it at any time, making it useless info. After giving it some thought, Kendo nodded and said, yeah, I see your point. Admittedly, sticking to information that could be rendered worthless was stupid and would cause them to lose focus. Later, Kaminari and Mina grinned, saying, all right. This'll be so much easier if it's just robots. The pink girl said, such awesome news, with joy. Why do you sound so happy? You both have a hard time controlling your quirks, Shoji informed them. Kaminari grinned and said, yeah, but I can let loose if it's robots. Mina chirped, and melting them is gonna be a cinch for me. Now all you'll need is for Yaoyorozu to help you study and you'll be all set for finals. Zero beams. Bakugo shot back at the two, saying, it shouldn't matter if it's robots or real people. Why are you morons so happy? With an embarrassed shrug, Kaminari said, 'Cause it's easier? Like I said earlier at lunch, that info could change. Don't stick to it,' Izuku stated to them. Momo nodded in agreement, saying, Midori is right. We should be at least somewhat prepared for any changes. Bakugo turned to face his opponent and said, hey Deku. I'm not sure what you did with your internship to get better with your power, but I want you to know, it's seriously pissing me off, he barked. And? The fox Sin asked bluntly, not understanding the significance. Before turning to face Shoto, the blonde said, we'll be getting individual scores, that means new rankings. So I won't hold back, I'll prove how much better I am. I won't have another half-assed victory like in the sports festival. Before he bounded out of the room, he growled, and Todoroki? I'll kill you too. King observed, well he's in a bad mood. Kirishima nodded and said, more than usual. Do you think it's hatred or impatience? Tokiyami asked. Later, Ochako was waiting outside Izuku's house door, prepared for their study session as the days before finals drew near. While adjusting her backpack, she knocked nervously on the door. The girl had a Gordian knot-like sensation in her tummy. After a minute, the door opened and Inko appeared. She gave her a hug after widening her eyes. As she withdrew, the woman exclaimed, Ochako, oh I was so glad to hear that you were all right sweetie. How've you been? Are your parents all right? And how's your brother doing? She inquired. The girl answered her questions in that order. I've been as fine as I could get, my parents are fine, and Tada is, well, Tada. As she brought the girl inside, Inko said, that's good. Come in, Izuku's in his room, you can go into the dining room and get started if you want to until he comes out. The girl nodded and went to the dining room to begin studying, thanks. She didn't realize that someone was standing over her shoulder as she began reading the text. She turned to see him standing over her shoulder, studying her English workbook, and he was shirtless. Izuku had remarked, if you're trying to figure out that sentence structure I suggest looking for the subject first. He pointed to a sentence and continued, see? That's the subject right there. She blushed as she stammered, right, thanks. His toned physique was so close to her and exposed. Oh no, he's hot. As she attempted to prevent a nosebleed, she screamed to herself. The Sin put a hand on her forehead and said, you okay? Your face is all red. He inquired, you don't have a fever, do ya? Her cheeks was scarlet, and she whispered, no, it's just, CC can you put an SS shirt on please? After giving himself a quick glance and shrugging, the scarred teenager put on a plain white t-shirt. He sat beside her and said, anyway, let's keep going. Nodding, the girl said, all right, after a few days. Everyone was dressed in their costumes for the practical, which came after the written exams. At first, it appeared strange to them, but it turns out that the teachers were too. What's happening? Was the idea that most of the students in the class were thinking. Now, I know you kids think you may know what you'll be facing today. Aizawa said. Robots right? Inquired Kaminari. Nezu broke free of Aizawa's scarf and stated, actually, this year's test will have a different set of opponents for various reasons. Principal Nezu, most of the pupils said. To reflect the current times you will be facing off against one of our esteemed teachers in teams of 2. You will have to show teamwork in order to pass. Nezu said. The teams have already been decided. For example we have Todoroki and Yaoyorozu against me, says Aizawa. And then we have Midoriya paired with Bakugo. He continued. Iida asked, and who will said pair be against? At that moment, All Might sprang from the roof. I am here, to fight. He declared with such assurance that both lads almost got soaked. We're up against All Might, exclaimed the two, startled. The objective is to battle your opponent and pass by either capturing them or running away. You'll have 30 minutes to do so be proactive. Snipe advised them. This'll be different from that combat training you had earlier kids, 'cause you're up against people who are WAAAAY better than you. Said Mike. Jiro grins and says, better. You're just the announcer. The boys all began yelling, oh, as the earbud girl made fun of their teacher. Present Mike complained about the roast, saying, "That's just harsh." All Might held out some weights and remarked, "And we know what you're thinking, with those rules the only sane option is to flee. Well, that's why the support class made these for us." Izuku grinned and said, "Weights to eat up stamina, nice." Bakugo asked angrily, "You think we need a handicap to win against you?" He went on to say, "Well, think again." While Izuku, Ochako, and Tada gazed at the Pomeranian bomber as if he were the world's biggest idiot, All Might let out a belly laugh. Tada muttered, "Famous last words." Ochako nodded and said, "No kidding. Are you crazy, Kachan? Or are you just dumb? What kind of a stupid-ass question is that?" Izuku yelled. The Fox Sin shuddered as the no. One hero muttered menacingly, "This'll be fun." Hissing at Bakugo, he said, "How do you expect us to beat that?" Izuku interrupted the blonde as he was about to continue. "Well, Deku, what I want you to do is to pull up your leather pants, tighten your belt, and stop being such a—" "Don't you dare finish that sentence," shouted the boy with the green hair. He retorted, "Make me, ya damn nerd." The immortal shouted, "That does it, come here," before tackling his opponent and they began a ground battle. So much for teamwork, then. Todoroki shouted, "Midoriya, look out." But it was too late. Stain had already stabbed the youngster in the back, knocking him to the ground and causing him to drop his staff. "Ah, son of a bitch, that hurts. And not in a good way." The immortal yelled as he pulled the blades from the exposed area of his back and attempted to push the serial murderer away. Iida, meanwhile, felt his remorse, rage, despair, and guilt swirl about his head at 90 miles per hour as he witnessed all the destruction play out in front of him. None of this would have occurred if he hadn't been so consumed by his thirst for vengeance. "I'm such an idiot," he reflected sorrowfully. "I allowed my thirst for vengeance to blind me to everything else." "You were right, Stain. Even though I'm too young to be a hero, I'm still a hero," he thought as he fought to stand again. "I can't watch my buddies perish in silence." Quote. Stain, who was back with Izuku and Shoto, had dodged the latter's fire attacks and Izuku's fox hunt maneuvers before using a sharply flung serrated knife to cut apart the boy's weapon and then driving his jagged-edged blade into the immortal's chest. "Midoriya," exclaimed the two-toned teen anxiously. Izuku saw that the black eye he had inflicted the man was gone as he stood there in disbelief as Stain had him held to a wall. As his lumpy tongue trailed out of his lips, Stain remarked, "I see you've taken notice of my current condition." He tasted the boy's blood once more and said, "Your blood's healing properties really are something else, kid. I'll give you that." He began to add, "Now on to the next." As Izuku froze, but he stopped in the middle of his sentence when Iida kicked him in the stomach with a recipro burst. The teenager screamed angrily, "Stay away from him, you bastard," as he kicked the serial killer again, sending him reeling back. "He's quick," Stain gritted his teeth and thought. Iida attempted to assist Izuku in escaping as he swiftly landed. As he took the sword away from the green-haired boy's chest, he murmured, "Midoriya, Todoroki. This issue has nothing to do with you and I apologize for getting you dragged into it." "Don't apologize. It was either we get involved or let you die," Izuku stated to him. Todoroki nodded and said, "Exactly. We chose this." The class representative went on, "In any case, this is my mess, so I refuse to let you both shed any more blood for me." This specific statement infuriated Stain to the point of rigidity. "Do you actually think your true nature could change in a few minutes? How pathetic. Someone should teach you a lesson," he grumbled. Izuku hissed and said, "Try it, asshole. Don't listen to this fundamentalist lunatic's nonsense, Iida." Todoroki said. "No, he's absolutely right," Iida responded. Before Stain rushed at him in a wild rage, he continued, "Even so, I can't back down, not now." Todoroki moved quickly and fired a blast at the insane man, who ducked and then leapt at them. The boy with the scars was quick to send him ice. Naturally, he broke through it, but just as he did, Izuku surprised him with a right hook. The slasher was knocked on the Fox Sin's back, and he cackled, "Gotcha, bitch." He said to his companion, "Iida, let's end this psycho." "Right." Iida gave a nod. He questioned the two-toned hero, "Todoroki, can you regulate your temperatures at all?" Shoto nodded as Iida used his arm to deflect a knife aimed at him. "Not well with my left, but I can with my right." The teen with blue hair said, "Then freeze my engines." To the confusion of his pal. "What?" he inquired. "I need you to freeze my engines without covering the exhaust pipes," Iida insisted. While Izuku was battling Stain, Shoto nodded, realizing what he had intended. The child shouted, "Snatch!" as he began to beat the man with 10% Detroit smashes back to back while stealing some of his speed. He said, "And here it comes, 15% Detroit smash." As he delivered an uppercut to Stain's chin, which sent him flying while also enabling him to rise high. The man screamed, "Die!" and jumped down with his blades at the ready. Izuku began building up his 5% full cowling to 8% as Iida slowly got to his feet and prepared another recipro burst. Both boys then leapt into the air. As he got closer to his aim, Iida thought, "If I can just use my leg." As he approached, Izuku thought, "If I can just use my fist, I can defeat him." As they both struck Stain, the two guys thought simultaneously. Izuku flinched as he felt a stress fracture form on his arm as they began to descend. "Whoa, I exceeded my power cap of 15%. Before Iida kicked him and Shoto blasted him with fire, Stain attempted to assault once more, he thought. The scarred teenager swiftly created an ice slide for Izuku and Iida just before they could touch the ground. Izuku moaned as his body began to fail him. "Ooh, thanks Todoroki, I owe you one." He moaned, "Oh, my body feels so heavy." Shoto wrote, "I think the hero killer is out cold." The Fox Sin exhaled a breath of relief. "Thank God." Iida said, "We should tie him up." Izuku went on, "And take his weapons while we're at it." Shoto glanced to the still injured native and nodded, "Right." He said, "You okay, native?" He nodded appreciatively and said, "Yeah, I'll live. Thanks to you three." Then he lifted Izuku. "Here, let me help." The child said, "Thanks," with fatigue. Somewhere else. The Nomu, who had just begun pursuing several onlookers, was still engaged in combat with Gran Torino in another part of the city. "It is randomly attacking." The man pondered. He screamed, "Stop it, you stupid beast." Just as the Nomu was abruptly consumed by flames. "What the?" exclaimed the retiring hero, startled. As he approached them, Endeavor remarked, "I was looking for the elusive hero killer, but I guess this thing will have to do." "Good job, old timer. I'm afraid I don't know you," he said. But Gran Torino was aware of his identity. "Enji Todoroki. He and Toshinori were in my class when they were younger, I recall." Those two always had a rivalry, he thought. Meanwhile, the bomb appeared to have caused just minor injuries to the Nomu. Endeavor remarked, "That was just a low-temperature warning shot, but it usually KOs my opponents." The green thing began to twitch. Endeavor blocked it, and it sent flames back at him. As the Nomu began to twitch once again, the guy remarked, "So your power is absorbing and releasing, not very impressive since you still took damage." Gran Torino cried out, "Be careful. I believe he has more than one quirk." As the creature gathered its strength and lunged, sending itself skyward. But the elderly guy kicked it onto the road and blew behind it before it could attack. He wrote, "Looks like I damaged the road." Endeavor responded, "Not bad, old man." Before turning to face the other two Nomu, he said, "Now, there's an address I'd like you to check for me." "I am Endeavor, I will handle this personally," he said. "What's the address?" asked the elderly man. As he fled, the hero answered, 1409 Echo Street. Somewhere else. Izuku was still trying to get his strength back like the others, and he couldn't help but think about Ochako. "I must express my feelings to her." As Shoto sat next him, he thought, "If I don't, I might not get the chance to." Observing his friend's confused expression, the lad inquired, "Is everything okay, Midoriya?" The immortal sighed and said, "Just trying to build up the courage to tell Ochako something important." Iida sat down as well and inquired, "You mean how you feel about her?" The two recalled their Twitter exchange on the subject. Yeah, that's it." The Fox Sin gave a salute. More professional heroes showed up as the two were still sleeping. "Oh look, the helps arrived, I was beginning to think they forgot about us." He exhaled. One of them questioned, "Kids here?" Another said, "Those injuries look really bad." As he departed, another said, "I'll get an ambulance." Izuku called, "Yeah, call an ambulance. But not for me." An additional hero remarked, "Oh, now I recognize you. You're that immortal kid. Wait, is that the hero killer?" A female hero exclaimed, startled by Stain's appearance. Izuku smiled and said, "And he's out cold too." Before collapsing and still not getting up, he grumbled, "Ow." But just as they were beginning to assist him, the Nomu that Izuku had seen earlier flew in their direction. He shouted, "Incoming," before the flying beast, which appeared to be missing one eye and was bleeding from it, grabbed him. As part of the Nomu's blood fell down the heroine's cheek, the others watched in disbelief. They were unaware that Stain had sliced himself free while they stood there and licked the Nomu blood that had fallen on the heroine's cheek, paralyzing its owner and sending it tumbling to the ground. The teenager's face skidded across the road as Stain drove his knife into the creature's brain, and he moaned, "Oh, for the love of." Izuku's expression rapidly recovered as the man stood up, and he readied himself to defeat the villain. A hero moaned, "Just when I thought this was over, that's when 5 Gran Torino arrived." Before he saw Izuku, the man said, "What's going?" He shouted, "Kid, what are you doing here?" As Endeavor followed. Before he noticed the deceased villain, Stain, and Izuku, the redhead exclaimed, "Why are you all just standing here?" "Didn't. Wait." He turned to face Stain and began to exclaim, "Don't tell me that man is." Nodding in agreement, Shoto said, "Yep. It's the hero killer." Stain snarled, "Endeavor." He spun around, his mask sliding from his face, exposing his nose in its entirety. He shouted, "You false hero." Everyone shifted into defensive positions and tensed. "I'll make all of this right. Now, these streets must run with the blood of the hypocrites. Hero, I will reclaim that word. Come on, just try and stop me, you fakes." He began to scream, "There's only one man I'll let kill me, he is a true hero, All Might is worthy." He yelled. The wild zeal in the man's eyes made everyone's blood freeze. Just as Stain dropped his knife, Izuku felt himself die of a heart attack and jolted back to reality, the man standing there with his eyes absolutely blank. As he passed out, the Fox Sin spoke the words, "Fuck me." Later, the youngsters had been recuperating from the previous night's trauma in the Hosu City Hospital. Even though Izuku was able to resuscitate himself, the doctors were very worried about him because he had really died of a heart attack when he was brought to them. Shoto inquired, "You sleep at all, Midoriya?" The lad with the green hair shrugged and said, "Not really." "How could I after all that?" The two-tone teen groaned, "Fair point. All in all I'd say it's pretty crazy we all made it out of there in one piece." Izuku said, "That guy, he was nuts. A couple more minutes and I would have been made helpless to save you guys from overusing my quirk." He said. His companion agreed, "Yeah, I know what you mean." Around this moment, Manuel and Gran Torino reached their rooms. The immortal gave a 2-finger salute and remarked, "Hey guys." Before another person appeared, the elderly guy remarked, "Idiot, right now, I want to do nothing but yell at you for hours on end, but, you 3 have a visitor." This individual was wearing a suit and was most likely a 40-year-old man with a dog's head. The elderly hero clarified, "This is Kenji Soragame, the Hosu chief of police." "The chief," the guys said, all of them rushing to their feet. The man barked, "No, please stay seated." Woof. Did he just? Izuku pondered in mild astonishment. "So, you 3 are the ones who took down the hero killer, yes?" The man responded. Iida nodded, saying, "We are, sir. As you may have learned, when quirks became the norm, the police fought to maintain the status quo by placing strict regulations on the use of deadly quirks." Woof. Kenji started. "That's where heroes came in. They could do the work we could with their quirks but were only able to do so due to the strict code of ethics that the early heroes chose to abide by. Meaning it would be impossible for the police board to condone the use of quirks to cause injury. Even if you were up against the hero killer, none of you had the authority to harm the villain." The boys kept staring at him, so he turned to face Izuku. "The same is especially severe in your case, Izuku Midoriya, given the incident that occurred 10 years ago that gave you your current power set." He stated, "As such, in this case, you and your instructors are sure to receive harsh punishment." The immortal muttered, "Don't remind me of that cursed day. And don't go saying that I was the cause of what happened either. I know that it wasn't that me jumping caused what happened, but the fact I had hesitated for a split second before jumping." He said, "If I was a second faster, none of that would have happened. And hold on, if Iida hadn't stepped in, Native would have been murdered. And if Midoriya hadn't stepped in, both of them would have died." Shoto said. The man asked in a patronizing manner, "So are you saying that it's okay to break the law as long as it goes your way?" Which caused Izuku to snarl, exposing his sharp teeth. He got to his feet, fuming, "Are you telling us that we should have done nothing? That we should have run like cowards? Well, excuse me, sir, but as I told my teachers and my friends, I lost someone close to me once because I hesitated to act, so I refuse to let that happen. Ever again." He sighed. "Midoriya's right, isn't that a hero's job? To save people no matter the cost to themselves. Todoroki said. This is why you're all not full-fledged heroes yet. It's obvious that Ua and your instructors have not been teaching you near enough. Such a shame, Kenji murmured. The two boys got angry over that. As they began to approach him, the two said, "You damned mutt." Gran Torino cautioned them, "Hold it, you two. You still need to hear him out to the end." Izuku asked, "And why in the hell should we?" Ignoring the boys' protestations, the dog man said, "What I've said is simply the official position of the police. However, any punishment would only be necessary if this went public. On the other hand, we could say Endeavor saved the day. Stains Burns would support the claim so there'd be no harm done. However, if this went public, you would get recognition and praise, but that wouldn't stop you from being reprimanded." He continued, "But, I know where I stand. I don't want to damage any promising young careers, not for a mistake like this." The three teenagers exchanged glances and engaged in a quiet conversation. It seemed like such an easy decision. Then Izuku raised his voice. "Being honest, I could care less about the praise or about this being known or not. I just cared about getting the job done," he said. "But I have to ask, why are you treating this guy? Why won't you just let him die? Haven't enough people suffered because of him for you to just spit in their faces by letting him live?" Kenji let out a sigh. "I understand your point of view, but you must understand that if we simply killed every villain we deemed a threat, we would be no better than them." Izuku gave a nod. "I can understand that." The man bowed to the lads and said, "I know it's not fair, but, at least allow me as the chief of police to thank you for saving our city." Iida bowed and said, "Not a problem, sir." Shoto said, "You know, you could have started with that." Izuku sighed, "I'm just glad it's over. Somewhere else." Kirishima moaned as he attempted to respond, "Hey, Midoriya messaged me back. That thing he sent was during the action in Hosu. Man, am I glad I reported it." As he shut his locker, Tetsu said, "Okay, stop using your phone before fourth kind sees you. We're going to be late." Before they were abruptly struck on the head once more, the redhead said, "Hang on, I wanna reply." Fourth kind shouted, "What did I tell you two about punctuality?" At them both. And regretful, "Sorry, sir," was the two boys' response. Somewhere else, with the best genist agency in the interim. Now, I know you all must have heard about the attack on Hosu with Stain and the League of Villains. How this all stitches together. Well, I too am concerned, but we must not lose focus. People come apart at the seams when things like this happen. The man continued, "But we must be calm as heroes. So, it'll be business as usual today. May your minds be as sharp as your genes." The sidekicks chanted, "Yes, best genist, sir." Together. Meanwhile, Bakugo appeared to be struggling to keep his composure. "I can't wait to leave this place," he pondered almost pitifully. Somewhere else. Before they left on patrol, King was occupied at MT. Ladies' agency attempting to file away MT. Ladies' documents. The boy placed the last files away and remarked, "So, is there somewhere in particular you think we should patrol today? Things have been rather busy lately ever since that Hosu event." The woman shrugged and said, "I'm not quite sure, yet. Probably somewhere with low to moderate criminal activity." She thought about it. As the two sat back on the couch to wait for a good moment to patrol, the boy nodded and said, "So low-effort work. I can get behind that." Somewhere else, Ochako was on the phone with Izuku at the Gunhead Agency. "Oh my gosh, so you guys were in the middle of the stuff at Hosu. That's so scary." She was gasping. She questioned him, "You weren't hurt, were you?" The immortal sighed in response, and the girl almost suffered a heart attack herself. "Sadly, I had a heart attack and actually died right there. I've stared death in the face and seen the afterlife enough times to be numb to it, but what I saw from the hero killer, it was scarier than the idea of death ever was. When our internships are over, we're spending time together to forget about that." "Got it," Ochako said gravely. As Gunhead came up to her on the girl's end of the phone, he said, "I'd like that. Hey Ochako. There's something important I really need to tell you." She inquired, "What is it?" Gunhead interrupted her childhood pal before he could say anything. He spoke to her, "Hey, Uravity. We're about to start soon." Her instructor laughed as the girl murmured, "Oh, coming. Sorry Deku, I need to go. We can talk about this later, bye," and hung up. He grinned beneath his mask and asked, "Was that a boy?" She blushed and moved away, saying, "Shut up and let's go." The man shook his head and smiled. As he worked with the children, he liked watching them grow. Somewhere else, back at the hospital, Izuku sighed in despair since he was unable to accomplish his goals. The other two boys appeared nervous as he walked into the room they were in. He said, "Hey, what's going on?" Todoroki looked at the teenager and remarked, "Ida's tests just came back." Both his hands were damaged, but the damage in his left hand could be permanent. He continued. Izuku exclaimed, "What? It could be fixed with surgery, but I think it should stay as it is, to remind me to become better." The representative from the class said. Izuku recognized what he meant as he glanced at him and then at the two scars on his right hand. He nodded, but Shoto appeared to waver for a second. "Yeah, I can get that." As they gazed at him, he remarked, "I feel kinda bad, guys." The other two lads gave him confused looks before they burst out laughing as he asked himself, "Every time I'm involved in something, someone's hand gets crushed. Am I cursed?" The immortal chuckled and said, "Man Todoroki, I didn't know you had a sense of humor." When the scarred child told them, "I'm not joking, guys. I think I'm actually cursed. I'm like the hand crusher or something." "The hand crusher," exclaimed the two youngsters, roaring with amusement. The youngsters appeared to have found some humor in an otherwise difficult scenario despite everything. Kirishima and Team Sato were sprinting down the street through the fictitious city in search of their opponent during the first practical test, which pitted them against Cementos. "So for this exam, we'll probably get a better score for capturing rather than running, right?" Sato asked Kirishima. A wall formed in front of them, and the sugar boy nodded as they faced Cementos. "Looks that way, yeah. Should be pretty simple." As he triggered his quirk, Kirishima observed, "Mr. Cementos moves slowly." He resolutely continued, "Let's break through from the front and go for a high score." Sato nodded, "Ah yeah," as he consumed a bag of sugar and felt his body begin to get larger. The two screamed, "Orao rao 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 ra," and began pounding their way to the pro hero, but he kept erecting more barriers in their path. The result of this was that the two gradually ran out of steam. Somewhere else, as she and Izuku watched the match, Ochako yelled, "You can do it, Sato, Kirishima. Do your best." His crush turned to face the immortal when he remarked, "They're not gonna win like this." She said, "Wait, why? Their quirks are amazing, but there's a time limit on how much they can use them. Mr. Cementos on the other hand doesn't have that kind of weakness." The child said with his arms folded. As more time passes, Kirishima and Sato are losing more and more energy that'll leave them open for a counterattack. He went on. Ochako gazed at him, then turned back to the screen, worried. Then she gasped, "No way." Izuku immediately noted the predicament they were in as students and said, "This practical exam is pitting us against teachers we'll have a hard time against. Which means we'll have to think hard on how to overcome our own weaknesses in order to win." Beta training ground. Kirishima smashed down another wall, grunting. He punched one and shouted, "There's no end to them." Then, Sato's overuse of his quirk gave him the appearance of being about to nod off. This made it possible for Cementos to defeat them in a matter of seconds by burying them in cement. "You're both weak in long-term battles. Listen well, in a fight you have to be aware of the limits of how much you can push yourself," the guy said. "Team Kirishima and Sato have failed the exam." A voice that was automatically generated sounded. Somewhere else, as Sue and Tata headed to their bout with ectoplasm, Recovery Girl proceeded to tend to the two, and Izuku muttered, "Figured that was gonna happen." Ochako whispered in concern, "Poor guys." She noticed that she was blushing a little as she looked at her childhood pal. She steeled her nerves and thought, "I have to do this now." She said, "Izuku, can we talk for a moment?" As they turned to face one another, the lad nodded and noticed her flush. "Yeah, sure," he said, "are you okay?" Trying to find the right words, she trailed off, "Why yeah. It's just, why you remember the promise you made me, right?" She responded. He nodded and grabbed her in his arms, placing her hands on her voluptuous hips. "Of course, I'll never forget it." As she relaxed in his embrace, she spoke slowly, "I've been thinking, how would you feel about us becoming a couple?" The fox Sin raised her chin and said, "I'm fine with it, but let's keep it on the down low so that we can focus on our hero careers. I'm more than willing to become all yours if that's what you want, Ochako. After all, I love you," he continued. Ochako smiled at this, then felt her body move spontaneously to plant a kiss on his lips. The sin of greed was shocked, but he kissed his new girlfriend back without protest. The Eternal and Zero Gravity girls put their heads together and grinned at one another as they parted ways. They all said, "I love you." Somewhere else, as the contest started, Tata and Sue were waiting for it to begin. The Fairy King was seated on his spear-shaped support item. The message read, Team Asui and Uraraka Practical Exam. Ready, go. As the clones of ectoplasm started to emerge, the clones all uttered the same words, "Show me what you two are made of." King exclaimed, "Sue, launch me." As the girl used her tongue to lift him into the air and let him float before he snapped his fingers. He yelled, "Chastieful Form 3. As his spear transformed into their diminutive counterparts and began to strike the clones. "Increase," he said as their numbers grew. They then gathered into a big circle around Sue, began hoisting her up to a balcony, and let them escape while the youngster put his weapon back in its original shape. Ectoplasm dispatched another batch of clones to intercept them and said, "So they've chosen to run. Somewhere else. Wow, an escape only they could pull off. Nice." Izuku smiled, holding Uraraka in his arms. The Gravity Girl grinned and nodded, "That's my bro." Recovery Girl said as she entered, "They're talking to each other. That's a good sign. It may not seem like much, but it's important to communicate with everyone you may work with." She continued. The new couple thought, "Better take note of that." So we were talking about the teachers being paired with students who they were strong against. Izuku said, as Tata utilized his spear to eliminate multiple clones with swift, fluid movements and bending his weapon to make it smack them. He said, "But I'm having a hard time figuring out how ectoplasm is a bad matchup for these two." However, he kept getting caught off guard by a clone that kept popping up behind him. The matchups were made based on which hero would give the students the hardest time. This, in turn, will make you think about your weaknesses and how to overcome them. The Recovery Girl clarified. She went on, "In this case, it's not good for your friend King." "Huh?" asked the two. "Due to how he is, he's not very attentive, which is what's leading him to being blindsided so much." The nurse responded, "Additionally his powers are good at long range, but are also not so good at close range." Oh, when the children realized this, they nodded. Somewhere else, the genuine ectoplasm was waiting for them at the exit gate when they eventually arrived back with the two of them. He exclaimed, "Let's see if you can handle this." Before launching a massive clone to capture them, he shouted, "Giant bite detention." As the giant gaped, King screamed, "I don't think so. Status demotion," and snapped his fingers, causing the clone to shrink to half its size. He said, "And now, Chastieful. Form 7, Mega Guardian," as his sword transformed into its teddy bear buff form. Sue yelled, "King, wait," in an attempt to grab his attention. But it was too late. Ultra Guardian had already begun battling Ectoplasm's enormous clone, leaving the man vulnerable to assault. The boy dragged his buddy behind a pillar and muttered, "Sue." He inquired, "Do you have the cuffs?" The frog girl said, "In my stomach, yeah." "Why, are you gonna use them?" The grizzly sin answered, "Why do you?" "Never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna use them." As he turned away, the girl spat out the cuffs and said, "Okay, just don't look." King took the cuffs from her and flew past his guardian and Ectoplasm's clone while holding Sue. He then proceeded directly to the actual Ectoplasm and began attempting to outmaneuver him so that he and his partner could tie his leg. They accomplished this by having Sue use her tongue to grip him, and the boy swiftly slapped the devices onto one of his peg legs when he attempted to kick Tata away. The pro gazed at his bound leg and hummed, He said, "Well done, you two." The two said together, "Thank you, sir." When Ojiro and Iida faced Power Loader in the following match, Iida sent his ally through the gate with a reciprocal burst kick. And then, well, somewhere else, the two-tone boy was busy trying to think of a strategy that would place the most of the load on him while Shoto and Momo were in another training area versus Aizawa. Whatever you think of the boy's lack of interest, at least he was thoughtful. As he tried to think of something, he said thoughtfully, "Okay, we need a way to know when he's near. Yaoyorozu, do you think you can make small objects? That way we can know if Mr. Aizawa is nearby when you stop making them." He offered an idea. The girl nodded and began making Russian nesting dolls. Yes, of course." The fire ice user picked one up and looked at it, blinking. "It kind of looks just like her," he thought to himself. "That's very cute." As he tucked the doll into one of his jacket pockets, he continued, "I kind of wanna keep it now." Momo appeared to be troubled by something, and he shook his head as they proceeded to the escape gate. She downplayed herself when she remarked, "I shouldn't have expected anything less from you, Todoroki. You were able to come up with a great plan so quickly. Don't start saying stuff like that until we pass. And don't sell yourself short, either," she was warned by Shoto. The girl appeared to want to object, but the boy's ferocious expression seemed to silence her. He soon noticed something as they continued to run. Nothing was coming out of her. He informed her, "Yaoyorozu, you're not making any more objects." Their eyes widened in dread at this. "He's here," said Momo. As he gazed at the creation girl, Aizawa's quirk was indeed active, and he was running on some power lines like a ninja. The man landed in front of Shoto and dodged a kick from the youngster, saying, "If you know I'm here, then I suggest you exercise evasion, since I've taken your powers." The two-toned Todoroki shouted, "Yaoyorozu, go!" as the girl fled. The erasure hero wrapped the boy in his arms and hung him from a light pole, tossing caltrops on the ground and saying, taking the entirety of the burden. "Noble, but also somewhat foolish." Before he chased after Momo, he added, "Maybe you should have talked things over with her instead." She appeared to want to say something, so why didn't she? He thought to himself, remembering the distressed expression on her face. Momo came running back to him before he had much time to think about this. He chose to speak up before she could say anything to him. "Yaoyorozu, you said you had a plan, what is it?" He answered the phone. She attempted to object, saying, "Yours didn't work, so there's no way." "Stop, I'm saying that you're better at this than I am. Remember when we were voting for class representative? You got 2 votes, one of those was mine. I know you can do this," he said to her. Aizawa closed in on the girl, who blushed before stealing herself, and she was silent for a while. She threw her Russian nesting dolls in the air around Aizawa and yelled, "Todoroki, close your eyes." "What the? Why are these dolls there?" Before one of them opened and exposed a flashbang grenade inside, the man pondered. The erasure hero closed his eyes, but due to his proximity, he was still affected by the blast. Momo quickly released Shoto from his bindings and regrouped with him. "That was a good move," Shoto stated as they regained their bearings. "Thank you." The girl nodded. "If you planned around my injury, then you're pretty smart," the erasure hero stated as he threw his scarf at the two. "Yaoyorozu, get back," Shoto said as he outstretched his arm to push her back, and unintentionally touched her right breast, which he noted was very soft. "I didn't. It wasn't. What have I done? This is the hand of evil intent," he thought in comical shame as he looked at his left hand. Though getting back to the task at hand, he tried blasting Aizawa with fire, but his quirk was erased. So, the two quickly retreated, with Momo explaining the plan she had in mind the whole way. And when he could use his ice powers again, he immediately made a giant ice wall to block Aizawa from them. "Okay, so what's next?" he asked as he thawed himself out and turned around, only to see Momo with her costume open as she made something. "Is that Mr. Aizawa's scarf you're making?" he asked uncomfortably, turning around. "Yes, I don't know the exact material, so I decided to go with something different." The girl nodded as she kept focusing on making the scarf. "You didn't see anything, Shoto?" "Not a thing. Nope, nothing. You definitely didn't see what you thought you saw." The boy thought as he sweated nervously. "They're bigger than nothing." He corrected himself mentally. "Okay, the scarf is ready. Just give me a moment to make one other thing," she trailed off before producing a small catapult. "Right," the boy nodded as he was blushing like crazy. Later, Aizawa continued to wait for the two's next move, when he saw 2 figures covered by black cloth running out from behind the giant ice wall and towards the entrance. "They're cloaked, so I can't use my quirk on them. That doesn't matter, I can still see them," he thought as he moved to attack them. But as he pulled back, the catapult was revealed as well as 2 mannequins. "A catapult," he thought in surprise as he jumped back. Momo quickly threw the switch and the cloth was sent towards the man. "Now Todoroki, use your flames," she yelled. "Right," the boy yelled as he sent a wave of fire toward the man right as the scarf surrounded him, causing it to shockingly harden as it wrapped around him. "We did it," he grinned. Momo seemed to be overjoyed by this and started crying. "Yaoyorozu, are you all right?" he asked in concern. "Yes, I'm fine," she told him, giving him a look that looked adorable. "Shit, she's cute when she's crying too," the boy said mentally. "This girl will be the death of me, I'm sure," he added. Team Yaoyorozu and Todoroki have passed the exam. The automated voice blared. Later, now Aoyama and Ochako were currently being sucked in by 13. Oh man, we were so close. The girl cried as she held on for dear life. I may be terrible at combat, but I'm excellent at capture. The space hero stated. I guess you could say this quirk really sucks, doesn't it? Aoyama quipped as his mask flew off and was turned to dust. Are you serious right now? Ochako questioned in disbelief. Always. And besides, we're not in any trouble because I can do this. The blonde said as he fired lasers from his knees to try and hit 13, only for it to get sucked up. I'll suck that up too. And break it down at a molecular level. 13 said as she walked forward. This is no joke. The boy gasped in surprise. What is your problem? The girl yelled incredulously. I have no flaws. Aoyama retorted. Come on, think. What would Deku do in this situation? She thought as she tried to come up with something. Hey, the blonde said to her. Not now I'm thinking, she yelled. About Izuku Midoriya. Oh, how sweet, he asked, causing her to look at him. Is it because you like him? He asked. These words echoed through the girl's mind for a few seconds before her eyes widened and her face suddenly burst into a dark shade of vermilion. How the heck does he know? She thought as she accidentally let go to cover her face. 13 saw her let go and quickly stopped using her quirk. Ochako quickly recognized the opportunity presented to her as Gunhead's lessons echoed through her mind and quickly brought out the cuffs before she pinned 13 to the ground and cuffed her. Gunhead's lessons just happened to come in handy here. I'm a mini battle hero, she thought. Somewhere else. Meanwhile with the others everyone cheered as they saw the two win. That's my girl, Izuku thought with a grin. Awesome, she used 13's quirk against her. He grinned. Way to go sis, Tada added. Sue, however, didn't seem convinced. This feels a bit too easy, she stated. It looked like Ochako just lost focus and let go. What makes you say that? Tada asked. She and Aoyama looked like they were talking. Whatever he said seemed to have made her let go for whatever reason. The frog girl explained. Why do I get the feeling that I already know what he said? Izuku thought as Momo and Iida walked into the room. Oh, hey guys, welcome to the observation room. The immortal greeted the two. Hello Midoriya, Iida said to his friend. So who's up next? Tada asked as they looked up at the monitor. Kaminari and Ashido are up next. Against Principal Nezu, Momo explained. I get the sneaking suspicion that this is gonna be one-sided, Izuku commented idly. Somewhere else, with Kaminari and Mina, the two were running through Field Gamma and both decided to just run. However, as they made their way to the escape gate, creaking was heard until section after section of the industrial labyrinth started falling on them. What the fuck? The electric boy yelped in surprise. Kaminari, what the crap is going on? Mina yelped as the two started running for their lives from the concrete and metal avalanche. I don't know, but I'm guessing our opponent is behind it. He replied as they kept running. Meanwhile in a crane in the distance, Nezu was relaxing in the contraption with a cup of tea. If one had to hazard a guess it was probably Lopsong's Souchong black tea. Why yes, I am. The good-natured mouse smiled happily. Observation room. The principal looks so comfortable in that crane, Iida said in surprise. Is he using the environment to his advantage? Tada noted as the buildings continued to collapse around their admittedly unfortunate classmates. Looks like it, Izuku nodded. I've heard about Nezu's quirk from All Might, and based on what I've heard, Mina and Denki are doomed to fail, he added. What do you mean? Tada inquired. Nezu's quirk basically makes him a military-grade calculator, and if I'm right, he's using calculations to fight. The green-haired teen explained. That's gonna make this a losing battle for Mina and Kaminari. He finished. Midoriya's correct. With that in mind, the principal could have easily predicted their moves. Momo nodded. Somewhere else, back with the exam, Nezu was going nuts with the demolition. There's still a way out, dear students. Come on, use your heads. Work those hero brains, he cackled as the carnage got worse. Run, Mina yelled in panic as she and her friend ran for their lives. This continued for 30 minutes until the time finally expired and then the team lost, making the two cry in dismay. Somewhere else, poor guys, they didn't even see it coming. Tada said. Was this even a match? Izuku wondered, which was a fair question given how one-sided it was. It was then that Ochako entered the room. Oh no, Mina's team lost. She gasped as she ran up to her friends. Yes, the principal was just too smart for them. Momo nodded. Yeah, they got creamed. Tata piped up. Ah, the girl sighed. Hey Ochako, Sue said. What were you and Aoyama talking about back there? What shocked you so much? She asked her friend. And nothing important, the girl squeaked, her face turning a shade of rose red. Izuku sighed as he facepalmed. I fucking knew it, he whispered. Later, 2 matches went by pretty quickly. Shoji and Hagakure were able to capture Snipe by the former distracting the man while his partner snuck up on him, though the shooting hero was unfortunate enough to bump the invisible girl's chest with his elbow, drawing the anger of said girl. Second was Kota and Jiro, who were able to escape present Mike by the former overcoming his fear of bugs to have them attack Mike and cause him to go catatonic from being swarmed by every bug imaginable. Now it was Tokiyami and Zero versus Midnight, and the bird boy was currently doing a tactical retreat after his tape-armed teammate had been rendered unconscious by the R-rated hero's fragrance. Taking Zero's tape from around himself, he tucked it into his cloak pocket and turned to face his opponent, only to be whipped in the face by Midnight's weapon as she approached him. Not very heroic of you to retreat, bird boy. At the same time, though, it feeds my sadistic side, she said with sadistic gleam in her eyes. 'Twas merely a tactical retreat, you scandalous succubus. The boy retorted as storm clouds slowly covered the sun overhead. Smirking, he threw off his cloak. Dark shadow, he said as his shadow familiar appeared, which had increased in size and now seemed to loom over the heroine like All Might did. What ya want? The quirk construct questioned, its arms folded. Subdue her, he ordered, pointing at Midnight who had a surprised look on her face. Shut up, the beast huffed as its owner pulled out Zero's tape and the handcuffs. Quickly, he ordered firmly as he hurled the objects at his partner, who caught them in its giant claws. Scoffing, Dark Shadow bolted at a still surprised Midnight and headbutt her to make her skid back off balance before sticking Zero's tape on her back and then started bouncing around and wrapping her up in it and then sending her falling to the ground and stopping her fragrance. Oof, she grunted before trying to get up, but the tape wouldn't let her. There, you won't be causing any more problems from this point on, Tokiyami said before walking off. Well done, Dark Shadow, he said to his construct as the sun returned and it became its nicer self. The creature cooed as it rubbed itself on its owner, who patted its head softly. Later, Izuku turned to go to his testing area, and was met by Ochako running up to him into the hall before he left. Good luck, she told him, kissing her new boyfriend's cheek. Thanks, babe, the boy smiled as he kissed her forehead before taking his leave. Unknown to them, Tata was around a corner and saw the whole thing. Hello, teasing material, he thought mischievously. Izuku then walked towards his test ground and met up with Bakugo, who looked at him. You ready to win this, Kachan? The Sin of Greed asked. Hey, I was born ready, Deku. Question is, are you ready? The blonde countered. Damn straight I am, the immortal shot back. Now let's do this, partner. He grinned as the two bumped arms. Oh fuck the hell yes. The explosion boy grinned madly as the two ran towards the gate, and towards All Might. Izuku and Bakugo started walking down the main road to Training Ground Alpha where they currently were posted. The Sin of Greed looked at his friend and decided to speak up. Hey Kachan, about what we should do, he said before the blonde interrupted him. If you're gonna say run, then you might as well save your breath. I'm not running from this, Bakugo stated. No, it's not that, the immortal replied, causing the Pomeranian blonde to pause before glancing at him. What are you gonna say, then? He questioned. I may have a plan on how we can take All Might down. But if we're gonna do it, it means you gotta do exactly what I tell you. Izuku replied. Forgive me if I'm not keen on following your lead. Still, what do you have in mind? The bomber asked as he folded his arms, only for his own gauntlets to make him fail. The Sin of Greed gestured for him to follow him into an alley where they could talk. Okay, so you know Mr. Yagi, the guy who trained me during the 10 months before the entrance exam? He asked his friend. Yeah, Bakugo nodded, wondering where this was going. Well, I know this is hard to believe, but that's actually All Might. The boy replied, causing the blonde's eyes to widen. You can't be serious, Katsuki stated incredulously. Shaking his head, Izuku conveyed that he wasn't joking. That's his true form. It happened after an old nemesis of his ripped a hole in his stomach and left him badly injured. Luckily I healed it with my blood, but it's not completely better yet. The boy elaborated. This means he can only be All Might for 2 hours at the most. He added. Shit, this is actually important. Bakugo thought, deciding to keep his silence on the matter. How long does he have right now? He questioned. If I'm calculating the rate of depletion with the weight of those handicaps correctly. 15 minutes at the most. Izuku surmised. Which means if we want to win we have to attack him from all angles one after the other. Making quick, strong and targeted attacks at his weak spot. He continued pointing at his stomach. I'll be sapping his strength too just in case. And when he's at his weakest, we slap the cuffs on him and win. Attack from all angles while you sap his strength. The explosive teen asked before smirking and popping his neck. That I can get on board with. Let's do this, he growled eagerly. All right, let's go. The Fox Sin nodded as the two started down the main road again. Meanwhile at the other end near the escape gate, All Might stood. I am here, to test them, he said as he pulled his fist back. New Hampshire smash, he yelled as a massively powerful smash tore through the city as if it were paper. The two teens shielded their faces from the attack when it came at them. When it was over, they looked at their surroundings and were shocked by the destruction he wrought on the training ground. Who cares if I really destroy this city? All Might questioned as he walked towards them. What the, why, how is he so intimidating? The boys thought as they looked at the man before them. If you think of this as an exam and not a real fight you'll be sorry. I'm a villain now, heroes, remember that. The blonde warned. Deku, please tell me you have a plan for this. Bakugo gulped. He was not ready for this level of intimidation. Right, hit him with a stun grenade. Izuku told him. On it, stun grenade. The blonde yelled as his attack temporarily blinded the symbol of peace, and when his vision cleared, they were gone. Now where did they? He questioned before Izuku reappeared and backhanded him with a 20% full cowl attack, causing him to stagger to the side. Then Bakugo came flying in and unleashed a barrage of mini blasts to All Might's face right as the number one hero caught him by the face. Facing me regardless of my power. Very brave of you, he told them as he recovered. However Bakugo wasn't done, as he started firing more explosions in his face as he was being held, causing All Might to yell in pain and then gasp in agony as Izuku delivered an 8% punch to his mentor's weak spot, making him drop Bakugo. Don't forget about me, the Fox Sin yelled as he sapped some of the man's strength, causing his arms and legs to feel slightly heavier. Somewhere else, meanwhile in the observation room, all of Class 1A was watching the match in shock and awe at the boys' almost flawless teamwork. Holy crap, look at them go, Kaminari exclaimed in amazement. They're fighting and swapping places faster than All Might can react, giving them a distinct advantage. Momo noted as Izuku took a 100% punch to the stomach that was meant for Bakugo and absorbed the power behind it, puking up blood as it shattered his rib cage and sent him skidding backwards. Though he remained standing. While it is impressive, I begrudgingly doubt they have the ability to best All Might. Iida said as Bakugo fought to get out from under a fence that All Might pinned him under. Come on guys, you can do it. Tata shouted, hugging his pillow. Come on Deku, I believe in you. Ochako whispered. Somewhere else, back with the lads, Izuku was still tanking blow after punch from All Might as he utilized physical hunt to absorb the strength poured into them, and then resumed dishing them back out just as hard. You certainly aren't going down easy, are you, young Midoriya? The man remarked as he gripped his bleeding side as Izuku jerked his head back into place after the hero struck it so hard it spun backwards. No pain, no gain. Am I right? The immortal laughed. Sorry, not sorry, but I'm not failing here. He yelled with a grin. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you, hero. His mentor exclaimed as he attempted to strike him, but Izuku jumped over him and landed next to Bakugo who managed to wriggle himself free. Kachan, you know my move Crazy Hunt? He questioned his friend. Yeah, why? The other adolescent replied in return. Get your first gauntlet ready. The Fox Sin remarked as he grabbed Bakugo's wrist and then started using Snatch. This caused the two to be pushed towards All Might at blinding speed and soon as they came close range to the man's chest, Katsuki withdrew the pin of his first gauntlet. Eat this, the Pomeranian bomber cried as the explosive was launched. The great velocity and the impact of the blast hit All Might like a truck and sent him flying backwards as the boys emerged behind him. Get your other gauntlet ready, we're going again. The immortal instructed his teammate. Got it, Bakugo cried, but as they made their move again, All Might extended his arm out as he sidestepped and clotheslined the two boys and sent them crashing to the ground, stamping on Bakugo's back and pulling Izuku up by his heels. That caught me off guard there, boys. Very well done, but I'm afraid that's not enough, the man stated as he lifted Izuku up by his legs. As the youngster dangled limply, he then gave Bakugo a 5-hand sign to inform him how many minutes he had left and 20 for how long they did. Bakugo nodded slightly in affirmative. Yeah, well, I think it's you who should be on your guard, All Might. The immortal chuckled as he flexed his arm a bit. And why is that? The man questioned, not seeing him flex his arm. Izuku then laughed as he twisted his body by twisting his ankle in two and nailing his guru in his weak point with a 20% punch. That caused him drop him as his foot recovered and then gave Bakugo the opportunity to charge up his explosive power and then unleash a big explosion like in the sports festival when All Might was off his balance, sending him crashing into a building. That's 2 minutes down, he only has 3 minutes left. So it's now or never. Izuku muttered as he and Katsuki got ready as All Might walked out of the rubble, coughing blood into his palm. I'm getting closer to my limit. Hold on, is that their strategy? To shackle me and wear me down? The man realized what he was thinking. Bakugo asked, okay, so what now? Izuku questioned, you know that howitzer impact of yours. The boy snorted, how can I not? After a while, he said, want me to use it? The immortal asked the blonde to give him one of his gauntlets and replied, we're going to do it together. As the two clasped hands, he questioned, ready? Bakugo grinned and said, let's end our exam with a bang. Izuku shouted, that's what I like to hear. Let's go. And the two boys, with a determined sparkle in their eyes, bounded forward at their opponent. Then, with an 8% jump, the immortal threw himself and Bakugo into the air. A funnel of smoke encircled them as Bakugo began to blast them around in a spiral to increase their speed. As they rushed forward, the two youngsters exclaimed, Roswell howitzer. All Might's eyes grew wide as he struggled to escape, but he was out of time since steam began to emerge from his cough. Impact smash. The lads exclaim as they launch their strongest blows at the man, causing their hero to be blasted through the building behind him in a tremendous explosion. Observation room. Kirishima exclaimed, holy shit. In shock when the explosion happened. Ochako joyfully said, yes. They actually worked as a team. Tokiyami observed, it seems like they might stand a chance. Battlefield Alpha. As the smoke cleared, Izuku and Katsuki both gasped as they stood hunched over in exhaustion. Fortunately, All Might was still kneeling in the debris, coughing, and steam was streaming off of him. He was about to change back again. In between pants, Bakugo questioned, Deku, is now a good time? Yeah, looks like, says the teen with the green hair, nodding wearily. After that, the two approached their idol and gave him a slap on the handcuffs. The automated voice announced, Team Midoriya and Bakugo have passed the final. Izuku exhaled, then fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Hey, hear that, Kachan? We nailed it. Katsuki exhaled, I heard, you damn nerd, before also losing consciousness. Later, everyone was waiting for Aizawa in class the following day, and Sato, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Mina all were heartbroken that they would not be joining the rest of the group for the training camp. Mina sniffed as she sobbed in shock, everyone, I hope, you'll tell us, how fun camp was. Izuku advised the upset pink girl, hey, easy Mina. A last-minute decision could happen. He said thoughtfully, or unless Aizawa-sensei decided to pull another logical deception on us. Stop Midoriya, by saying that out loud you're just jinxing them. Zero said to him. They said that everyone who failed had to stay here in summer school hell. We all failed the practicals so there's no way we're gonna pass. Don't you get it Midoriya? Kaminari barked. As he attempted to prod the immortal's eyes, Izuku grabbed his wrist and violently twisted it. Or did All Might knock all the brains out of you? He cried. With a roar, he said, try that again, and I'm removing this hand. Got it. As the electric teen let out a painful whistle. Zero said to them, hey, guys, get off of me. I might not be able to go either. Our team only passed because of Tokiyami, I got knocked out. And since we don't know how we're being graded I may not have passed after all. He said. The bird-headed teenager informed him, I send my condolences to you, Zero. Kaminari pleaded, will you at least bring us back some souvenirs please? But Tata whacked him across the face with a pillow. He was advised by the Grizzly Sin to, keep it together man. Everyone sat down as Aizawa entered the room at this point. Now for the results of your finals. No one bombed the written tests, but 5 people failed the practical. Badly. 2 teams, and Zero as well, didn't pass that portion. The individual clarified. These pupils groaned in dismay at this. He caught them off guard by saying, so in terms of the camp in the woods, everyone is going. Very abruptly. The decision was made at the last minute. Those who failed thought with astonishment and joy. Kirishima said, so we really get to go. In the exams we teachers were sure to give you a way to win in the matches, otherwise you wouldn't have stood a chance. Aizawa clarified. The training camp is to increase your strength and those who failed are in need of it most, so we were never going to separate you. He said. But I thought you said that you weren't going to hold back. Ojiro replied. The man smiled and trailed off. We just said that to put you on edge. In other words, it was a logical deception to give you the push you needed. He concluded. Izuku grinned as he stated, called it. Mr. Aizawa, this is the second time you've lied to us. Aren't you afraid we'll lose faith in you? Iida was speechless. The Uraraka twins observed, little blunt there Tenya. With a contemptuous tone, the erasure hero responded, good point. I'll consider it, though to be clear, failure is failure. Those of you who didn't pass will have extra lessons during camp. Frankly, they'll be much tougher than the ones you'd have in summer school. Kirishima, Mina, Sato, Kaminari, and Zero all moaned at the same time, oh man. Later, as everyone began to pack things, Hagakure stated, hey guys, I just had an idea. Since finals are over and we have a day off tomorrow, why don't we all go shopping for stuff to bring on the trip? She said. Kaminari pointed out, hey, yeah, we never actually spent time together as a class. She was shocked that they hadn't yet done anything activity together. Tada nodded and said, that does sound like fun. Kirishima said, Bakugo, we'll see you there, right? To the blonde. The bursting boy shrugged and said, maybe, maybe not. I was never really the type of guy to go to malls. What about you, Todoroki? Izuku said of his companion with 2 tones. Shoto answered, sorry, I visit my mom on days off. Tada scowled at the boy from his pillow and said, party pooper. Everyone dispersed after determining where to go, leaving Izuku and Ochako alone in the classroom. The serious-looking girl blushed and said to her boyfriend, Deku, I should tell you, Aoyama somehow knew we got together. The immortal appeared perplexed by this before he grimaced. Figures, I swear that guy is so extra, I bet he can see through the 4th wall. The kid sighed. The what? Ochako asked in a perplexed manner. He assured her, don't worry about it. As she leaned back on an open window sill and he leaned in her direction, he put one arm around her waist and said, and as long as he doesn't spill the beans on us I'm fine with him knowing. He began to lean in closer and added, as long as it doesn't interfere with us, or our school work, I don't care if he knows or not. Ochako did the same, leaning forward until their lips touched. However, the round-faced female unintentionally caused her partner to start floating when she grasped his face. This didn't depress them. They kept kissing while the lad was upside down until they had to separate for oxygen. They were grinning at their current predicament when the door opened and Aizawa entered. In an attempt to appear normal, Ochako spun around swiftly and unintentionally released Izuku. Ochako, finish whatever you're doing and leave. It's late, he said to her. She exclaimed, yes sir. As he departed, only to gaze out the window and see her boyfriend soaring through the air while shouting blasphemous and wicked curses. She moaned, oh crap. She swiftly enlisted Shiro and Mei Hatsume to assist her in defeating the sin of greed after obtaining them before they left for home. The mechanic with the salmon hair used her quirk to watch him and said, he's about to enter the stratosphere. You should probably drop him and chance it. No, exclaimed Ochako, peering through binoculars. As he attempted to shoot video at Izuku, Shiro asked, what the hell were you two doing in there anyway? Just focus, you two, stated the gravity girl. The following day, Bakugo, Shoto, and the rest of Class 1A were at the mall to acquire supplies for camp. At the moment, Izuku and Ochako were searching for sunscreen and insect repellent. As she carried her bags, the girl asked, so what are you looking for? Just some heavier ankle and wrist weights, and maybe a new 3-section staff to replace my old one until the one I ordered from the support course is finished. He sighed. The girl questioned, is there even a store here that sells weapons? The immortal shrugged and said, beats me. But still, do you feel like splitting up so we can speed up our shopping? He inquired. Ochako kissed her on the head and nodded, saying, I mean I got what I need, but I guess we can split up for now. As he left to visit a few stores, he said to her, see you later then. He searched for almost 20 minutes before finding what he needed and then beginning to move toward the waiting room when he was approached. With a cheerful tone that made Izuku's neck stand on end, the man said, hey, fancy meeting you here. As the man put his arm over his shoulders, the immortal remarked. Same to you, Tamura Shigaraki. Ya know if you're trying to assassinate me all inconspicuous like, you're doing a horrible job at it. He replied dryly. The villain said, I'm just here to talk. You've got the wrong idea. Knowing that Izuku wouldn't be alarmed by a death threat, he said, I'd threaten you, but we both know that won't work, given our last meeting. As they sit down, the boy observes, so you can learn. Shigaraki put his hands in his lap and asked, what is it you want, anyway? Tamura answered, to talk about one thing, convictions. Just look at Stain for example. He's the hot subject on everyone's minds, and it pisses me off. He growled. Why, though? He told me that I don't have convictions. I'm destroying the things I don't like. Isn't that enough? He whispered quietly. Izuku said, raising an eyebrow, I thought Stain was with you. Shigaraki sighed and said, not technically, but that's what the media made it look like. What makes us so different? Stain's basically doing the same thing I am. He asked. I think it has to do with the fact that people can understand his views and why he was so driven to carry them out. He had a drive that you lack. The immortal said. He was inspired by All Might right down to his scare tactics. That's a pretty clear difference. He continued. After a little period of silence, Shigaraki nodded. I understand. What about you, Mr. Sin of Greed, or Fox Sin? What makes you so valiant with such a name? He inquired. Why aren't you seen as a villain? Izuku laughed and said, that's the thing about greed itself. Most think it's something that revolves around money or power, but that's not the case. It can be attached to anything material or abstract. Like a child wanting his parents to live forever, for example. He clarified. That kind of greed shows how much families love each other. And my greed, it's one attached to my heart. The greed I have is one of love. He went on. The blue-haired man sagged forward and murmured, interesting. He said, glancing at the people moving about, so the hero killer and you were inspired by All Might. Explains your crazy convictions, and it explains a whole lot more. As his mind started to make connections, he said, oh yeah, it's all coming together now. As the man grinned in the most unsettling manner imaginable, Izuku thought, I don't like that crazed look in his eyes. I can't thank you enough, Midoriya. That really takes a weight off my shoulders. Shigaraki grinned. He put a hand, one finger away from the boy's shoulder. He looked closely at the youngster and said, but there's one more thing. What is this heart's desire of yours? The source of your greed? I really want to know. He gazed into the villain's eyes and trailed off. To put it simply, it's the one thing I long for the most. And I'll do whatever it takes to keep it secure. If someone tries to steal it from me, he growled softly as he said, they'll be on my shit list. Just as Ochako approached them, Shigaraki removed his hand and nodded, saying, I see. Before she spotted Shigaraki, she said, hey Deku, are you, okay? Her face was filled with absolute horror, and the color left it. Izuku tried to soothe her right away. It's okay, Ochako, we were just talking. He said, maybe too hastily, as Shigaraki noticed right away. The man gazed directly at Ochako and thought, heart's desire, located. Then again at Izuku. He walked away, gradually fading into the crowd, saying, well, see you around, Midoriya. And good luck with finding what your heart wants. Deku, WW was that? She made a terrified stutter. He sighed wearily and said, yeah it was, sadly. With so many people around, it had truly taken a lot of willpower to refrain from attacking him lest he endanger their safety. The gravity girl approached him cautiously before collapsing into his arms, utterly horrified by what had just happened. She shook violently as Izuku stroked her hair and hurriedly pulled her close in an attempt to soothe her. Later, following the incident, the students called the police, but Shigaraki was not present. Tsukiyoki then conducted a quick interview with Izuku regarding the topics he and Tamura discussed, which the man was now reviewing. From the sound of this, it sounds like he's a child trying to build his life. The man thought, though his interest in your convictions and desires in particular is rather troubling. He said. The sin of greed nodded and said, you're telling me. I did not like the look he was giving Ochako before he left. Tsukioki remarked gratefully, in any case, this will be helpful. Thank you. The two then headed outside, where Izuku noticed All Might approaching them. The man hurried up to him and exclaimed, "Young Midoriya." With a joyful sigh, he gave the boy a gentle embrace and said, "Thank goodness you're safe." The child nodded and reached inside his pocket, saying, "Yeah, I'm good All Might. Here, these are healing pills made from my blood by Recovery Girl. They should help you continue to heal," he stated to his mentor. All Might examined the pills. He was beginning to resemble a normal human in his natural form now, thus this would undoubtedly aid in his completion. Just as a police car door opened and Inko Midoriya ran out of it, he grinned and said, "Thank you, young Midoriya." "Izuku," she said anxiously as she rushed to meet him. "Izuku, baby," the mother exclaimed, giving him a hug. Softly, the immortal whispered, "Easy, Mom. Easy." As she continued to embrace him, she sobbed, "I can't do this anymore, sweetie. I can't handle another scare." With a smile, the immortal put his chin on top of her head and kept giving her a strong hug. After a minute of stillness, the boy said, "Mom." "Yes, sweetie," said the woman. He cheekily remarked, "My chin is on top of your head." The two men who were observing them grinned as the tension subsided as Inko giggled in response and began to tickle Izuku. Apparently, everything would be all right. Somewhere else, King was lying upside down on his floating pillow in his own green triangle-covered pajamas when Ochako changed into hers. King floated in her direction. With a cunning smile, the Grizzly Sin inquired, "So, how's it feel dating your kindergarten crush?" The girl yelled, What or why you talking about?" She blushed. The lazy lad continued to smile and said, "Oh, just the fact that I caught you kissing Izuku before he left for his exam." She yelled, That doesn't mean anything." Then King yawned and drifted away, saying, "The hell it doesn't. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I'm just glad I finally don't have to worry about your romance problems." Before dozing off, he added, "Just be careful." Then, because of King's remarks, Ochako got into bed and rolled over, picturing herself in the eternal powerhouse being sexy and sultry in the woods. "Oh no," she mumbled in horror as she dozed off.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.